Oh, my God. Jun Moxie's face revealed a fake expression of fear. He had tried to make it look as if he had seen a ghost. Sun Xiaomei nearly stamped her feet in anger since she was being mocked by those two hateful men. Young Lady Sun's physique had transformed in its entirety, but her innate temperament hadn't changed one bit. She had been somewhat afraid of young Master Jun when she had raining curses at him after that matter with Princess Ling Meng. But, he had jeered at her appearance at this time. And, that was something she couldn't endure. So, she rose above her fears and shouted, "Do you two men wish to court death? You're mocking me instead of thinking of ways to help me. Do you need a beating? He. We've dared to mock your face. But, this indicates that we have a cure for it, we wouldn't be mocking you otherwise. Young Lady Sun is very intelligent. How could she not see this?" Jun Moxie clicked his tongue, and tilted his head as he looked her over. He then spoke, "However, the young lady's current beauty is too rare a sight. So, I need to appreciate it very carefully. After all, I may not be able to appreciate it later." Sun Xiaomei became angry and anxious. She covered her face, and started to stamp her feet. Then, the young lady suddenly let her leg fly while stamping her feet, and kicked Tang Yuan's posterior, Fatty Tang. "You bring your brother here, and he mocks me after he looks at me. And, that too at my face. What do you think I am?" Tang Yuan screamed upon receiving the kick. He then clasped his posterior, and implemented, "Third young master, please start quickly. Have pity on me, brother. This hag has been driving me insane these past few days. Even my merry and great appetite has started to wither." Jun Moxie laughed mischievously as the sound of his fingers' snaps echoed. He smiled and said, "Wow, she's genuinely someone with a devilish face yet an angel-like body." Tag Yuan fled with a whooshing sound. "I'm going to arrange that matter regarding the gold and silver coins for the auction. Third young master will treat you, slowly and steadily. And, I'm certain that you'll get rid of your illness with the help of his medicines." "Damn! You're going to leave your wife to me like this? You must be feeling very happy." Jun Moxie let out a scream of horror. After all, he had been left to face that terrifying face on his own. Jun Moxie's courage could certainly soar to the heavens on ordinary days. However, even his nerves had started to fail him at this juncture. "Haha, you won't bully your friend's wife. Can't I even have that much faith in the young master? I would have felt slightly uneasy about leaving her to a pervert like you if her face was fine. But now, it depends on your ability." Tang Yuan's voice echoed from the distance. However, he had gone so far that his last words didn't even reach their ears. "This is such a terrible loss." Jun Moxie sighed. He snapped his fingers and let out a low whistle. Then, he said as his body moved forward, "Come here, girl. Let this brother take a look at." A whoosh sound was heard as a knife flashed. It nearly cut Jun Moxie's fingers. Jun Moxie laughed as he dodged it. "You're a very violent girl. Fatty will have a very happy future." Jun Moxie finished Sun Xiaomei's treatment after a while. Sun Xiaomei's illness wasn't that serious if truth were to be told. After all, it was merely a case of hormonal imbalance. There was no place the poison could be drained from. Therefore, it had gathered on her face. It was certainly an incurable disease as far as that era's medicine was concerned. But, it was an easy thing for Jun Moxie. This problem couldn't be compared to that of his third uncle, or even old man Dugu. In fact, this was a piece of cake. He initiated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune, and the pure aura traveled into the meridians above Sun Xiaomei's neck. Then, it pushed forth onto her face. She felt cool on her face as this happened. In fact, it was a very pleasurable sensation. But, this pleasurable feeling lasted only for a moment. After that, she suddenly felt a piercing pain, as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling on her face. The pimples on Sun Xiaomei's face had burst by the time Jun Moxie withdrew his hand. However, a lot of pus had flowed out on her face as a result. Jun Moxie stretched his hand several times. But, he felt too embarrassed to do it himself. Therefore, young lady Sun herself got some water to wash her face. Sun Xiaomei tried to wash her face with cold water. However, the creases on her face made her feel very uncomfortable. The many pimples which had ruptured by now had also started to itch very severely. And, she eventually couldn't help but scratch them. But, the young lady couldn't help but feel the thin layer of skin there as she did this. She then opened her eyes, and saw that she had nearly peeled off the entire layer of skin from her face. It was a layer of dirty skin. Sun Xiaomei cried out in fear, and threw it away. But, she couldn't prevent herself from feeling her face. She was pleasantly surprised to realize that her face had become quite smooth now. So, she washed her face as quickly as she could, and jumped to look at herself in the mirror. The face of the woman in the mirror still had some red patches. But, the surface of face was quite clear. Her face wasn't as terrible as it was before. In fact, it was heavenly even. Glossy skin was exposed over large parts of her face. It worked out so quickly. Sun Xiaomei stared stunned at the mirror. A long time passed before 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Jun Moxie had been standing behind her. He sighed and said, "We need to do this at least 2 more times. Then, your face will transform into the beautiful flower it should have been. In fact, I'm certain that another flower would be added to the peerlessly beautiful garden of Tianxiang City by then. You'll be counted the same as Xiao Yi and Princess Ling Meng, a springtime flower. Someone without a rival. You will be transformed 300%. But, it's a pity that such a beautiful woman is that Tang Yuan's fiancée. My spirits dampen as I look at this disequilibrium. This is a waste of a valuable thing. But, I'll make a beautiful woman like you my 99th concubine if you come with me." Jun Moxie's pretext of saving someone from a dire situation was getting increasingly excessive. The first half of his speech was pleasant to hear. But, the second part of the man's speech was very brutish. Go to hell. Sun Xiaomei suddenly forgot that she was emotional. She then mercilessly struck at her benefactor with her fists and her embroidery-clothed legs since he was mocking her. Jun Moxie laughed in a merry manner. Sun Xiaomei suddenly gave a long sigh after a while had passed. She then said, "Young Master Jun, there aren't enough words to thank you. But, you're Fatty's brother. So, I won't say much more. I only wish to ask you for one thing. Fatty's weight, is there a chance of reducing it? I'm worried about Fatty's health. Once he reaches his 30s. This damned couple is too much. I first dealt with this woman's face. And, she simply turns around and requests me to reduce that guy's weight. It's very dangerous. But, you will need to make him work with everything he's got if you want him to lose weight." This issue had become a headache for Jun Moxie as well. How can that guy lose weight the way he eats? He eats meat, drinks soup, and eats 100 steamed dumplings in one day. Could this guy still be called a man? And, can he lose weight? That's a fantasy. Please, you must help him lose weight. He's certain to die if he continues to gain weight. Sun Xiaomei seriously raised her head, and gave a worrying look to Jun Moxie. Fatty had once said, that he would personally take the initiative to cancel our engagement if my face is restored. It doesn't matter what he is like. He's a good man in my eyes. I wish to be with him. I wish to live my life with that man. I want to grow old with him. She even blushed a little as she spoke those words. Fatty's a good man. When did that Fatty become so noble? Isn't this like a fairy tale? Jun Moxie was left flabbergasted. He picked his eyebrows, and asked in a low voice, it would be difficult to make Fatty lose his weight. And, he isn't easy on the eyes. However, your face has been restored. In fact, you've now become a beauty who can bring down cities. Moreover, Fatty is willing to cancel his engagement with you. So, why don't you seize your freedom? After all, you could easily find a man who looks better than Fatty. All of us are acquaintances here, but what I say is true. Jun Moxie, Fatty had sounded very sincere and honest when he had spoken about breaking our engagement. However, I feel that you sound. Sun Xiaomei returned to her usual tranquil self. She wiped her tears, and looked at Jun Moxie. Are you testing me for your brother? Do I seem like a fickle and unfaithful woman to you? Am I like that? Ah, that. Jun Moxie was somewhat embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and didn't speak anything in reply. Tang Yuan is fat, and his looks aren't outstanding. In fact, I'm certain that no woman would find him attractive. And, I'm the same. But, Tang Yuan handles himself like a real man even if he's fat. And, I'm glad of this. I had resisted my father's decision when I had learnt that I would be getting engaged to Tang Yuan. I had told him that I wouldn't marry such a notorious fat man. However, I eventually made peace with the fact that I'm very ugly, and I couldn't land a great husband. But, I've changed my mind after getting to know him over these past months. Sun Xiaomei spoke softly, and gave a meaningful look with her blurred eyes. It doesn't matter if he's good or bad. I've settled on him whether he's a good man or a tyrant. I'll be perfectly happy being Mrs. Tang whether he loses weight or not. I'll become the wife of an official if he becomes an official. And, I'll accompany him to the warehouses if he becomes a businessman. In fact, I'll stay by his side and beat the dogs with a cudgel if he becomes a beggar. Fatty is a good man, and I'm fond of him. Sun Xiaomei raised her head to look at Jun Moxie. She then spoke slowly, it doesn't matter if he's rich or poor, or handsome or ugly. I wish to accompany him throughout this life. In fact, I would rather not have my appearance fixed if it disturbs our marriage. After all, we'll be able to stay together if both of us have a huge deficiency in appearance. All women cherish their appearance. Sun Xiaomei had looked ugly most of her life. However, someone like her would never give up on the opportunity of suddenly transforming her appearance into that of a beautiful woman. But, Sun Xiaomei was ready to renounce her beauty for an ugly man who had next to no redeeming qualities. Who wouldn't be emotionally moved by this? Good. You've spoke very well, Jun Moxie was solemn. He couldn't prevent himself from applauding. He walked 2 steps, and spoke in a profound manner, this Jun Moxie thanks you for my brother, sister-in-law. After that, Jun Moxie turned and walked out with long strides. He was happy inside, he felt genuine happiness for Tang Yuan. I'll become the wife of an official if he becomes an official. And, I'll accompany him to the warehouses if he becomes a businessman. In fact, I'll stay by his side and beat the dogs with a cudgel if he becomes a beggar. Every man dreams of this kind of love. Fatty Tang's life will never be in vain since he has found this love. You still haven't told me if there's a way to make him lose weight. Sun Xiaomei anxiously called out from behind. Jun Moxie stopped with his back towards her. He then raised his hand, and gave a thumbs-up sign. Then, he laughed heartily, I will always do whatever I've promised. Nothing in this world is impossible for this Jun Moxie. However, you mustn't feel sorry for him when the time comes and you see him suffer. Moreover, I hope that you'll always remember what you've said today. I've taken it to heart. Sun Xiaomei stood there as Jun Moxie's figure disappeared from there. She snorted and said, what was that for? I hope that you'll always remember what you've said today. You've taken it to heart. Do you think I'm taking this lightly? Do you think I joke around with my feelings? This is truly laughable. I'm not a man, but I still take responsibility in my heart. Tang Yuan didn't hold his tongue while ordering people around. Orders incessantly flew out of his mouth in a smooth manner. After that, Hai Chen Feng arranged the aristocratic hall's manpower. Each one of them obeyed the orders, and quickly moved out. And, they used any means to travel to every nook and corner of the continent as per Tang Yuan's order. Jun Moxie also heard a few words. He could hear Tang Yuan speak that the bone-tempering pills were directed towards the Xian families of the continent. After all, these bone-tempering pills were tailor-made for those Xian and military families. Tang Yuan's primary goal was quite clear. However, the far-off Xian families would find it difficult to transport their gold and silver till here. But, Jun Moxie suddenly had an idea: these people can bring their silver tickets to Tianxiang City. And, they can exchange them here. Couldn't we make a profit by looting them? For example, a silver ticket worth 1,000 silver coins would only amount to 800 silver coins. This is a great business opportunity. Tang Yuan's work-related engagements came to an end after a long time had passed. Only Song Shang and Hai Chen-feng remained with him at this time. Jun Moxie stood leaning against the doorway. Tang Yuan's expression was gloomy at this moment. His eyes then moved towards Hai Chen-feng and Song Shang. And, a solemn expression spread across his face as he slowly said, "I want to make an important announcement." Hai Chen-feng and Song Shang rolled their eyes. After all, they would get saddled with bitter work every time Tang Yuan would speak like that. And, it seemed like this time wouldn't be an exception either. We have to launch a decisive attack on the Huang family of the Golden East City. We must attack them from all sides, whether it is land or water. Use everything in our arsenal. And, even the things we don't have. Use both light and dark methods. Don't stint any costs. Ignore any collateral damage. But, we must destroy that family as quickly as we can. Tang Yuan emphasized each word. Hai Chen-feng, I request you to make use of your contacts. Get in touch with the administrations of the underworld gangs inside the Golden East City. Commit any means of crimes necessary, cause commotion, threaten, kidnap, and blackmail the Golden East City's Huang family. Kill any officials of the Golden East City who dare to assist the Huang family. I'll deal with every consequence. Tang Yuan's plump face had a rarely seen murderous look on it. He smiled and said in a cold manner, "Wait till the Huang family is in a tight spot. And, bring them to me when that happens." What is the estimated amount of funds you're expecting to spend on this? Hai Chen-feng frowned. He asked in a worried tone, "It must be mentioned that this is an all-out attack against a reasonably powerful family. Can our aristocratic hall afford the expenses of getting over with it in a short period of time?" He secretly wondered, this guy is usually smiling like the Buddha. So, what offense did the Golden East City's Huang family commit against Tang Yuan to force him into scheming against them like a ravenous wolf? This Huang family is truly out of luck. I'm employing you along with all the resources of the aristocratic hall for this matter. And, I'll use the Tang family's resources if that isn't enough. After all, I'm the future successor of the Tang family. An extremely cruel light flashed in Tang Yan's eyes as he replied in a low voice. "Young Master Tang, is young Master Jun aware of this matter?" Song Shang frowned. "I know. And, I support this with my full strength. Everything will be done as per Tang Yuan's orders. Tang Yuan is the main proprietor of the aristocratic hall. And, his orders are of the highest importance. So, you don't need to question them, you mustn't question them." Jun Moxie uttered in a low voice. He had been leaning at the doorway, but hadn't uttered a word until now. Therefore, no one had noticed his presence. Hai Chen-feng and Song Shang quickly jumped up to greet him. "We'll do it. There's no problem if that's the case." Hai Chen-feng became calm and walked forth. Then, he calculated everything in advance, and went through the simulations. "I have one more question to ask. Why are you doing this? Why am I doing this? Why do I need to justify it?" The muscles on Tang Yuan's face twitched. He gnashed his teeth as he replied. "You certainly don't need to give the reasons." Jun Moxie slowly walked in. He looked at Tang Yuan, but, let me remind you, fatty. We can go mad, we can act in an evil manner, and we can ignore everyone in this world. We can even look at people like they are straws. But, we mustn't lose our conscience. We must make reprisals, but we can't be excessive. Someone has provoked us, and we'll certainly kill them in response. However, each crime has its perpetrator. The Huang family hasn't educated its people well. But, the others are innocent in this matter. We're only venting your anger. And, I hope that you understand this. You said that you want to look at them when they're in their worst state. I want you to understand. But, I won't stop you if you go and kill all 9 generations of their family. Jun Moxie slowly continued, and, that's because you are my brother. I'll even accompany you to the very depths of hell. Tang Yuan's face convulsed in pain. It then slowly filled with a sense of gloom as he remained silent. A long while passed before he spoke up in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry. I only want them to know that everyone will pay the price even if one of them makes a mistake, not that one person alone. I obviously won't mind annihilating them if they don't understand this." Jun Moxie chuckled and patted his shoulder. But, he didn't speak any further. "I'm only trying to vent my anger. In fact, you also know that I'm only trying to vent my anger. But, you're willing to give me 900 million for it. You're willing to give me everything we have." Tang Yuan was somewhat emotionally moved. "That's because you're my brother. So, I'm willing to accompany you on this madness. After all, can 900 million buy me a new Tang Yuan? I'll withdraw from this if they can." Jun Moxie smiled. Tang Yuan suddenly turned away and laughed. However, he somewhat choked with emotion and coughed as he did. Song Shang and Hai Chen Feng looked at each other. Their eyes belied the fact that they were also slightly sentimental. Throwing away 900 million so that your brother can vent his anger and breathe a sigh of relief? What kind of brotherhood is this? How many brothers since antiquity were prepared to throw away 900 million for their brothers? The emperor? Would even he do it? Never. This is 900 million. It's not 9 million, not 900 or 9,000. Even the public treasury of a big nation like Tianxiang doesn't earn 100 million in an entire year. Tianxiang's public treasury wouldn't earn this much in even 10 years. And, would the emperor spend that entire sum of money on one person? Would he risk his own life for a friend? Would he spend his entire fortune on a friend? Spending 900 million in silver? You could build a city with that much money. No one has ever done this since ancient times. They didn't say anything. Instead, they quietly went out to arrange what the fatty had ordered them to do. Consequently, only the 2 brothers remained there. Jun Moxie spoke up from behind in a faint voice as they left, "Each one of you should take a bone-tempering pill first. You'll feel the effects. And, I'm certain that it'll improve your abilities very considerably." Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang were overjoyed by this. So, they thanked in unison. Tang Yuan finally sighed in relief when he saw the 2 men leave. However, it suddenly seemed that he had exhausted his strength. He sat paralyzed in his chair. And, he had covered his face with his hands. Tang Yuan jumped up after a short period of time, and sneakily looked around. After that, he went to the doorway, and poked his head out. Then, he went to the window to close it shut. And, he took this opportunity to wipe his eyes with his sleeves. He thought that Jun Moxie hadn't seen it. But, Jun Moxie had seen that even though Tang Yuan didn't know that he had. "What are you doing? Why are you acting like a sneaky ghost?" Jun Moxie looked at him. "Don't worry. Even a spirit Xian expert or a great master wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on us as long as I'm here." "That's good." Tang Yuan moved mysteriously. "Something seems wrong of late, third young master." "What's wrong?" Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows. "There's something wrong with the imperial family." It can be said that something is wrong with the emperor. Tang Yuan breathing had become somewhat hurried. Young master, everyone was already prepared for you the moment you left from the southern heaven city. In fact, they had prepared everything in advance, and they would ambush you at the city's gates. However, you went on a killing spree upon your return. And you slaughtered everyone who laid in ambush for you. After that, you took away the Meng family's properties. You basically killed everyone who had launched those sharp attacks on you. Then, over 30 government officials died in a bizarre and mysterious manner. I'm certain that I would see your hand behind these events even if I use my knees to think. I would try to prosecute you, and confiscate your belongings for the huge crimes you committed. So, don't you find it strange that we haven't seen the emperor make any move as of yet? Should I find this strange? Jun Moxie put his chin on his hand, and assumed the posture of a great thinker. However, the emperor hasn't even invited you to the imperial court ever since you've returned. Tang Yuan said in a deeply worried tone, you have to be mentally prepared for this, third young master. The Jun family is flourishing at the moment. But, you may not be able to do anything if he wants to get rid of it. After all, the strength of an entire nation isn't something an individual can compete against. I'll take note of that. Jun Moxie's expression became increasingly less serious. The Tang family has always been loyal to the imperial family. My grandfather has always been loyally devoted to His Majesty, and my family will surely follow his. Tang Yuan frowned. He was quite distressed. My grandfather had fought alongside the emperor in those days. The emperor may decide to deal with the Jun family. And, my grandfather, he will. Tang Yuan clenched his teeth, he'll stand on the emperor's side. I understand. Jun Moxie patted Tang Yuan's shoulder to console him, I won't hurt him. Thank you. Tang Yuan put down the great weight on his heart. Oh. You've learned to thank me. Do you feel better now, you bull? Jun Moxie tilted his head and looked at him. Hee, we're brothers. I didn't wish to say what I said a moment ago. But, we're brothers. And, I will always stand by your side, but... Tang Yuan's expression was very serious. Fatty, you're also aware that my desire is to make my family and brothers feel safe and happy, right? And, my brother's family is obviously included. But, you've sounded like an outsider by thanking me for it. Jun Moxie chuckled gently as he spoke. You're my brother. We're brothers for life. Tang Yuan's vexed face suddenly underwent a change. He grabbed his head in embarrassment, and spoke up in a nervous tone, third young master, that matter needs to be settled. But, it can't be known to anyone in the family. And, Sun Xiaomei can't learn of it either. Otherwise, I'll be so embarrassed that I'll never be able to show my face to anyone. What can't be known to anyone? Are you speaking of that matter? Damn! Jun Moxie jumped in surprise. Then, he started to pace around the room, why didn't you say so before? You see. I spoke of it only a moment ago. I wasn't careful, and it slipped out in front of her. Ah, that entire matter. I thought that you were husband and wife. So, it wouldn't be much. Ah, blame me for it. Blame me. I'm so stupid. Tang Yuan thought that he was playing a joke at first. But then, he noticed that Jun Moxie looked upset. In fact, it didn't seem as if Jun Moxie was acting. Fatty couldn't prevent his heart from slowly sinking. His plump face gradually became dark. Then, his body started to slump, and slowly slipped down. He then asked weakly with the last bit of hope, really? Of course. It's true. I can lie to you in this matter. But look at my face. Jun Moxie's face was covered with a color of regret. There was a bang, as Tang Yuan finally fell to the ground. His eyes looked lost as he cried without tears, finished. I'm finished. Jun Moxie said in grief, it's too early to say that. In fact, there should still be some time. She was preparing to go the Tang family when I last saw her. Huh. Tang Yuan's over 250 kilos of bodily meat jumped up like a carp. His facial expression made it seem as if he had learnt of his mother's demise. He looked up and screamed, "My mother! My life is horrible. Xiao Mei." After that, he rushed out like a truck that was loaded with horsepower. A few banging sounds were heard as he disappeared without a trace. Jun Moxie chuckled mischievously. He gestured towards a maid to take away the teapot. Then, he crossed his legs, and stretched his toes. He then snorted and started to tune up an old folk song. My team of a dozen had 7 or 8 gunmen when I had started out. Then, he frowned and said, "This song has a serious problem with its lyrics. How can a dozen people have 7 or 8 gunmen? Did they have women soldiers as well?" He then suddenly heard Tang Yuan yelling in the distance. Nothing happened. "I swear by the heavens. It's nothing. Go and ask third young master if you don't believe me. I only wanted to look at you. It's nothing. Don't ever let me enter the bridal room if you find out that I've lied to you. You must believe my words." Then, he heard an extremely furious and irritated voice, "Why won't you tell me if it's nothing? And, why shouldn't I go home? Will you die if you speak of it? What's the worst that can happen to you? Will you die if you speak of it? And Jun Moxie. Call him here." "No. I'll go and look for him. I'll ask him and get to the bottom of this." He heard a loud bang afterwards. And, this was followed by the sound of footsteps. Then, the sounds of Tang Yuan falling over echoed. These sounds were also mixed with his frightful screams of pleading, "My lady, my dear lady, please forgive me. Why do you beg for forgiveness if you haven't done anything wrong? I. Arg. Third young master. You've killed me today. You've gotten me killed. Arg, my mother." Fatty Tang violently screamed towards the heavens. Jun Moxie chuckled in a mischievous manner. "You had ruined the mood, you brat. So, I'll let your wife fix it by tidying you up." Therefore, Jun Moxie raised his head and shouted, "What did you do? Didn't you just go out to drink with some escorts? What's this fuss about? I'm very confused by this." Sun Xiaomei was stumped when she heard this. She then quickly grabbed Tang Yuan's ear, "You fat pig. Didn't you say that you were accompanying the third young master to the Duga household, you brat? You went drinking with escorts. Ha! You're great. You're really great." Tang Yuan started crying to find some tears. How could he explain it? This explanation was obviously wrong. But, giving the correct explanation would be worse. Therefore, he could only scream his throat hoarse while he cried in a daze, "Dear lady, look at my belly. How could I be drinking? And, which girl would accompany me? It'd be crushing death." Jun Moxie sniggered as he spoke, "Oh. I suddenly remembered something." Then, fled away and his body disappeared from the scene. However, he could still hear the mixed sounds of kicking, punching, and interrogation in the background. Jun Moxie felt very relaxed in his heart as he drifted out to the street with a whooshing sound. However, Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if someone was following him. So, he sped up and took turns round many corners. Then, he initiated the yin-yang escape, and disappeared without a trace. No one else could see him. But, he was still there at the same spot as before. However, he had become invisible. Nothing strange happened for a while. So, he started to doubt his suspicions. But, that was when a flash of green light occurred, and he felt a chilling sensation over his entire body. This kind of dense and chilling feeling was similar to the one that a forest full of cold vipers would emanate. This chilling sensation traveled from his head, reached his spine, and quickly made its way to his toes. It seemed as if a ferocious and poisonous snake had appeared. Jun Moxie was extremely familiar with that feeling. He instantly recalled the time when the cold-blooded Great Master Lei Wu Bei had fought the Snake King Green Hunter. The Snake King's aura had been as awe-inspiring when she had first appeared at that time. Jun Moxie suddenly came to realize a lot of things in this moment. That green light flashed as it searched everywhere within 50 meters at a great speed. Then, it went straight into the sky. It flew to over 30 meters in the sky, and looked around with its sharp and incisive eyes. It floated down after some time had passed. Then, this individual raised their sleeves, and disappeared without a trace with another flash of green light. Jun Moxie smiled amiably. It was the white-clothed girl's younger sister, Mei Qian. He had finally ascertained that Mei Qian was the Tianfa Forest Snake King. She was Green Hunter. He had felt that something was wrong when he had first met the two sisters on that road. Then, they had disappeared inside the city even more mysteriously. They're following me. What do they plan to do? What are they attempting? Are they doing something against the Jun family? A beast king as strong as a great master has followed me to Tianxiang City. Could they be aware of my secret? Jun Moxie suddenly thought of something. He let the aura from the Hongjun Pagoda out, initiated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune, and used his spiritual sense. It then moved to chase after its target like an invisible shadow. That green light floated, flashed, and changed directions at least 10 times. After that, she darted out like an arrow from a crossbow, and moved towards a place outside the city with a whooshing sound. The Snake King's speed was extremely fast. In fact, it seemed as if her body had turned into an image of a meteor. And it appeared as if her green clothing would catch flames any moment. She didn't have any misgivings even though the hours of broad daylight were upon at this time. And, that was because she was confident that no ordinary person would be able to see her owing to her present speed. In fact, the said individual wouldn't be able to see her face even if they were to come face to face with her. They would only feel that a sudden and cool breeze had blown past them. But, they would never suspect anything else. I believe that even a talented Xian expert wouldn't be able to see me unless they were at the Sky Xian realm. In fact, even a Sky Xian expert would have to focus their entire power in their eyes. And, they would then have to stare towards the path I'm taking with extreme attention in order to see me. And, in case someone wanted to track me. The Snake King was confident that even the world-renowned solitary falcon wouldn't be able to catch up to her in a short period of time. This lightning-fast speed was the Snake King's innate skill. And, no ordinary human could accomplish such ultra-fast speeds. Consequently, the Snake King had left the city within moments. What was worth mentioning was that she had dashed past the 15 to 18 meter tall city walls with ease. It had seemed as if the city's walls were like flat ground to her. In fact, the city walls were like flat ground for the Snake King. Moreover, the Snake King hadn't used even the slightest of her strength to achieve this flight of fleet. The speed of her flight hadn't reduced one bit, but her body had slowly started to get nearer to the ground. She eventually reached the nearest point over the ground. Then, she extended her toes, and dashed forth at an even greater speed. A withered tree trunk swayed behind her in a gentle manner. Green Hunter is worthy of being the Snake King. Jun Moxie admired in secret. A regular person wouldn't have been able to attain such high speeds. In fact, I believe that even the solitary falcon wouldn't be able to do it. After all, he's a human. It was the innate ability of one of the great beast kings from Tianfa Forest. No one could learn it. The Snake King continued to rush out at a crazy speed. Consequently, she had traveled a dozen kilometers away from the city within a few moments' time. A mountainous forest appeared in front her soon after. And, the woods grew denser and lusher as she continued onwards. However, her slender body suddenly paused. And, she abruptly stopped moving even though she had been traveling at that immense speed. She then suddenly rose up into the air like a rocket. And, it seemed as if she was ready to hunt. She then suddenly looked back. And, her lovable, charming, and innocent-looking face got exposed in the air. Her green clothes whipped at the air, and the hem of her gown fluttered over the earth as if she was an immortal. However, she had also emanated an extremely sharp killing intention. Her eyes were clear and cold as she looked behind her with a sharp gaze. The Snake King's imposing and earth-shattering aura rose violently. And, all the plants and trees in the vicinity of several hundreds of meters were stricken down as a result. She had sensed that someone had been following her. Jun Moxie's body was pushed away by that violent and fierce aura whilst in his state of invisibility. And, he fell scores of meters away like a kite which had its string cut. He couldn't help but feel like yelling out. It was fortunate that he was invisible at the moment. Otherwise, his body would have been revealed. And it was evident that the Snake King was an even match for the great masters. The Snake King looked around for a long time, but didn't find anything strange. She couldn't help mutter in surprise, "I'm sure that someone was following me. But, why is there no one around right now? Was I imagining things? That can't be true. How can I imagine things?" Therefore, she carefully looked around again, but still didn't find anything behind her. Her body then flashed, and she quickly descended to the ground. There was no sound or movement from the undergrowth as she stealthily hid there. And, she was now intently observing the area in silence. The look on her face was that of confidence and calm. It seemed as if she could wait there for an indefinite period of time. This meant that the person who was following her wouldn't be able to find a trace of her. Therefore, the said individual would have no choice but to come out in order to look for her after some time had passed. However, they'd become the target of a formidable attack from the Snake King once they came out. Therefore, the Snake King confidently waited for her pursuer to come out. However, no one showed up even after she had waited for a long time. The sun had initially been right above her. But, it had slowly started to slant towards the west by now. However, she still hadn't been able to detect anything. Was I genuinely mistaken? The Snake King thought aloud in confusion. An hour of her vigil had passed by now. My follower would have had to come out in order to examine the circumstances by now, even if they've reached the level of the strongest of the great masters. Unfortunately, the Snake King was unaware that the person she was waiting for wasn't very far away from her. Jun Moxie was the king of assassins of his generation. He would have already died about 800 times by now if he didn't have patience which far exceeded that of a normal person. Moreover, young Master Jun could also achieve an amazingly stealth state since he could draw support from the yin-yang escape. In fact, he believed that he would have been able to hide his presence with ease even if he were up against a dozen enemies. However, the young master's train of thought had taken a very strange turn at this time. He stared engrossed at the Snake King's prone figure as she lay on the ground. He couldn't help exclaim in secrecy, "That tight ass is so great. I feel that it's top quality. No. I'm certain that it's top quality. Ah, this young master wants to grope it. Will it feel even better than that little guy's?" The Snake King finally decided to give up since she didn't find anything after a long while had passed. But, she was still on guard like before, and hadn't relaxed one bit. Her body was still on the ground as she started to move backwards. She appeared like a fish as she moved through the undergrowth. Then, she turned around without any visible movement or indication. This was followed by a whooshing sound as she quickly moved through the undergrowth. However, there were no visible signs of movements around the grass as her body suddenly disappeared in the dense foliage. In fact, it seemed that she hadn't brushed against a single yellowed leaf or withered grass even though it was early winter. A faint smile surfaced on Jun Moxie's face as he calmly continued to follow her. One could avoid being followed by people or animals if they followed strict anti-tracking methods. But, could someone avoid being tailed by a ghost? Moreover, Jun Moxie was using the yin-yang escape at this time. Therefore, he was moving at lightning speed whilst maintaining a presence that was as faint as that of a ghost. The Snake King didn't find any sign of her pursuer as she continued to move into the forest. She had been suspicious throughout her journey, and had changed directions several hundred times. But, she still hadn't been able to rid her heart of that subtle feeling of being followed. And, this helplessness had brought one of the greatest of Tian Fa's Beast Kings to a state of near crumble. These Beast Kings had an innate ability which was able to sense that they were being tracked even though the young master was using such a marvelous tracking technique. This could even be called the beastly instinct by normal people. Or maybe even a sixth sense. Jun Moxie was using the ingenious yin-yang escape. So, even a strong person wouldn't have been able to notice anything if he had been following them. For example, the solitary falcon would have unknowingly led Jun Moxie to his lair if he had been in her place. However, the Snake King had discovered something unusual about the situation. In fact, she had sensed that someone was following her. And, that in itself was something extremely unexpected for Jun Moxie. The Snake King was eventually pushed to the edge of her patience. So, she hissed and stepped onto a tree's branch. Then, she spoke up in a loud voice, "May I dare to ask where the strong person is following me to? What does he wish to ask for? I request that he show himself. This little girl would give consideration if you seek something." The empty mountains remained silent. There was no response, not even the sound of a falling droplet. The Snake King was angry and anxious at the moment. That was because she'd reached the place where these two sisters were staying if she moved further into the forest. And, she would lose face if some capable and mysterious individual was able to trail her there. In fact, she would have to return to Tian Fa if she allowed that to happen. After all, she would have led the enemy to her senior, but she still wouldn't know who he was. What could this be called? A clear voice echoed at this moment, "What happened, Green Hunter? Why are you looking so confused? Is someone following? You don't need to panic even if someone has followed you." An extremely delicate white figure appeared as that soft voice resounded. It seemed like a fairy from the ninth heaven had descended to the human world. The environment of the entire mountainous forest became magical the moment she appeared. In fact, every blade of grass seemed to be brimming with vitality. Green Hunter came down from the tree as light as a feather. But, her expression was one of humiliation. She had obviously gotten rid of that hideous appearance from before. Consequently, she looked attractive even though she was standing in front of the fairy-like white-clothed woman, Mei Shuiyan. In fact, the two sisters looked even more dazzling when together. The white-clothed Mei Shuiyan appeared to be brimming with unmatched grace and magnificence. But, Green Hunter looked more lovable and charming. "Elder sister, you don't know this, but I've clearly been sensing that someone has been following me. I changed directions several times, and I used every secret technique I know to find out who it is. And, I still didn't spot anyone. However, that feeling of being followed still exists in my heart." Their method was obviously very superior, but that kind of an unknown had left me very frightened. So, I had to use elder sister's remarkable technique because I nearly crumbled from fear. I was confident that I could slip away using your technique. But I'm still very unsure about the result, elder sister. I know that you'll say that I'm being overly suspicious. After all, who in this world can possess such a remarkable technique? The usually calm and collected Snake King looked very tired as she spoke up with some hesitation. "Foolish girl. Your cultivation level can be considered amongst the best in the world. So, you shouldn't be so hesitant and indecisive under such circumstances." The white-clothed girl smiled and continued, "You think someone's following you. So, that must be the case. After all, this intuition is an innate skill of us Xian beasts. And, there's no question about it. It may be assumed that your pursuer has a superior technique. Humans have a very reasonable saying for this, you may be at the top of the world. But, there's always someone above you. You're confident that someone has followed your trail even though you've used my anti-tracking techniques. But, can't someone in this world surpass me? Elder sister means to say that, such a powerful expert exists in this world. And, he may even be superior to you. A light flashed in Green Hunter's eyes, and her expression became sharp and eager. The white-clad girl smiled gently and replied, I don't know whether he's stronger than me or not. After all, he could possibly be an expert who has specialized in the art of tracking. But, we should keep going. It doesn't matter why this person is following you. But, they must have their goals since they're doing this. However, they haven't shown themselves throughout the journey. And, it may be assumed that he may not expose himself anytime soon either. So, let's ignore him for the time being. And, I'm certain that he will jump out on his own accord when the time is right. Tell me, what did you learn from this trip? The white-clothed girl had smiled as if nothing bothered her heart as she had spoken this. Then, she turned around in a fluid motion, and pulled Green Hunter's arm. It appeared as if two young girls were playing and strolling in the forest. They then walked a few steps, and sat down under a tree. Young Master Jun had been in hiding this entire time. However, he couldn't help but whine in the secrecy of his heart. He had been around 14 to 15 meters away from the Snake King. But, he didn't know why his heart was suddenly feeling a large and formidable pressure. In fact, he felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure even if he were to make successive breakthroughs. Moreover, he felt as if he would land himself in greater dangers if he forced himself to stay there. His heart had been repressed very tightly at this moment. Jun Moxie had never doubted his intuition. After all, this intuition had faithfully saved him uncountable times in the past. So, he stuck himself into a tree the moment he felt that feeling rise within his heart. Yin-yang escaping into a tree. He had entered into that tree the very moment the white-clothed girl had appeared in front of Green Hunter. And, it couldn't be said whether this had happened by accident or not. But, Mei Shuiyan and Green Hunter had sat down at the roots of the very tree he had possessed. This is very good. The young master Jun Moxie didn't dare to move. He didn't dare to move recklessly even if he was still using the yin-yang escape. After all, there would be a small fluctuation in his aura if he moved. The fluctuation would be very minute. But, those two women weren't to be trifled with. And, they would surely sense it at such close a distance. Then, they would start looking for him. He could certainly switch modes and become hollow if he wanted. However, he would need a small amount of time and space to do it. But, he didn't have this luxury as things stood at this time. Moreover, Jun Moxie wasn't certain whether the white-clad girl had drawn the Snake King to sit at that tree on purpose. However, he absolutely couldn't dare to move since there was a chance that she might have done so intentionally. Fortunately, young Master Jun's previous life's reputation as the King of Assassins wasn't undeserved. Moreover, he was already in hiding. And, doing so for 3 to 5 hours, or even 3 to 5 days wasn't a problem. After all, this master assassin was habitual to lying in wait by himself for long periods of time. The eyes of the white-clad girl were filled with a deep sense of wonder over the Snake King's perception. She was certain that the Snake King hadn't been mistaken in what she had sensed. After all, the Green Hunter possessed an insanely high cultivation. Moreover, she also had the innate instinct of a beast king. Therefore, the notion of her being overly and unnecessarily suspicious was next to being a big joke. It must be true if she has felt something. There's no other reasonable explanation. So, she determined that someone was following Green Hunter. But, what surprised her was the fact that even she couldn't be sure if such a person genuinely existed. Moreover, that she couldn't even discover where the pursuer was hiding. Therefore, she had suggested taking a moment of rest. The decision to sit under that tree had only been Mei Shuiyan's intuition. There was no specific reason for it, it was merely her Xian beast instinct. She had felt that there was something wrong with that place, that there was something strange about it. But, she couldn't explain what was wrong and strange about it. I feel that the brat is becoming increasingly mysterious. Green Hunter was with her trusted elder sister now. So, she had let go of her suspicions for the time being. She felt an incomparable sense of security because she was in her elder sister's company. Therefore, it didn't matter to her who she was being followed by as long as she was with her elder sister. In fact, she wouldn't feel any fear even if it were the Emperor of the Heavens, she would still remain fearless and unafraid. Mysterious? Why do you say that? The expression on Mei Shuiyan's face didn't change one bit. She had merely frowned slightly. That's right. I heard that he had gone into a mad frenzy after we had left at the city's gates. He had used extremely cruel and bloody methods to stop those rumors. Then, he openly and blatantly sent his guards to one of Tianxiang's major families on the same afternoon, the Meng family. And, his men plundered and seized everything the Meng family owned. Then, he killed the leaders of this entire episode even though they happened to be two of the most respected scholars of Tianxiang. He also killed over 30 other officials that same night. But, Tianxiang's imperial family didn't do anything about it. He then went to the Dugu family the next day in order to discuss marriage. Discuss marriage? Green Hunter hadn't even finished speaking when she was interrupted by Mei Shuiyan. Discuss marriage? Whose marriage did he wish to discuss with the Dugu family? Mei Shuiyan's expression had become as cold as ice when she had spoken those words. Whose marriage? He obviously went to the Dugu family to discuss the marriage between Dugu Xiao Yi and him. The Snake King stared stunned at her elder sister. Oh. I thought it was about Jun Moxie's marriage to Guanqing Han. I was a bit shocked since I thought why he would go to the Dugu family regarding that marriage. Your speech was very unclear, girl. Why didn't you explain that earlier? Mei Shuiyan rebuked as she looked at her. The Snake King's brain short-circuited for a moment. Why would he go to the Dugu family to discuss his marriage with Guanqing Han? Wouldn't that be ridiculous? How could elder sister think that? Is it too hard to think of this? What happened then? You've already given away the climax. So, there must be something interesting behind it, right? Mei Shuiyan asked dimly. The men got drunk. And, a brother of Jun Moxie, Tang Yuan, was schemed against. In fact, he was pushed into a latrine pit. Elder sister, you don't know. That Tang Yuan is super fat. I looked at him. He must be at least 250 kilos. However, Jun Moxie had a flare-up at the Dugu family because of this matter. And, he didn't even care for his relationship with the Dugu family since he forced his future in-laws to kill their relative in order to take revenge for his brother. He didn't care for his relationship. Mei Shuiyan was leisurely gazing at the transient clouds. She then said indifferently, it seems they're done talking about that marriage. The Snake King was again left astonished. We've mainly come here for Jun Moxie's master. The refined pills from the sacred fruit are also on the roster. But, why is elder sister concerned about the issue of Jun Moxie's marriage? It's a pity that your little sister hasn't found any tracks of Jun Moxie's mysterious master. I thought that Jun Moxie was bound to request his master when facing those huge disturbances. But, I had never expected that this brat would deal with it on his own, and would genuinely end up resolving everything. Green Hunter frowned. Jun Moxie certainly handled everything in a very unscrupulous and lawless manner. But, it made me feel that he has an extremely powerful backer. And, this backer is someone whom no one can mess with. Moreover, it seems that he'll appear anytime and anywhere this brat needs him to. Therefore, I believe that Jun Moxie's backer is hiding inside the Jun family's residence. The Snake King came to a resolute conclusion and continued, therefore, I had decided to follow Jun Moxie, but that brat is very skilled. I had barely started following him from the aristocratic hall, but he sensed that I was following him. In fact, I lost his trail after 2 or 3 turns. The Snake King's face became red, but, I had been gone for a long time. So, I decided to return. However, I had barely covered half the way when I started to sense that I was being followed. And, that feeling got more intense the moment I was flying over city walls. The person who was following me was extremely strong. But, I didn't feel that he harbored any malice towards me. In fact, I could sense that aspect very clearly. The Snake King lowered her brows as she spoke this. She had finished speaking a long while ago, but there hadn't been any response from her elder sister. So, she couldn't help but feel weird. She then looked at her side, and saw that her elder sister's face was dull. But, a complex luster was flashing in her eyes nonetheless. Mei Shuiyan's gaze was fixated on the ground at this time. In fact, it seemed as if she hadn't even heard her speak. The Snake King felt startled by this, and followed her elder sister's gaze. But, she didn't find anything strange. So, she couldn't help but find that even stranger. What are you thinking, elder sister? Why are you acting so strange? Green Hunter. Let's talk frankly for a second. What would happen if we were to injure or kill Jun Moxie? Mei Shuiyan was looking to the front, it seemed as if she was talking to thin air. Injure him? Kill him? The Snake King Green Hunter jumped scared. We can't do that, elder sister. Didn't I tell you that our Tian Fa's sacred fruit is in the hands of that brat's master? We'll have no hope for ourselves if he decides to keep the fruit in case something happens to Jun Moxie. Moreover, his master possesses extremely great strength. Our Tian Fa forest is anyway going to face those 3 holy lands. So, we can't afford to have another powerful enemy. You're right. Our Tian Fa can't afford to have too many powerful enemies in these troubled times. But, we still need to put pressure on Jun Moxie. And, that pressure should be enough to threaten the safety of his life. After all, he'll have to ask his master to come out if that happens. Isn't this what you also want? Jun Moxie's master will never appear if he's able to settle every matter by himself. Mei Shuiyan replied slowly. Mei Shuiyan's words undoubtedly made sense. In fact, the method she had proposed was the most effective means they could use under these circumstances. But, the Snake King still felt extremely baffled by this proposal. Elder sister acts strange whenever Jun Moxie's name is mentioned. She wants to injure him if she's not already talking about killing him. And, now she wants to exert huge pressure on him. Has that brat somehow managed to offend her? Green Hunter had even felt her elder sister's heart stir with anger when she had mentioned Jun Moxie. She had sensed that Mei Shuiyan's mood had become chaotic. But, the latter had forcefully suppressed it. Moreover, all the plans to torment Jun Moxie while they were traveling from Tian Fa had come from Mei Shuiyan. What's all this about? Okay. Elder sister, what sort of pressure should we put on him? It must be moderate in my opinion. It won't have any effect if it's too little, and it may have side effects if it's too much. After all, we're looking for that mysterious and skilled person at the end of the day, the Snake King asked with caution. I've determined one thing for sure. Jun Moxie will invite a lot of people in a few days if my estimation is correct. He's going to hold a huge banquet. Then, the imperial officers will make an announcement to the entire world. They'll declare that Jun Wuyi has taken Guan Qinghan as an adopted daughter. That'll be an opportunity for us. Moreover, that Dugu Xiaoyi had appeared in front of the city's gates with that big belly. So, the Jun and the Dugu family wouldn't want to delay the matter of their marriage. And, they'll undoubtedly hold a large ceremony once these two are related by marriage. In fact, they'll at least get engaged very soon even if they don't get married right away. That's also an opportunity for us. Mei Shuiyan's beautiful eyes were usually filled with the arrogance of a hegemon. However, a cold light flashed in them as she said, isn't he being allowed to embrace two great beauties with a relaxed mind? Isn't he enjoying his great luck with beautiful women whilst his heart is at ease? Aren't things becoming too easy for him? How can something like this be allowed to happen in this world? That dirty brat doesn't deserve this. The Snake King felt that this was extremely preposterous. She thought, what is this? We had originally come here to draw support from Jun Moxie's master. Our aim wasn't to set ourselves against the master and disciple in hatred. But, elder sister's proposal is directed against Jun Moxie's women. Does she intend to embarrass him? Is this how she wants to put pressure on him? But, doesn't this look like a bit of jealousy? However, she absolutely wouldn't say it. She'd never dare to do it. She couldn't have imagined that Mei Shuiyan was thinking. You filthy brat. Our account from Tian Fa still hasn't been settled. And you're already taking a wife. You seem very pleased with yourself. Humph. Wait and see how I torture you. You go and prepare our meal. I'll sit here for a while, Mei Shuiyan spoke calmly as she looked up at the sky. The Snake King stood up. She hesitated a bit as she thought of something. But, she didn't say anything. She eventually flew away like a gust of wind. However, she didn't even remotely feel that she was being followed at this time. The gentle mountain breeze continued to brush against Mei Shuiyan for a long time. She then suddenly muttered in a calm manner, "You've been here for a long time. You've also heard our conversation. And, I think that's enough. So, you should come out now." She had still been looking at the sky in a calm manner while she had spoken this. In fact, even her posture hadn't undergone the slightest of changes. Jun Moxie snorted coldly. This young master is using the yin-yang escape right now. So, he can walk uninhibited since no one can see through it. And, neither can you. You think I'll come out just because you told me to? Who do you think you are to believe that you can spot me? I only require 1 second of free time when you leave this tree trunk. I'll trick you by quickly escaping into the Hongjun Pagoda when that time comes. Just you wait and watch. Jun Moxie had previously taken Mei Shuiyan to be a delicate and timid woman. However, he had now realized that she was an outstanding Xian expert with a cultivation that was much stronger than the Snake King's. This Mei Shuiyan was the only one who could be compared to the Tian Fa Forest's venerable Mei when it came to the aspect of strength. In fact, their strengths might not have differed by much. The Tian Fa Forest has another person with such a terrifying character. I must reassess Tian Fa Forest's strength because of this. However, Jun Moxie was confident that she wouldn't be able to find him since he was using the yin-yang escape. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Mei Shuiyan waited for a while, but saw no sign of movement. So, she sneered and waved her hand. A strong wind silently blew out as a result. There were many tall and thick trees in the vicinity. In fact, they were so thick that it would require several people to fully encircle their girth. However, they started to tremble with a whooshing sound under the wave of her palm. Then, they started to crumble in silence. It started with the roots. And then, the trunk started to follow. The bottom of the trees started to transform into a pile of powder. In fact, the upper body of the trees continued to sink and turn into fine powder until the huge treetop had also been brought down. 8 lofty trees of that dense mountainous forest vanished within a moment. And, they had been replaced by 8 piles of fine powder. They appeared like grey piles of ash. Each one of them was conical in shape. Each was around 3 meters in height. No sound had been issued from them during the process of transformation. It seemed like those 8 trees had never existed in that mountainous forest. Moreover, it seemed that these 8 piles of powder had remained there since antiquity. Jun Moxie sucked cold air. What technique is this? She merely waved her hand in order to bring about such a huge transformation. This Mei Shuiyan is terrifyingly strong. Mei Shuiyan's white dress fluttered lightly at its edges as she insipidly said, Jun Moxie, you still don't intend on coming out? Did you see that? Who in your Jun family can match the power I possess? I'll count to 3. I'll fly to Tianxiang City if you don't appear after that. And, I'll kill Jun Tian and Jun Wu. I know you had once said that you don't like taking threats. But, I'm threatening you right now. Your mysterious master may be my equal. But, do you think that he'll be able to protect your Jun family his entire life? Can he protect everyone from me? Her eyes were apathetic as she looked up to the sky. Her red lips moved slightly as she said in a faint manner, 1. Jun Moxie was still hiding in the tree. However, his mind was in a state of utter shock at the moment. How did she know that I'm the one who's hiding here? And, how is she so confident about it? Jun Moxie had genuinely felt very nervous when he had heard her call out his name. Mei Shuiyan had spoken the truth. She was skilled enough to kill anyone she wanted dead. In fact, even the 8 great masters wouldn't be able to stop her. He hesitated, only to listen on as Mei Shuiyan continued in a faint tone, 2. She slightly raised her beautiful face, but remained gazing at the sky. She looked like an innocent young girl who was trying to count the stars. But, the murderous intentions that were being exuded from her body were nothing short of being exceptionally resolute. It seems like you don't plan on coming out, Mei Shuiyan sighed, that's also good. I'll go and kill Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi. I hope there's still some time for you to stop it. Ah, you can stop this. Hurry up and go to your master for help. And, I hope he makes it in time. She stood up after she had spoken this. Her face filled with killing intention, and the temperature of her surroundings suffered a dramatic drop. Her body then flashed, and transformed into a white line in the sky. She had already crossed over 60 meters in 1 second. She was headed towards Tianxiang City. Then suddenly... Stop! Jun Moxie shouted from behind her. Mei Shuiyan stopped, and slowly turned around. She then saw that a youngster was standing tall and straight where she had been sitting a moment ago. He was looking at her, his gaze was cold and sharp. As expected, it's you. It is you. Mei Shuiyan's lips curled into an ice-cold smile. She gently tucked her hair behind her ears as she softly floated down. She then walked back in a slow and leisurely manner. How were you certain that it was me? I'm sure that my master's technique doesn't have any flaws. No one can see through it. Jun Moxie didn't intend to hide matters since he had already shown himself. So, he sat down where Mei Shuiyan was previously seated. He then grinned, it's still warm here, my ass feels very comfortable. Truly very comfortable. Mei Shuiyan became cold. Her expression was fierce as she glared wide-eyed. But, the depths of her eyes were brimming with traces of embarrassment as she lightly spoke, you told me that yourself. I told you myself. Jun Moxie was baffled by this. Your secret technique is precisely as exceptional as you say it is. Perhaps there's no one in this age and world who can see through it. But, the uniqueness of that technique is a giveaway. I had observed your moves when you were fighting Xiao Buyu. Everyone knows that your moves are exceptional and ever-changing. In fact, they can't even determine where you are. You're suddenly at the left, or at the right, or at the front or at the back. But, I noticed that your techniques have already transcended the basic laws of the mortal body. That's because your corporeal body would go into some exceptional form every time you vanished. So, it would seem like you had disappeared. And, you weren't merely hiding either. Nor were you concealing yourself at a great speed. I'm sure about this much. She smiled faintly, I can't track the Snake King even if I use my entire strength. That's because her innate skill comes from the heavens. No one can ever track her. However, someone was able to follow without revealing themselves. I believe that only your master's disciples are capable of achieving this with the help of the techniques that he had passed on, no one else can do this. The Snake King said that she had sensed someone following her. And, she wasn't able to find who it was. However, that was enough to ascertain that you were this mystery pursuer. After all, your master wouldn't be bored enough to do something like this. Mei Shuiyan looked at Jun Moxie in a calm manner, and, it turned out that my guess was correct. Why did you threaten me if you had guessed that it was me? Do you know what you said has already crossed that bottom line for me? You must know that every individual who has crossed that bottom line has paid a terrible price for their mistake. And, nobody is an exception to that. Jun Moxie was feeling very gloomy. So, he spoke in a bad mood as well. That wasn't a threat. My words were very likely to come true. That's because I would have killed those two if you hadn't appeared, Mei Shuiyan continued. I wasn't joking with you. I don't need to use threats when it comes to killing. Killing isn't a big deal for me. Are you forcing me? Jun Moxie's expression became extremely sharp as he gave a grim look to Mei Shuiyan. He then spoke, are you forcing me to oppose you? Do you think you can trifle with me? Mei Shuiyan laughed loudly at first. Then, she looked at Jun Moxie in an arrogant manner as her sleeves floated like a cloud. Her expression was one of disdain. You oppose me? I don't understand where you get such confidence from. Did you get it from your imaginary master? Jun Moxie's expression was of a man who had seen a beautiful empress, but still wasn't interested in her. He spoke slowly and coldly, he didn't hold back, a real man will only use his own strength. He won't rely on anyone else's. But, Mei Shuiyan, do you think that I won't be able to kill you because you're a woman of considerable martial skill and unmatched magnificence? Or do you think that I won't kill a woman? Is that so? Mei Shuiyan tilted her head slightly. Her snow-white cheeks seemed translucent in the sunlight. One look at her would leave any man to believe that he was having an unreal dream. Men and women are nothing more than husks of skin to me. You look very pretty right now. But, you'll become a mere pile of bones after your death. And, this young master has no interest in a pile of bones. Jun Moxie's body emitted a demonic aura. His glare slowly became like a sharp sword or a keen knife. He was looking at Mei Shuiyan with a gaze that reeked of viciousness. Then, he spoke in an unhurried manner, woman, it doesn't matter who you are, or what kind of robust strength you possess. You must remember one thing, you must never cross my bottom line. Otherwise, you'll regret it. You'll have to pay a price you can't afford. In fact, you won't even be able to imagine it. Are you threatening me now? Mei Shuiyan looked up. She didn't have any expressions of anger on her face as she asked in a faint voice. In fact, she even found this slightly funny. After all, Jun Moxie's strength was like that of an ant in front of her. But, he had still dared to threaten her. Threatening you? I don't think I was threatening you. My words were very likely to come true. Anyway, so what if I've threatened you? Jun Moxie sneered, what will you do about it? Or, are you like me now that you can't tolerate threats? Jun Moxie had landed this counterattack without batting an eye. It was the same threat. Mei Shuiyan had threatened Jun Moxie, and that had made him angry. So, Jun Moxie threatened her in return. But, that left Mei Shuiyan to feel very humiliated. After all, the massive disparity in their identities didn't allow her to be threatened by someone like Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie's voice had barely faded when he saw the snow-white image flash in front of him. Her palm swept with a whoosh as it came towards him, it was aimed at his cheek. The air also echoed with a whoosh sound. It couldn't be avoided. He had never expected that Mei Shuiyan would possess such great speeds. Jun Moxie's expression suddenly became cold. But, he didn't try to dodge. Instead, he merely struck back with his hand. He was up against the most beautiful woman in the world. However, he had shown her no mercy. Ha! Mei Shuiyan looked upwards as Jun Moxie's palm brushed past her cheek. However, Jun Moxie was also able to avoid her strike as a result. The two of them had moved in a similar manner. Both of them had moved their legs backwards. Mei Shuiyan's leg moved like lightning as it kicked Jun Moxie's knee. Jun Moxie's right leg moved similarly as he aimed a kick at Mei Shuiyan's dantian. Mei Shuiyan's hand circled above at the same time. Her fingers then curled into hooks as she grabbed at Jun Moxie's eye. Jun Moxie's fingers also turned into an eagle's claw as he grabbed his target, but his target was Mei Shuiyan's throat. Those two experts had started fighting to vent the anger they had been accumulating inside. They were tangled together, and neither was willing to give in. Jun Moxie didn't have a choice. After all, he knew that his strength as well as the level of his Xian Qi was far inferior to that mysterious woman's. Therefore, he could only resort to using such a method. However, Mei Shuiyan unexpectedly realized that she was coming up short. And, that made her ponder. A woman would always be at a disadvantage in a close-fisted fight. Bang! The two fighters flew back at the same time. Jun Moxie staggered back a step, and stood still. But, Mei Shuiyan's beautiful face had turned pale in anger. "You're a very ruthless man at heart, Jun Moxie." These two had launched attacks on each other a moment ago. Mei Shuiyan's attacks had been very fierce. But, they weren't fatal for Jun Moxie in any way. Those attacks would have at most crippled him even if they had struck their target. Moreover, her attacks had provided for a lot of leeway. However, each one of Jun Moxie's attacks had been fatal. The hunter had become the hunted in a split second. Mei Shuiyan had already been brought to the gates of hell twice. In fact, she had been forced to activate her Xian Qi since she was left stunned by the sharpness of Jun Moxie's attacks. I had never expected that this seemingly angle-like handsome youngster would unleash fatal attacks on me even though my strikes weren't intended to kill him. We're on the same boat. But, you won't get another opportunity. Jun Moxie smiled faintly and coughed. He had made a mistake a moment ago. But, this thrilling exchange had left him fearful in his heart. After all, he had just faced 3 or 4 instances where he could have been crippled. I would have been doomed to lay here forever if I had shown any leniency towards her. She would have crippled my legs, and blinded my eyes. I would have had to live the rest of my life in darkness. This beautiful woman is very dangerous. I'm not going to let you off either. But, let's not use our Xian Qi. Let's have a fair fight to see who emerges the victor. Mei Shuiyan snorted and stretched her body. She had been renowned for her dexterity even before she had become a beast king. In fact, her speed and dexterity was the one and only of its kind even amongst the millions of Xian beasts in the forest. However, she had found herself at a disadvantage when she had exchanged blows with that brat. In fact, she had been forced to use her powerful Xian Qi to shake him off. This was unimaginable for her. And it was also extremely humiliating. I must redeem my honor. There's no turning back on this. This was no longer a battle of anger, it was one of honor now. Jun Moxie wasn't even remotely timid in front of his extremely powerful enemy. He lightly chuckled as the expression in his eyes became ice cold. He was as calm as the snow, and as silent as the glaciers. But, Jun Moxie moved into action the instant Mei Shuiyan's body showed the slightest trace of movement. The young master's long and jet-black hair suddenly spread out behind him as he charged forward with vigor. This gave rise to a crackling sound. But, this sound hadn't even gotten the time to subside, and the two opposing figures had already become entangled. The two individuals had become entangled so closely that they seemed inseparable. Their figures seemed to form one white image. Pop-pop sounds echoed everywhere. And, no one could tell how many strikes each of these two individuals had produced within this split second. This kind of close-quarter hand-to-hand fight is dictated by a person's reflexes and agility. However, the fight between these two couldn't be considered one of life and death anymore. Instead, this hand-to-hand combat was only a means for these two individuals to vent their anger at each other. Mei Shuiyan was gloomy, very gloomy. She was so gloomy because Jun Moxie had dared to threaten her. Moreover, he was merely an insignificant human who hadn't even reached the spirit Xian realm. She didn't care much about the threat itself. The thing was that Jun Moxie had nothing to rely on, apart from those pills from the sacred fruit. He obviously hadn't told her this, but she knew it nonetheless. Therefore, Mei Shuiyan felt that she had suffered a loss. Moreover, that loss couldn't be absorbed. And, this had only made her more sullen. But, it didn't matter how gloomy she felt about it. After all, she'd be compelled to submit to that threat since she didn't have a choice. And, how could Jun Moxie not feel gloomy? He was equally gloomy. In fact, he was feeling extremely gloomy. Jun Moxie was accustomed to being at an advantage. He was used to having the upper hand over others. He had fiddled with the great masters even when his strength had been feeble in the past. He had the beast kings of Tianfa in the palm of his hands. How could someone so outstanding accept someone else's threats? However, he had no choice but to come out after Mei Shuiyan had issued that threat. He couldn't ignore that threat, he couldn't refuse to care about it. And, that was because this threat had been issued against two of his closest relatives. He had only known those two relatives in both of his lives. These were the two people he cared the most about. The young master couldn't replace those two. Consequently, he felt that he had suffered a loss. So, he was extremely and equally sullen. But, it didn't matter how gloomy he felt about it. After all, he'd be compelled to submit to that threat since he didn't have a choice. The mood of these two entangled fighters was quite similar despite the difference in their reasons. And, both of them were trying their best to beat the other, and neither was willing to accept defeat. In fact, they were ready to get beat up, but they weren't prepared to give up on beating up the other person. Any other pair would have smiled and called it quits by now. However, these two were going toe for toe, and weren't willing to accept defeat. Both of them had suffered hidden losses even though they were evenly matched. But, both of them still believed that they could win. However, they were still using their strikes to venerate each other in a way when it came to it. After all, they wanted to see who would fall first, and who would laugh in the end. Moreover, these two were bound to have a cooperative relationship because of the sacred fruit of Tianfa, and because of Tianfa's matter with the Holy Lands. But, the outcome of this battle would decide the relative positions of these two people. And, it would also decide how much weight their words would carry. Therefore, the two of them were employing their unique skills to the pinnacle in this hand-to-hand fight. Jun Moxie had a custom that he would always put his entire effort, it didn't matter how weak the enemy was. He always wanted his first move to be such that he wouldn't need to make a second one, the same way a lion puts his full strength behind every pounce whenever he attacks a rabbit. After all, the ability to kill the enemy was the best way to protect oneself. He had always practiced that golden rule. In fact, this was the greatest experience of the King of Assassins. However, Mei Shuiyan was being very tactful. And, her tact was allowing her to repel Jun Moxie's attacks. Then, she'd move to counterattack. In fact, Mei Shuiyan would even manage to counterattack in between strikes if Jun Moxie attacked with a closely linked series of maneuvers. Consequently, their fight continued to become increasingly intense. The speed of these two figures became increasingly fast as the fight dragged on. It was like two tornadoes were winding together. In fact, it was unclear as to who was who. The Snake King had stealthily returned to the vicinity by now. However, this scene had left her stunned. There are many kinds of Xian beasts in Tianfa forest. In fact, it's full of strange things. But, no one has ever been able to match Elder Sister's agility. Even the renowned Long Crane and I won't be able to match Elder Sister's moves despite teaming up against her. And, this brat is only a mere human. But, he's somehow a match for Elder Sister. In fact, some of his attacks are even pushing her back. How can this be possible? What is he? Mei Shuiyan was becoming increasingly gloomy. But, this gloom was different from the one she had felt some time ago. And, that was because this one had sourced from the threat of Jun Moxie's skill set. This brat is very fierce. Every move and every stance of this brat is fatal. Moreover, his attacks never land at the place he initially makes it seem like they would. It doesn't matter how well I dodge. And it doesn't matter how sharp my counterattacks get, this brat always figures the spot that's most vulnerable to a fierce counterattack in advance. However, the fact that had left her speechless was that he didn't care that his opponent was a woman, and, that too an extremely beautiful woman. Moreover, he was entirely indifferent to whether the areas targeted by his attack were taboo or not. He didn't care whether he attacked her guts, chest, abdomen, eyes, or throat. Instead, he was prepared to attack every place which would leave his opponent to worry. His moves were fierce and crafty. He would attack important joints of the body in case he wasn't trying to land a fatal blow. Mei Shuiyan knew that even a great master would feel extreme pain if they weren't careful and were struck by his moves in return. Even I won't be an exception. How can he be this skilled? Mei Shuiyan had realized one thing while fighting Jun Moxie: each of his moves had only one purpose. And, that purpose was to kill his enemy. Humans may have never liked the Xian beasts. However, such a degree of fierceness was still very rare. But, Jun Moxie was displaying it right now. Mei Shuiyan was confident that her innate agility was much greater than that of Jun Moxie's when it came to the subject of raw skills. But, Jun Moxie's fighting style had been vicious from the start. And, he had also been using mean tricks in addition to his viciousness. Therefore, it was becoming somewhat difficult for her. That was because he could attack her while defending his vital points. It was like he was a hedgehog, she couldn't pick a spot to strike him at. His attack and defense fit in very seamlessly. In fact, it seemed as if he could see where the openings in his defense would arise when he would launch an attack. So, he would correct them in advance. In fact, he would secure those spots before he'd even make a move. Therefore, that opening would turn into a trap if Mei Shuiyan were to attack it. In fact, it would turn into a fatal trap for her. It was a terrifying tactic, a perfect move. Mei Shuiyan had faced against innumerable enemies over the course of her lifetime. But, she had never seen such a fierce person. He was very clear about his advantages, and even clearer about his weaknesses. And, he would attack even more sharply whenever he noticed an opening in the enemy's defense. This guy is a monster. I could hit him twice. But, I would fail to hit any of his crucial parts. Well, I at least wouldn't be able to strike the parts that would cause him any serious damage. However, he would easily be able to strike me during the time I'd strike him twice. And, his strikes would certainly leave me in a very uncomfortable position afterwards. He would pay no attention if I were to strike him twice. He could endure it. But, his return attacks would be fatal for me. In fact, the most useless of his attacks would render me incapable of fighting back. I could obviously crush his entire body if I were to even strike his toes in case I was using my proper strength. In fact, it wouldn't matter even if he were to use his full strength to defend. But, I had said that we shouldn't use our Xian Qi in this fight when we had started. Don't tell me that someone of my status would have to go back on my word against this brat. Mei Shuiyan didn't know that this was very unpleasant for young Master Jun as well. Jun Moxie was whining inside. This woman is too much. And, I don't mean that for her body alone. She's tough, mentally and physically. Her agility skills are also formidable. It's like she's a fish that has been dipped in oil, she's so slippery that she doesn't stay in my hands. So, how am I going to hit her? Suddenly, a divine flash appeared in Jun Moxie's mind in the midst of fighting. He then withdrew and shouted, "You were the one who was scheming against me throughout the journey from the southern heaven city?" Mei Shuiyan's cold and beautiful face didn't undergo any change of expressions. In fact, she charged in like a whirlwind when he retreated. She then showered him with 19 fists, 34 palms, 13 elbow strikes, and 30 kicks. She even jeered as she unleashed those attacks. "You're realizing that now. You're indeed very slow of thought. Did you like the taste I gave you during the trip? Was it memorable?" Jun Moxie's expression became calm as a dark light flashed in his eyes. That return journey from Southern Heaven City was the most humiliating experience of both his lives. The name Evil Monarch had always stirred fear in the hearts of everyone in his previous life. Consequently, no one had dared to mess with him like this. And, no one had dared in this world either. Those sullen situations and humiliations had forced Jun Moxie to sneak into the Hongjun Pagoda from time to time. In fact, he had been forced to train in hiding. His strength had increased by a huge degree because of that. But, Jun Moxie still felt that he had been forced into doing that. After all, that wasn't of his own initiative. Therefore, Jun Moxie had wanted to get back at his perpetrators, but he had never figured out the identity of the people who were messing with him. However, he had already identified the Snake King Green Hunter. And then, he had seen Mei Shuiyan. Moreover, he had also assessed Mei Shuiyan's frightening strength over the course of this close-quarter combat. Then, Mei Shuiyan had admitted to those mischiefs. Consequently, he had finally determined that this cold woman had been behind everything. Jun Moxie gave a long roar. He ignored Mei Shuiyan's charge. He pivoted, soared high, and flipped backwards to retreat. But, he then began to change directions in a mysterious manner in order to dodge her attacks. He changed his direction about 5 or 6 times, and came close to Mei Shuiyan amidst her attacks. However, his body suddenly dropped. "Okay girl, let me teach you a lesson if that's the case. Let me also make you experience the feeling of being played with. Let's see if you enjoy it, let's see if this turns out to be a fond memory for you. Your Xian strength is much superior to mine. But, you've set the condition of not using Xian strength in your arrogance. We've got quite the rivalry between us. And, setting this condition was as good as asking for a thrashing. You must know that I'm a proud and merciless man. I won't show any leniency even if you're a girl. I'm going to destroy you." Mei Shuiyan suddenly felt that the fight's intensity had increased. In fact, this massive increase in pressure had begun to suffocate her to some extent. Jun Moxie's body had somewhat fallen. However, he still launched an attack from this position, and let his right foot loose. His right foot was aimed at her throat, but his left foot had also been sent to attack. Moreover, his left foot was aimed at the lower female parts of her body. "That's shameless. You're despicable." Mei Shuiyan's face became cold as her body leaned forward. Her right hand moved like lightning in order to chop at Jun Moxie's left leg. But, she realized that she was chopping at empty air. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie's hands turned into fists. They then made a whistling sound in the wind. Mei Shuiyan twisted her waist back, and moved forward to get the advantage. Then, her knee ferociously charged towards Jun Moxie's abdomen. There was a bang, as the two fighters' knees collided. Mei Shuiyan's body retreated an inch. However, hers and Jun Moxie's knees had remained motionless between them. Suddenly, there was a strange movement below Jun Moxie's knee. Then, his knee somehow inverted, and a kick flew towards Mei Shuiyan's thigh. The young master's knees were raised. However, he had managed to land this kick even though his right heel was facing upwards. Moreover, his calves had also gone upwards in a similar fashion. This was extremely abnormal. It simply violated the laws of nature. It was important to know that one couldn't assume this posture unless the bones of the leg had broken or shattered. However, Jun Moxie had somehow employed this posture to attack. Mei Shuiyan had profound battle experience. However, she couldn't help but become startled when she saw this. And, her body quickly retreated in a daze. But, Jun Moxie quickly raised his lowered head, and directed it upwards to slam into her forehead. Mei Shuiyan cursed, "You've got balls." As her white palm glittered beautifully while moving towards his forehead. This strike didn't contain her Xian Qi. However, this strike would easily split the young master's forehead into smithereens if it were to land. However, Jun Moxie's hair band suddenly burst open with a crack. His long and jet-black hair became as straight as arrows. The hair then resembled millions of sharp needles as they turned towards Mei Shuiyan's upper body to pierce it. Even hair could be used to injure one's opponents. However, this wasn't the end of Jun Moxie's attack. One of his shoulders leaned away from his body. In fact, it seemed as if it had dislocated from his body as he shrugged it to block Mei Shuiyan's left palm. This change had happened very suddenly and unexpectedly. Mei Shuiyan had calculated very kind of scenario. However, she realized that this strange attack was enough to end this fight. After all, she didn't wish to be pierced by those needle-like strands of hair. She lightly breathed out as her body faced upwards. Then, she quickly rose upwards, and retreated backwards. These two movements had been completed in a blink of an eye. However, Jun Moxie's hands came like thunder, and struck at her soft bosom as this happened. Mei Shuiyan was startled by this, and cried out in anger. In fact, she was unable to adhere to the restriction of not using Xian Qi anymore. And, her beautiful body rocketed skywards as she let out a cold snort in anger and shame. Jun Moxie only felt his palm touch something silky, soft, and plentifully elastic. In fact, he wasn't able to beckon enough strength to injure the enemy for a moment. However, Mei Shuiyan's body was already in the midst of moving upwards. His hands were pasted against her chest a moment ago. So, his hands opportunely moved towards her abdomen because of her upwards motion. However, he felt like they had slid into a canyon from the high mountains, from hills to plains. Moreover, this road between the mountains and the plains had been a very comfortable one. And, this journey had left him with an indescribable feeling, like he was caressing something satin and warm. Jun Moxie couldn't help himself as his hands instinctively moved to a certain area of her body. Then, he instinctively kneaded. However, this kneading motion nearly made the rapidly ascending Mei Shuiyan fall down. It felt like he was kneading cotton. Moreover, it was plentiful and fine cotton. The youngster couldn't help but blurt out, "Nice." The quickly ascending Mei Shuiyan suddenly felt a sense of huge loss. She then fell down from the sky. The weather in the sky also became dark. She had remained pure ever since she had taken human form. In fact, most people didn't even know that she was a female. But, this lecture had ruined that. Mei Shuiyan wanted to burst with rage. The entire Xian strength stored in her body exploded in all directions, and brought about a crazy pressure. The entire sky was filled with thunder as a result. In fact, it seemed as if the end of the world was rushing towards Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie jumped startled at this sudden change. This woman's strength was so great. None of the experts I've faced in the past can match this Mei Shuiyan. Jun Moxie saw that this terrible attack was descending unto him. And, he knew that it would be a fatal strike. Therefore, he shouted in a moment of desperation, "Stop. You've lost, and yet you don't admit defeat. Do you have no shame?" That terrible attack stopped when he said those words. Mei Shuiyan's face was brimming with murderous intentions as she landed right in front of him. She was looking at him in a way that made it seem as if she was near ready to turn him into mincemeat. Her eyes were full of a murderous rage, but her face was blush red from ear to ear. Her previous immortal-like elegant and tranquil countenance had disappeared, it had vanished altogether. Instead, it had been substituted by the expressions of an angry and embarrassed young girl. In fact, she was seething in anger. But, Jun Moxie was in a good mood. The expressions on his face were those of decency and earnest. "Young Mei, victory and defeat have already been decided. I won by a fluke. So, I must apologize to Young. Also, it's late now. So, I must bid you farewell. Are you still haggling at that insignificant matter of victory and defeat? Now that it comes to it, this brat acts like a hoodlum and plays with me. You just want to take advantage, grope ass, and leave." Mei Shuiyan had already forgotten the real purpose of the fight by now. She felt so ashamed that it seemed as if she had been pushed into a sewer. And that had resulted in her bizarre rage. Victory and defeat has been determined. How has it been determined? And, how come I don't know about it? You think you can walk away after doing something so cheap? This statement was proof that Mei Shui-yen had truly lost her head. It was important to know that Mei Shui-yen was a peerless power. She was open and honest, and she would never try to cover up for her defeat. But, the circumstances were quite different now. The strangely pleasant sensation she had felt when her chest had been kneaded was still lingering in her mind. In fact, her heart had been left to pound and stir by that unfathomable feeling. She felt as if her entire body had started to heat up with a fever. She wanted to rid herself of that feeling of embarrassment and shame. So, she raised her hand and yelled, "Let's see how you escape from me now." The World Cage. Young Master Jun's face had a serious look on his face. However, his heart had been yelling with satisfaction, awesome, so wholesome. Hatred must be avenged. However, his hatred had been avenged with an extra rate of interest applied. Therefore, he was secretly feeling pleased with himself. However, this was when his bodily movements came to a sudden stop. Even his spirit sense had been sealed off. Fuck. He wasn't unfamiliar with that so-called world cage. This technique was the only one which could suppress him successfully in this world. In fact, he couldn't even cheat and escape to the Hongjun Pagoda once under its effect. He had suffered this secret method at the hands of Tian Fa Forest's Venerable Mei. This woman can also use this technique. Shit. He didn't need much else to explain his predicament. In fact, this realization had come to Jun Moxie's mind in an instant. Even calling it a spark of electricity or a spark from a flit wouldn't be an exaggeration. Consequently, any other ideas that the young master's mind had been thinking suddenly came to a screeching halt. However, one couldn't blame him for not thinking of anything at this time. After all, Mei Shui-yan's fists and legs had started to rain down on him without mercy. Jun Moxie was only thinking. This is the same as, tyrannizing me. Bang! He was punched in the eye. Bang! He was hit again. Bang! His posterior had been turned into a sandbag. Bang! His back, thighs, shoulders, chest, nothing was spared. Jun Moxie floated in the air like a dead leaf during autumn. He moved up and down, but didn't land on the ground. The various bangs were echoing like drumbeats. He didn't even get any time to recover. He had been struck 1,000 times in a blink of an eye. And, his eyes now resembled a panda's. His head had become swollen. As for his posterior, even a naked eye could see how fast it was swelling. Bang! The young master finally fell to the ground. In fact, he had dropped on all fours. He was visibly in a very difficult situation. Then, Mei Shui-yan's slender foot stamped heavily on the young master's chest. She then looked down arrogantly, smirked in anger, and asked with the pleased countenance of a victor, "Who is the victor in this fight?" Mei Shui-yan had panted faintly as she had spoken those words. So, her chest had slightly moved up and down. After all, the strikes she had delivered a moment ago had stifled her breath. Moreover, she had refrained from using her chi while fighting hand-to-hand for so long, and that had drained her body's physical strength. Therefore, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't tired. She was very tired, but it had been worth it. After all, she had avenged her hatred. In fact, his hatred had been avenged with an extra rate of interest applied. Therefore, she was happy. She was very satisfied. Mei Shui-yan's mind felt rejuvenated at the moment. However, she would obviously need to undo the world cage while interrogating Jun Moxie. Otherwise, how would that boy speak? But, Mei Shui-yan had made a mistake, a grave mistake. She had been too careless. She shouldn't have undone the world cage. The world cage was the technique Jun Moxie was most afraid of. In fact, it was perhaps the only thing he was afraid of. However, Jun Moxie would be like a dragon returning to the ocean in case the fetters of this world cage were removed. Perhaps he'd be like the tiger that had returned deep into the mountains. And, he would never give her a second chance to do this. Mei Shuiyan's seemingly slender right foot was many tons heavy. It seemed like an entire mountain was pressing down on Jun Moxie's chest. She retracted the world cage once she finished talking. And, Jun Moxie suddenly disappeared the instant this happened. Consequently, only thin air remained there the moment he disappeared. Mei Shuiyan was feeling very complacent at this moment. However, she suddenly felt emptiness under her foot, and lost balance as a result. Who was this Mei Shuiyan? She would have adjusted her posture if she had gotten a single second to react. But, she didn't get that opportunity in this instance. A man's foot was raised the moment she lost her footing. How could she have thought that the person she had pinned to the ground would turn the tables in this manner? Consequently, she fell to the ground in a state of astonishment. And, the sturdy and muscular body of a man also landed above hers. Her right foot was somehow raised to land next to her face as this happened. And, her left foot ended on the other side of her face. In fact, she had become a rather unconventional horse that was lying belly up on the ground. Then, crisp, pop. 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 Sounds echoed in the vicinity. Any outsider would feel that these crisp sounds were being made actions of catcalling. The beautiful Mei Shuiyan couldn't think of one part of her body that wasn't hurting in the moment. Moreover, her fleshy posterior had already been beaten thousands of times in the blink of an eye. She had settled her debts with this man a moment ago. Therefore, she had been feeling very pleased with herself. However, it seemed as if the tables had been overturned once again. Mei Shuiyan became violently mad. In fact, she was unable to control her fury anymore. Her eyes reddened as she shouted in anger, "World Ca! I'll show you the world. I'll crumble your world." Mei Shuiyan suddenly felt her mouth go warm. Then, the fervent breath of a man affixed itself to her lips. Consequently, her lips were sealed off the moment she was about to unleash her attack. She was pinned to the ground at this time. The strong body of a man was pressing down on hers. Moreover, her legs were raised above her head. In fact, she was literally lying on the ground in splits. Consequently, her lips had no choice to meet his. Oh God! She wanted to struggle and break free with everything she had. But, this was when she felt an extremely nimble and greasy tongue slipping into her mouth. In fact, this tongue turned out to be so greasy that it somehow slipped into her sandalwood-like mouth by force. However, this was instinctual, this had been purely instinctive on Jun Moxie's part. After all, he had accidentally kissed the fragrant lips of such a beautiful woman. Therefore, their sweet and wonderful taste had transmitted back to his nervous system. Consequently, his tongue had decided to move in a spontaneous fashion. But, it wasn't intentional in any way. Mei Shuiyan suddenly felt as if her head was becoming dizzy. She fluttered about at her wits' end for a moment. In fact, she even stopped struggling to some extent. However, this moment of hesitation didn't last long. In fact, it was perhaps 1/1000th of a second. Then, Mei Shuiyan willed herself to resist the young master's special offensive. She then breathed out, and slashed her hands in order to get out of this space. The world cage was put into effect once again. However, it was a pity that she felt her body becoming light right before she used the world cage. Jun Moxie had disappeared yet again. She had again suffered a massive loss. And, no wonder medicine could cure the effects of this. Mei Shuiyan stood up with a whooshing sound. She circled around 10 times in the blink of an eye. The lady went frantic as she searched everywhere for any sign of Jun Moxie. But, that was when a foot suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and kicked her delicate and beaten posterior. That kick made young Lady Mei stagger forward. In fact, she nearly fell down. She became extremely angry as a result. There was a bang sound as the power of her entire body exploded everywhere to protect her. Mei Shuiyan had suddenly recalled that she could use her Xian strength to protect her body. Jun Moxie was in the midst of raising his leg for another attack while being in a state of invisibility. However, that powerful blast sent him flying away. It could be said that his stealth technique wasn't a perfect measure for every scenario. Jun Moxie. Mei Shuiyan roared out. Her face had quickly reddened to the extreme. She could feel that her posterior was painfully swelling up in a very rapid pace. However, her face was clearly more heated up. In fact, she felt as if it would burst into flames. "Come out, you brat. Come out if you have guts." Mei Shuiyan continued to roar. The Snake King was hiding in the underbrush. Her face was covered in colors of shock, her eyes were filled with them too. "Damn! I haven't run into a demon, right? What did I just see? A man was philandering with elder sister a moment ago. He was behaving in an immoral manner with her. He even kissed her. Good heavens! I'm not dreaming, am I?" Jun Moxie gnashed his teeth while he remained in hiding. He was also caressing his round posterior since it had become sore. "That hurt very badly, girl. You loathsome girl. Try becoming smug again. Try beating my ass again. Humph, the tables have turned. You got a taste of retribution this time, didn't you?" Mei Shuiyan's intentions have been very obvious from the start. She only wanted to teach me a lesson, she had never intended to kill me. Why else would she have only given me a violent beating when I was trapped in that world cage? After all, only half of her strength was enough to kill me when she had gone into that maddened rampage. Therefore, Jun Moxie wasn't doing this for his personal gains. He was only doing it to avenge his posterior. "I'll beat your ass if you beat mine. This is fair and reasonable. And, that kiss can be considered as repayment of interest. Moreover, there was nothing else I could do at that time. After all, that woman was about to use the world cage at that time. But, Jun Moxie hadn't been able to take his revenge by then. So, hadn't made any preparations to escape. That rogue method was perhaps the only way to shock someone as strong as her. Mei Shuiyan took deep breaths. And, she finally suppressed the urge to go berserk while bursting from anger. The beautiful woman slowly became calm as a result. But, her face had been becoming increasingly red. She thought it over for a second, and she couldn't help but smile. "I have trained for so many years. Yet, I still haven't been able to break away from the chronic problem of competitiveness. The difference between Jun Moxie and my Xian strengths isn't small. In fact, the difference is that of earth and heaven. However, I still went crazy while facing such a tiny human. In fact, I even discarded my strength so that I could compete with him in a hand-to-hand fight. This is a typical shortcoming of mine. I meet the enemy on equal footing, and suffer for it afterwards. Could he defeat me by relying on his own strength even if he was more agile than me? So, it doesn't make sense to argue with him. This tendency of mine has left me to suffer this loss." Mei Shuiyan's posterior still felt fervent and painful. And, her face was blushing exceedingly. She then redirected her primal energy to heal the inflamed area. Then, she took a deep breath and spoke up, "Come out, Jun Moxie. There's an important matter that we must discuss." Mei Shuiyan was more powerful than the great masters at the end of the day. So, she could control her emotions more easily as well. She had felt very embarrassed a moment ago. But, she had a feeling of being stronger than before, now. Jun Moxie's lips curled into a grin while he remained in that state of invisibility. He circulated the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune in his palms, and exerted his strength to rub his old friend while ignoring Mei Shuiyan's calls. "I'm not going to trust anything you say, woman. And, I'm especially not going to trust a woman who has beaten my ass. Moreover, She's the woman whose ass I've beaten, and whose lips I have forcefully kissed. After all, she's probably like a volcano which may erupt at any time. I'll be annihilated in case she blows up and hits me. How could I ever be foolish enough to get trapped in such a situation? How can I run into a volcano upon listening to a few sweet words from you? You keep shouting. And, I'll rest for a moment before escaping away. I can clearly see that you don't mean to mess with my family. So, why would I care about you anymore? Mei Shuiyan waited for some time, but Jun Moxie didn't reappear. She was aware that Jun Moxie mistrusted her, but she still stayed a bit longer on her own accord. Then, she slowly took 2 steps to get to a blue stone that was there at the side. She used her hand to dust it. And, she leisurely sat down on it after she had brushed the dust away. Each one of her movements had reverted to seem elegant and relaxed. And, she again looked like a fairy that had descended to earth. Mei Shuiyan looked extraordinarily beautiful at this time. No one could have guessed that such a great beauty had been involved in a fierce hand-to-hand fight a moment ago. Come out, young Master Jun. We both know that neither of us harbors any feelings of hatred and malice towards each other. In fact, we should be cooperating in the true sense. On the contrary. You should also have understood that both of us will benefit greatly if we cooperate. What happened before was nothing but a joke. Mei Shuiyan continued calmly, I'm sure that you won't bring about your doom by taking this to heart. And, I also won't bring down a calamity on you. So, be at ease, and show yourself. Jun Moxie inwardly clicked his tongue. He had acted like such a rogue, and this woman was still calm. This was the first time that he was seeing such a thing. But where was the joke in what happened a moment ago? This woman has clearly gauged my true strength. Of course, the young master can appear 30 meters away if he still harbors any misgivings in his heart. Our conversation won't be affected even if we stand apart at that distance. However, the young master possesses that marvelous skill. So, I'm certain that I won't be able to do anything to you even if I use the world cage. Mei Shuiyan spoke insipidly, I have nothing more to say to young Master Jun if he still has doubts. So, I request the young master to suit himself. She turned her head after saying that. She then spoke up, you can stop hiding as well. Come out, Green Hunter. I'm sure that young Master Jun has also discovered your presence like me. The Snake King appeared from behind a tree in a ghostly manner. Even Jun Moxie's figure quickly reappeared at that moment. But, he didn't appear 30 meters away. Instead, he had suddenly appeared right in front of Mei Shuiyan. Then, the young master smiled and said, young Mei talks about cooperation even with that temper. Young Master Jun's spirit was connected to the Hongjun Pagoda at this time. So, nothing would happen to Jun Moxie even if Mei Shuiyan suddenly launched the world cage. Therefore, there was no harm in showing off and appearing right in front of that beautiful woman. Mei Shuiyan had expected Jun Moxie to reappear. But, she was still a bit surprised even though she had been expecting this. A flash of embarrassment appeared on her face as she spoke in a dull voice, you're not a good man, young Master Jun. This young master has never claimed that he's a good man, right? But, we're on the same boat. After all, young Mei isn't an angel herself. Jun Moxie smiled. He then asked inquisitively, if I may dare to ask, how are you related to Tianfa's Venerable Mei? Venerable Mei? Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes. She cursed herself in her mind for being a fool. She then smiled and said, he's my elder brother. I see. Jun Moxie's thoughts became gloomy. No wonder they have the same technique. Damn it. This young master has suffered so much because of this world cage technique. It turns out that they are siblings. They are the damned Mei siblings. It wasn't surprising that Jun Moxie would think that way. After all, the tyrannical Venerable Mei had seemed like a real man when he had appeared in the Tianfa forest that day. Everything had made him seem like a real man, whether it was the voice or the fighting style. But, this Mei Shuiyan had appeared in the form of a woman before him. And, she was easy on the eyes. In fact, she was extremely beautiful. The impressions of these two personas were worlds apart. Jun Moxie's imagination was certainly very wild. However, even he wouldn't be able to imagine that beautiful woman whose posterior he had made swell was that venerable Mei who had mistreated him at the Tianfa forest the same way as she had done here. Jun Moxie, you humans have a great saying, bright people don't speak dark words. So, I'll tell you right now, that we were looking for you to get to your master. And, you should probably know what it is for. It could be even said that we people from Tianfa may seem narrow-minded. Hee, but, it seems that your master is a profound mystery. He's like that dragon whose tail can't even be spotted. Mei Shuiyan spoke in a tranquil manner, therefore, we wish to know your master. It's fine even if it's for a short while. So, I request the young master to inform his master that I would like to discuss an important matter with him. Oh. Jun Moxie tilted his head. But, I would understand if the young master finds this inconvenient. Mei Shuiyan smiled and withdrew in order to make headway. The scared fruit's importance to the Xian beasts of Tianfa couldn't be explained in words. This was why Mei Shuiyan had decided to follow Jun Moxie first even though she had come out to experience the human world. And, her main reason for doing this was derived from the fact that she wasn't very assured about this matter. Ah, that would be extremely inconvenient. So, many thanks for your consideration, young Mei, Jun Moxie grinned and spoke up. Mei Shuiyan was left angered in a bind by this reply. A long time passed before she spoke up. You're genuinely not a noble person, Jun Moxie. She had proclaimed 2 evaluations of Jun Moxie by now. It was, not a good man, at first. And, not a noble person, now. Young Mei's words seemed confusing. I admitted to not being a good man a moment ago. And, I obviously can't be a noble man since I'm not even a good one. Jun Moxie shrugged and sniggered as he spoke. Good men are very easy to hurt. And, a noble person is too restricted. So, you can treat me as a hoodlum or an evil tyrant. You can even treat me as a scoundrel or a demon. But, never treat me as a good man or a noble person. You'll suffer if you do that, hee. You, what are you saying? Don't humans wish to be good? Don't they want to boast of being noble? I don't understand why you don't want to be a good man. Is it possible that you humans have abandoned the morals which have been passed on through the millennia? Or maybe I don't understand the current moral standards of you humans. Mei Shuiyan had spoken this in a bad mood. She had encountered and dealt with innumerable troublesome characters over the course of her life. But, she simply couldn't deal with this mischievous Jun Moxie she was now faced with. Jun Moxie laughed heartily at first. Then, he said, this can't be generalized. I'll tell you a story to demonstrate. There were 2 people once upon a time. They lived amongst 7 or 8 other families. One amongst these 2 people was a notorious scoundrel. He was a proper rogue. However, the other one was a well-renowned good individual. The scoundrel was feared and hated. But, the good man went out every morning to draw water. He would then fill each family's jars with the water he'd get. He helped his neighbors whenever they needed. In fact, he would leave no stone unturned to help people. Therefore, everyone was fond of him. And, everyone was relieved to have him at home. Then, something happened one day. The scoundrel was returning from a robbery. But, he wasn't able to choose a proper route due to panic. He accidentally ran into another person, and knocked him down as a result. In fact, he knocked him down and killed him. However, the man who had been knocked down was another scoundrel. And, this second scoundrel had been gearing up to act rudely towards an innocent woman. That scoundrel of a robber had done this unintentionally, but he had still done a good deed. Therefore, everyone praised him. In fact, they spoke of him as a savior, and a man who had suddenly repented for his sins. The authorities even considered him a model citizen. So, everyone praised him, and forgot about the misdeeds he had committed in the past. Mei Shui-yen couldn't understand what he was trying to say. So, she obviously didn't understand why he was telling her that story. But, she figured that he must have a point at the end. So, she listened to him calmly, and didn't interrupt. The Snake King also listened calmly while sitting beside her. Jun Moxie laughed, and continued to speak. Then, that well-renowned good man fell seriously ill one day. He couldn't get out of the bed that morning because his fever had made it very difficult for him to do so. He didn't have any strength in his body. And, he was extremely thirsty as well. He wanted a sip of water. But, his jar didn't have enough water. He called out, but nobody was home. Therefore, he forced himself out of his bed, and went out to fill water. But, he was very tired and had no strength left. So, he could only fill water for himself before he went back to bed. The neighbors returned home in the afternoon. They were accustomed to the good man filling water for them. They had returned home tired and thirsty. But, they found that their water jars were empty. They immediately got angry, and went to the good man's home to criticize him. But, they saw that the good man was drinking water while lying down. Consequently, they became enraged, and started to curse him in their state of rage. "You're a selfish man. You feign illness and goof off at home. You want to eat your food alone." And thus, this good man found himself alienated from everyone. In fact, everyone said that they had been cheated by him for a long time. After all, they felt that he was an extremely selfish man in reality. Jun Moxie sneered as he finished the story. He then laughed and said, "What is a good man? And, what is a bad man? They're nothing but a narrow viewpoint of foolish men and women." It's very similar to how people look at government officials. Let's assume that there's a very honest and upright official. He speaks the truth, and remains untainted by corrupt practices. In fact, righteousness drips from the sleeves of his robes. But, the people under his jurisdiction don't even have a belly full of food to eat. Therefore, everyone will call him a wretched man. They will say that he's an official with no knowledge of governance. However, let's assume that there's another government official. And, this one acts like a leech. He wants to gobble up the people's money. In fact, his greed for wealth is as insatiable as a bottomless pit. And, even the deities from the ninth heaven can't set him on the right path. But, the people under this official are satisfied with their lot. They have enough to eat, and they live very comfortably. So, they will say that he's an extremely good official who cares for the well-being of the people. This is the true morality of the masses nowadays. So, why should I live according to the opinions of others? What are the benefits of being a good man? What good outcome is there in that? Moreover, what's the harm in being a bad man? I'm Jun Moxie. I'm me. Let's say that there's something that I wish to do. And, the entire world says that I shouldn't. But, I still wish to do it. So, I'll do it. And, that's only because I want to do it. Now, let's say that everyone wants me to do something, but I don't want to do it. They will say, "You'll earn name and fame if you do this. So, you should do it. You must do it." But, I still won't do it. And, that's only because I don't want to. I have a simple philosophy in my life. Nothing is as easily reversible as the division between good and bad. After all, right and wrong aren't set in stone. It's only a matter of perspective. Jun Moxie laughed heartily and said, "So, I will follow my own desires." Mei Shui-yen was stunned by this. A long while passed. She then shook her head and smiled as she said, "There's one thing that I don't understand even after hearing this fallacy of yours. You're either farsighted or a bigot. But, what you've said is correct. Perhaps this is a common problem with you humans. Your words aren't entirely correct. It doesn't mean that all humans are like this. Aren't you Xian beasts the same? Everyone despises a bad apple, and looks down on them. In fact, everyone secretly feels that they're much better than that individual. Therefore, everyone suspects this bad person in case he or she has a change of mind and tries to mend their ways. And, everyone is accustomed to the help of a good man who is conscientious and helps everyone. In fact, everyone is grateful to him. However, everyone invariably thinks that he's better than them. But, let's assume that this good man suddenly makes one mistake. Then, the criticism from others is several times more severe than what a normal person would have to face. And, that originates from that feeling of being inferior. Consequently, the masses are unforgiving towards his mistake. It's almost as if they feel a depraved pleasure by bringing down a god from his altar. Ah, he is no better than us at the end of it. Jun Moxie continued calmly, therefore, I believe that being a good man is a very tiring job. Moreover, you first have to be a good man in order to be a noble person. Therefore, it's even harder to be a noble person. Then, there's the so-called heroes as well. But, you're required to be a good man and a noble person for that. That isn't tiring, that's plain miserable. Therefore, I'd rather be a bad man. In fact, I want to be a bad man. Jun Moxie continued in a calm manner, I only wish to become powerful. I never think about being a good man or a bad one. But, I find it strange that you people from Manhwa are so attached to the notion of a good or bad person. Don't you people give seniority to the strong? Don't tell me that your notions have changed. Mei Shuiyan was startled by this. It's true that the Manhwa forest's fundamental doctrine is to give seniority to the strong. But, why did I get entangled in the notion of who is a good or a bad person if that's the case? Whether a person is good or bad, doesn't hold any meaning for me. Are we like humans as well? Or have I been accepting the human standards of morality because I've taken on a human form? The young master speaks correctly. It seems that I had been attached to it very strongly. Mei Shuiyan smiled as she ridiculed herself. Perhaps it's not about you being strongly attached to it. Maybe it's my view that's too open. Jun Moxie smiled calmly. Maybe people like me are fitter to live in Manhwa forest instead of this outside world of mortals. That's not it. And, that's because of your nature. You will inevitably find a way to be a bad man no matter where you go and live. After all, you are you. And, you will always be you. Mei Shuiyan cracked a rare joke. Of course. This young master is an expert at benefiting at others' expense. I'll give everything I've got to take advantage of people. And, I'd rather die than lose. Jun Moxie snorted. He then rubbed his fingers and smelled them. The smile on his face indicated the triumph of teaching a lesson. And, the twirling of his fingers and the smack of his lips clearly acted as a recollection of the cheap advantage he had taken a while back. Mei Shuiyan snorted. Her beautiful face suddenly became a bit red as she seethed in anger. This vulgar guy can't even hear 2 words of praise without getting haughty about it. Anyway. You had mentioned about cooperating. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously, but, I don't understand what your proposal means. He thought, your Manhwa's beast kings are already cooperating with me, and you still don't know about it? Silly girl. That's right. Let's cooperate. Mei Shuiyan's expression was solemn. Manhwa forest needs to increase its strength. We need it for the fierce fight between the 3 holy lands, we need more strength to compete. But, it'll be too late if we follow the normal speed of advancement. Therefore, we must make use of external forces to enhance our strength. Mei Shuiyan's expression was dignified as she gave Jun Moxie a profound look. The supplement from our Manhwa's sacred fruit is an example of that. But, there will only be 1 per person. And, that isn't enough for us. Moreover, we can't make such medicines on our own. But, your master can refine them. I've heard that he has already refined divine pills which can increase Xian's strength by 10 years. Moreover, these pills don't have any side effects. We want such miraculous things. But, an increase in strength by 10 years seems too little for us. Jun Moxie frowned. You mean to say that, you want more number of pills once they've been refined from the sacred fruit. And, they should obviously have no side effects either. Then, you also want other such pills. After that, you intend to use these pills to upgrade strength as quickly as possible. You wish to get the Xian Beast Kings across the bottleneck. Then, you want to give them the other pills to get going towards the next bottleneck. So, you're basically saying that you want the Beast Kings to have 2 successive breakthroughs so that they can rise 2 ranks in the shortest possible time. Is this what you mean to say? That's correct. Intelligent people speak intelligent words. That's exactly what I meant. Mei Shuiyan's eyes filled with satisfaction. She remained calm as she spoke further, but, I couldn't find your master. So, I came to search for you. I find your thought process ridiculous, young Mei. In fact, it is excessively fantastical. I'm sure you're aware that your request will create many problems for us. Let me tell you something, you are doomed to fail in this fight even if Master comes out with such a miracle. Jun Moxie frowned. You will realize this once you see the pills refined from the scared fruit. First, you need a good amount of luck when it comes to the refining of such pills. Secondly, you need lots of medicinal ingredients at your disposal. Moreover, the medicinal herbs required for such pills are top-notch. Thirdly, refining these kinds of pills takes a lot of time. And lastly, the refining process demands a huge consumption of energy. However, the final outcome still depends of the heavens will even if these 4 requirements are fulfilled. The probability of success or failure in refinement is always very hard to predict. In addition, the medicines that improve your strength have some limitations as well. And, this point stands true without exception. It is often noted that one's body builds resistance to the stimulant provided by these pills after your strength increases under its effect. This means that you won't be able to use the pills the second or the third time. Think about it, the 10 years pills increases strength by 10 years. So, shouldn't an individual be able to increase their strength 10,000 times by taking those pills continuously? But, that's not possible. So, I can only tell you that your thought process is downright impractical. You ought to understand one thing if you wish to increase strength that quickly. You will need 3 kinds of pills during this period of time. And, each pill must provide 30 years worth of strength upgrades. Moreover, none of the pills can be the same as the other. This is the only way you can reach your bottleneck targets. The pills from the sacred fruit of Tian Fa will be able to help you in making the breakthroughs only after these basic requirements are met. This is like saying that my master can't do anything else for a long time. He'll only be refining pills for you this entire time. Didn't you feel that this is too excessive when you asked for it? Do you think that my master is someone you can order about as per your will? I know that this is too much to ask for. And, I don't even know what kind of a person your master is. But, we have no other choice. Mei Shuiyan continued calmly, after 3 years. No, it should be after 2 years and 9 months. The 3 holy lands will fight after 2 years and 9 months. And, it wouldn't matter which one of them we face if things continue this way. After all, the elusive world of the immortals, or the great golden city, or the boundless ocean of blood, each of them will easily defeat Tian Fa Forest if we go on as per our current strength. Our Tian Fa has maintained its status for 9,000 years. And, the consequences would be too horrible if my elder brother loses this status. We Xian beasts have always been discriminated against in this big continent. We've only been able to squeeze our ranks amongst the 3 holy lands by relying on our fiercely overbearing strength. However, the Tian Fa Forest wouldn't remain Tian Fa Forest if we lose this status. Mei Shuiyan had a somewhat pained and self-deprecating expression on her face. And, Jun Moxie could tell that the situation would have crossed the point of desperation if someone as strong as Mei Shuiyan had such an expression on their face. It seems that, they have nowhere to go. Jun Moxie frowned, and paced several steps. His heart was gripped in endless hesitation. Jun Moxie knew that he was sure to have a lifelong ally in Tian Fa Forest if he helped them with this. Therefore, the Jun family would be well placed. Moreover, the lifespans of these Xian beasts was very long. And, this meant that even their descendants won't need to worry about any troublesome situations long into the future. In fact, it'll be a boon for generations after generations of his descendants. And, it would only cost him a few divine pills. It sounded simple, but it had to be said that he could presently refine only one kind of pill that met their requirements. And, others could only be possible after he had advanced to the 4th and 5th level inside the Hongjun Pagoda. Moreover, he needed to be at the 6th level to refine the pills from the 1,000 Evils 10,000 Poisons fruit, or what these Xian beasts called as Tian Fa's sacred fruit. However, that heavenly treasure would turn into ash if he hadn't met the necessary conditions and capability standards. Can I break through to the 6th level within 2 years and 9 months? Jun Moxie had no assurance regarding this. Jun Moxie was well aware of the difficulty in advancing one level inside the Hongjun Pagoda and advancing with the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. It hadn't even been 1 year since he had come to that world. But, he had already advanced by leaps and bounds. In fact, he had crossed 3 levels in this short period of time. But, this achievement corresponded to 3 starting levels. However, he would require an increasing amount of time to make each breakthrough as he would go higher up. In fact, the requirements might even multiply manyfolds. I know that this is a bother for you and your master. But, our Tian Fa will arrange any medicinal herb you require to concoct those pills as long as you and your master agree to cooperate with us. It doesn't matter if they're at the bottom of an ocean, or at the top of a snowy mountain. It doesn't matter whether the place is too hot, or it's too cold, we'll give our all to assist you. Mei Shui Yan put her hands behind her back. Moreover, we'll agree to any conditions you set, no matter how unreasonable or irrational. Any conditions. Jun Moxie's heart thumped when he heard this. Any conditions. It was Jun Moxie's biggest dream to build himself an estate in the Tian Fa forest. After all, he wouldn't have to worry about the problems of the outside world once he had done so. Moreover, the young Master Jun was quite fond of the beast kings of Tian Fa forest. Their temperament was very much to young Master Jun's liking. He had planned to help even if he wouldn't benefit out of it. But, it now seemed that he could also benefit from it. Moreover, his benefits would be huge. This was an irresistible temptation for him. Jun Moxie clenched his teeth. Damn it! Power can't be achieved without pressure. Isn't it only the 6th level of the Hongjun Pagoda? This young master can cross 3 levels in half a year. So, why can't he cross a further 3 in around 2 years? Let's do it. This is only a matter of forcing myself to train harder, that's all. And, I will get equally good dividends in terms of enhancement of strength and extra benefits. Well, I personally think that there's no issue with this matter. But, I need to consult my master. After all, the success or failure of this depends upon my master's desire. But, you be at ease. I'll try my best to facilitate this cooperation. However, it's better if we discuss the subject of our conditions a later date. After all, I can't speak for my master. In fact, I suppose that young Mei wouldn't believe me even if I said that I do. Isn't that right? Jun Moxie changed the topic in a blink of an eye. After all, he knew that he couldn't reveal his hidden cards at this time. If I let these people know now that I'm that mysterious and unrivaled black-clothed master, the consequences would be too horrible. All powerful enemies will flock to me. In fact, many people will try to destroy me in my formative years even if they don't have any enmity with me. Therefore, this secret that I don't have the strength to override the world can't be told to anyone, not even if the said individual is very dear to me. I understand. Many thanks, young Master Jun. Mei Shui Yan's lip squirmed as she spoke in a low voice. But, what are these so-called 3 holy lands? Could young Mei possibly clear this doubt of mine? Jun Moxie had finally gotten the opportunity to ask this question. It must be mentioned that this question had been bothering young Master Jun for a long time now. It was possible that most common folk didn't even know of existences like the Silver Blizzard City and Shuehun Manor. There were only a few Xian families in the society at large. However, even these Xian families regarded the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehun Manor as the top entities of the world. Even Jun Moxie hadn't thought that there would be anything above the Tianfa forest. But, he had then found out that there was an even taller mountain in existence. This was when he had learnt of the extremely fierce Three Holy Lands. The Tianfa forest was known to everyone as the most dangerous entity in the world. So, what were these Three Holy Lands? It seemed like that these existences were even higher than the Silver Blizzard City. And, this was enough to shock even Jun Moxie. In fact, he had been wondering whether there were entities that were even higher than the Three Holy Lands. What level are those people at if they exist? But, the main question remains the same, why are there no legends about these places? The fierce Three Holy Lands originated over 9,000 years ago. Everyone was vying for supremacy at that time. The continent was in chaos as a result. So, it was only natural that increasingly stronger entities were emerging in such an environment. After all, times of trouble often give birth to many heroes. And, the heroes also created specific circumstances. Mei Shuiyan forced a smile as she slowly explained. However, an extremely unforeseen event occurred in the continent at the most opportune moment. Mei Shuiyan took a deep breath. Have you ever heard of the Pillars of Heaven Mountains, Jun Moxie? Pillars of Heaven Mountains. It's the tallest mountain in Xian continent, right? It's located on the southernmost point of the continent. And, it's said to be an extremely huge mountain. People say that it rises towards the heavens for thousands of kilometers, and shoots straight into the sky. It's also said to be very wide. It ranges across from one side of the continent to the other. Legends say that it reaches till the end of the sky. No man or animal can fly over it, even eagles are no exception to this. It has no signs of human inhabitation, and it's said that no one can conquer it. The Pillar of Heaven mountain reaches to the gods. Even the deities and devils can't climb it. Jun Moxie knew about this mountain range. In fact, he was quite interested in it. How would this mountain range fare against the Kunlun mountains on Earth? Moreover, these Pillars of Heaven mountains are supposed to be taller than the tallest ranges back on Earth. Plus, their highest point is so astounding that it is even higher than Mount Everest. Also, they stretch across an entire continent. They ought to be a wonder of nature. Therefore, the young Master Jun had planned to scale it and take a look for himself. Yes, these mountains had suddenly started to crumble for some reason at that time. Flames had risen to many kilometers in height. Massive stones had been sent flying to dozens of kilometers. And, the millions of people who lived near these mountains were turned into corpses. Even spirit Xian experts weren't able to escape alive. The entire land had shook. A strange and hot liquid had rushed out from the land underneath. This liquid was so hot that it could even melt gold. That incident was a calamity which had affected the entire human world. And, the death toll of the Xian continent had surpassed tens of millions after that cataclysm. Even the peaks around supporting the Heavens mountain had suddenly crumbled by more than half in height. No one was capable of scaling those mountains before this incident. Even birds couldn't fly over. However, they had seemingly been cut down. People still couldn't go over it even though the size of these mountains had been reduced very significantly. After all, these mountains were still many kilometers tall. But, people soon discovered something startling because of this. The Xian continent didn't end at the supporting the Heavens mountain. There was another world beyond these mountains. Mei Shuiyan's voice had become heavy. And, Jun Moxie had guessed that the calamity at the mountains must have been caused by a massive earthquake and volcanic eruption. However, two grotesquely shaped things suddenly crossed over to this side after the peaks crumbled. Or it should be said that they were grotesque-looking men. Mei Shuiyan continued to speak. Then, these two grotesque-looking men had a fierce battle with the people on this side of the mountains. In fact, it got so bad that the great masters of that era were forced to join hands in order to kill them. But, that area was soon crawling with many more of those men. Even the great masters of that era couldn't face so many of those strange men. But, those strange men possessed great strength, and they could have caused unspeakable destruction if they were able to invade the rest of the continent. Therefore, all the Xian experts of the continent were concentrated to the north of the supporting the Heavens Mountain. These people then tried to stop those men with everything they had. That was termed as the first battle for seizing the heavens. Mei Shuiyan sighed deeply. The entire continent had stood together like an impenetrable wall. And, they had succeeded forcing those strange beings to retreat. But, everyone gradually understood one point from this battle. It was a wasteful sacrifice to send anyone weaker than a great masters to deal with those men. In fact, even the experts at level 4 Spirit Xian Peak couldn't hurt those grotesque beings despite using the full extent of their strength. Therefore, these battles came to be fought between the strongest Xian warriors of both sides. And, those who were weaker than great masters were told to disband and return. After all, there was no need for pointless sacrifice. 4 of greatest forces were formed inside the continent at that time. The purpose of these forces was to deal with those invading forces in an effective manner. These forces comprised the elusive world of immortals, Great Golden City, and the boundless ocean of blood. Even the strongest beast kings fought in that battle because this war would decide the fate of the entire Xian continent. Moreover, our force was entirely self-contained. Tian Fa Forest's strength was the mightiest amongst those 4 at that time. In fact, it could be said that Tian Fa's strength was greatest in the entire universe. The 3 great lands, the 3 holy lands started to screen the human Xian experts. And, people could go into the 3 holy lands if their Xian strength reached the realm of the great masters. They would then wait for the next battle for seizing the heavens. These people would undergo rigorous Xian training during this time. In fact, they wouldn't even be allowed to go out. That's because any slack could result in a catastrophic defeat in the battle for seizing the heavens. And, a defeat in that battle would result in the greatest of calamities for all humanity. Therefore, the 3 holy lands became like concentration camps for the continent's greatest strength. And, only the genuinely powerful would get the chance to enter the 3 holy lands. Our Tian Fa Forest's force is naturally composed of Xian beasts. Humans would never join hands with us. So, the 3 holy lands started to become increasingly prosperous as time passed. However, the Tian Fa Forest got stuck with its limitations, and remained the same as before. Consequently, Tian Fa started to decline even though it was once the mightiest force. Each one of the 3 holy lands selected extremely harsh environments in order to check the invasion more effective. But, those environments resulted in great benefits when it came to the matter of strength advancement. Hence, the 3 holy lands gradually faded away from the sight of the society at large as time went on. They would occasionally come out to search for great master-level experts who would be willing to join their ranks. But, these 3 lands maintained no other kind of presence in the society. Thousands of years came to pass, and they were gradually forgotten by the society. But, the battle for seizing the heavens never came to a stop. This is the origin story of the Fierce Trinity. Venerable Mei was leisurely gazing into the horizon. So, that's what it is about. Jun Moxie's reply had sounded a bit vague. In fact, it had seemed as if he had accepted this without thinking. However, his heart was brimming with admiration. There are people who are protecting this continent in secret. They're fighting there in silence. They're making sacrifices in silence. These places are worthy of being called holy lands because of this one point alone. Therefore, I was somewhat flabbergasted when I saw that someone with a Xian strength as powerful as your master's was moving around so freely and unfettered. Mei Shuiyan slowly shifted her gaze and looked at Jun Moxie. Ah, that's probably because us master and disciple live a simple life, and don't relate ourselves with troubles of the society. So, we don't reveal ourselves in the public very easily, Jun Moxie laughed out. That's possible, I guess. However, the fierce trinity has been fighting openly over the past millennia. And, they seem to have forgotten their original aim and significance. It can be presumed that there are many powerful and disillusioned individuals over there these days. And, the three holy lands aren't holy lands anymore, Mei Shuiyan sighed for a while. Then, she continued to speak. You see, fighting and keeping surveillance every day was an extremely exhausting task. Therefore, the Trinity eventually decided to put forth the proposal of pre-decided decisive battles instead. After all, that meant that they could come over to the mainland from time to time, and live the life a world-renowned individual could lead. Besides, the weather in the supporting the heavens mountains is extremely cold and no individual can lead a comfortable life over there. Therefore, they decided to summon those freaks with the intention of proposing their idea of decisive battles. Those freaks came over to discuss. But, those freaks obviously wanted to damage the Trinity's interests. After all, they were filthy, disgusting, mean, and utterly disrespectful. So, they neither agreed, nor disagreed to this proposal. However, the decisive battle started taking place at regular intervals of 10 years thereafter. In fact, it had become a custom. But then, they felt that 10 years was too short a time period. After all, they couldn't recuperate in that amount of time. So, they changed the time gap to 100 years. But, the strength of the three holy lands had increased very considerably in the time span of the first 100 years. So, they destroyed the enemy's forces in the decisive battle that followed. The strength of those outsiders had been damaged very badly in that war. So, they didn't invade again after the next 100 years time span passed. In fact, they often didn't arrive until 200 years had passed. However, they'd recover and become stronger in that time frame. But, they were always stopped and pushed back by the power of the three holy lands no matter how fierce they become. Thus, the time frame between two successive wars continued to increase. And, it's already been 500 years since the last attack. Mei Shuiyan sighed, the time frame between two successive wars has continued to increase. And, it has now reached to 500 years from the original 10. Increasing this ceasefire period bring only advantages to those outsiders. After all, their main objective is to get out of the harsh conditions they live in. So, they continue to work hard for the sake of their prosperity. But, 500 years is an extremely long period of time for those on this side of the mountains. In fact, generations can change in such a long time. Consequently, we've already forgotten the terror and aftermaths of those wars. The fierce trinity still exists. But, they haven't been able to remain the three holy lands in the true sense. Moreover, I don't know when it happened, but it seems that their people have secretly entered the common society and have started to pull the strings of imperial powers from the dark. Their transformation has gone from bad to worse. In fact, the three holy lands have secretly begun to contend for power over the last 100 years. This state of affairs has become rather lamentable. I still don't understand this. After all, the three holy lands are now beyond anyone's reach. So, why would an entity of their status try meddle in worldly matters? Mei Shuiyan spoke in a somewhat melancholic tone. And, what's more tragic is that the three holy lands have started to fight over internal rankings now. They wish to see who is ranked above whom. Ha! I don't even know how much strength they've squandered over this strife. It's a pity. And, the time for the decisive battle must be within these few years. However, things don't look too good for the first time in over 9,000 years. I'm very worried about this. Mei Shuiyan's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness. I'm a Xian beast, not a human. But, I still feel myself a part of this Xian continent. Successive generations of Tian Fa have died fighting in these decisive battles over the last 9,000 years. We've lost a huge number of our brave warriors while the three holy lands have been fighting for supremacy. In fact, these battles have become the mission of our existence. And, we've already lost a lot of blood in these battles for seizing the heavens. It's true that I've always looked down upon your meager humanity that inhabits this huge continent. But, we will still guard it. We don't do it for you filthy humans that live in this continent. We do it because it's our duty to guard this land. After all, the Tian Fa forest is our responsibility, and we can't run away from it. Therefore, the flourishing reputation of Tian Fa can't be lost from my hands since I carry the name of Mei. So, we need to increase our strength this time. It's important that we pull all the stops, and make Tian Fa more powerful as fast as possible. After all, we'll have to take the task of pushing those invaders back in case they break past the humans of the Trinity. Things may turn for the worst. But, we'll at least be able to take them down with us. Therefore, we must participate in the battle for seizing the heavens. However, we must be ranked at par with the 3 holy lands in order to participate in that battle. Otherwise, they'll rescind our qualifications to fight in the decisive battle. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel deep veneration when he heard that. He had said that he wasn't a good man or a noble person. In fact, he had even disdained those so-called chivalrous heroes. But, he had always admired the true heroes in his heart. General Yu Fei from the history of his previous world had been one such individual. Similarly, he had come to admire General Jun Wuhui in this life. Mei Shui Yan was only a Xian beast in human form. But, her persistence and open-minded nature was enough to make all humans feel ashamed. The situation you've described makes it seem that things get more conspiratorial as the time between 2 successive battles increases. Jun Moxie solemnly considered the matter for a while before he spoke up. It was fine when the 10 years period was extended to 100 years. After all, you Xian beasts would easily be able to live through a time span of 100 years. Moreover, even the extremely strong humans would be able to live that long. In fact, they might even be able to take part in 2, or maybe even 3 or 4 battles for seizing the heavens. But, that short time period has been extended to 500 years now. So, the Xian beasts are still fine. But, this plan takes a sinister turn when it comes to us humans. Jun Moxie raised a finger. Everyone knows that an individual can extend their lifespan by drawing support from their Xian Qi if their Xian cultivation crosses the Earth Xian level. And, an individual can live up to 150 to 200 years if they reach the Spirit Xian realm. And, they can prolong their life even further if they go a step further and reach the cultivation level of a great master. But, they won't be able to extend it beyond the limit of 350 years, Jun Moxie had learned this from the solitary falcon. However, even solitary falcon didn't know about the levels above that of the great masters. Actually, there are humans who are stronger than the great master level. And, those people can have lifespans ranging from 4 to 600 years. I'm sure that your master's cultivation should have reached such a level. In fact, the records in my Tian Fa suggest that one can even go beyond this level. Humans can become even stronger, and can extend their lifespans even further. But, such people are very few in number. And, that's because there have been very few people in the past 1,000 years who have reached such a high level. Those who had participated in the last battle for seizing the heavens will have added another 500 years to their age by now. So, it could be said that a vast majority of them would have no chance of participating in the next decisive battle. And, that's because one needs to train for at least 200 years in order to become strong enough to qualify for participating in the battle for seizing the heavens. However, the next battle will take place over 500 years after the last one. Therefore, the lifespan of humans wouldn't allow them to participate in the upcoming battle since it would take place after 500 years. Even the most talented and extraordinary humans would be bound by the limitations of human lifespan. Therefore, they would only be able to blossom for one decisive battle. Consequently, the only way for them to fight the battle for seizing the heavens is to pass the torch on to future generations. Mei Shui Yan sighed deeply. After all, those who live for over a millennia due to their Xian strength only exist in myths and legends. Every battle for seizing the heaves is tragic and catastrophic. it's a miserable calamity. Every strong expert that goes to fight in it must go only upon embracing the notion of certain death, no matter how unreasonably powerful they are. And it's the same for their disciples. After all, the disciples have to stand aside and watch their masters sacrifice their lives to those savage outsiders. This is the way they've been able to pass on this torch from generation to generation. Mei Shuiyan's beautiful eyes seemed somewhat pained as she spoke. I was fortunate that the then Lord of Tianfa had taken me to watch the battle for seizing the heavens in those days. I was still a very small 7th level at. She didn't speak further. She only let out a deep sigh. Every lord of the Tianfa forest has always stated that the extension of these time spans between each consecutive battle for seizing the heavens is clearly a conspiracy of those strange men from the other side. They lay waiting for 500 years. They are willing to do that. But, we can't. Those people also go through generational changes. But, the conditions over there are extremely horrible. Their lifestyle is based on eliminating the poor. Survival of the fittest is their most important principle. So, each of their generation sees the rise of countless powerful beings in their ranks. But, this side of the continent is riddled with many faults. This time period is too long for us. Moreover, it's very easy for humans to forget things and get comfortable instead. And, this is an even bigger enemy to a person's fighting spirit than the wear and tear of continuous fighting. Why don't we just cross over the mountains and kill those outsiders? Won't it be better if we get rid of these future problems? Jun Moxie frowned. Do you take all the countless extremely strong entities from earlier as fools? Your blabbing would have been a reality if it were possible. In fact, this solution has already been tried by many powerful experts. However, it is extremely difficult to cross over. There are some very powerful experts who are able to cross over to the other side. But, only a very few of such people are present throughout the continent in each generation, maybe around 10 at best. However, there are countless powerful beings waiting at the other side. In fact, they are patiently waiting as if we're their prey. Moreover, there are millions of them over there. And, they live extremely scattered. So, how can we kill them all at once? We'll probably be killed to the last man if we hastily rush over. The pillars of heaven mountains aren't merely a moat for those creatures on the other side. They are also a moat for us people on this side. Mei Shuiyan sighed and continued, ending it once and for all would obviously be great. But, it's impossible. Look at current circumstance, we're hardly able to maintain the capability to withstand their invasion. So, what attack can we speak of? Moreover, the environment at our enemy's side is extremely harsh. The conditions over there are so harsh that humans can't even be guaranteed of their survival. Even Xian beasts can't be assured in this regard. So, we simply can't talk about carrying out a huge slaughter. Jun Moxie became silent for a while, but he continued to calculate in his mind. This is a very difficult matter. Moreover, it has tons of hard-to-negotiate problems. We have the 3 holy lands on one hand. They are planning the vicious fight for supremacy, and can't work towards one goal anymore. Moreover, we don't have enough strong fighters in our ranks. We'd need a few hundred great master-level fighters for something like this. Moreover, these said fighters would need to be consolidated under one command. Such a team could easily cause a great deal of damage to the opposition's forces even if they don't succeed in destroying them in one fell swoop. It is true that the enemy eliminates the weak amongst them, and preserves only the strong. They surely follow the survival of the fittest rule. But, it's unlikely that all of them would be extremely strong. He couldn't help but think of the troops under his own command, heaven destroyers and soul devourers. If they, Jun Moxie couldn't help but shake his head as their thought crossed his mind. My household guards aren't strong enough yet. Even the strongest one is too weak, he's only at the Earth Xian first rank at this time. I fear they won't even be able to cross supporting the Heaven Mountains passes. But, if this was to happen after a few decades. He shook his head. It was too late. If you wish to kill a real man, you must do it when he's immature. It's never easy to kill a man once he has grown up. It's possible that the man might not be able to achieve much in his lifetime. However, they will certainly have gained experience once they've matured. There's something I find a bit odd. The Xian continent has always been tolerant to the coexistence of Xian beasts and human. So, why can't we accept those people as well? Moreover, they can be considered as human. So, shouldn't they resemble humans in some ways? Those outsiders, how are they different? Jun Moxie asked since he was still confused. Moreover, they're quite strong as well. So, why can't they be accepted and assimilated into the population here? Ah, you haven't seen those outsiders. So, you don't know how horrendous they are. Moreover, you don't know what filthy and disgusting condition they are in. And, that's why you have this childish and naive way of thinking. Mei Shuiyan looked speechless. It seemed like she felt disgusted. In fact, it appeared that she found this entire issue so filthy that she felt the filth even while discussing it. Oh. Jun Moxie seemed quite interested. On the contrary, what do they look like? The appearance of that tribe, how does one properly describe it? Their appearance consists of dual body features. They somewhat resemble those deformed human twins who are born conjoined. But, one half of the body can't survive after the loss of the other half. In fact, countless senior experts in the past had figured this to be these outsiders' primary weakness. But, their disadvantage is also their advantage. That's because their bodies consist of two individuals. Moreover, the meridians inside their bodies can complement each other. And they can cover any insufficiencies of the other half in this way. So, their techniques display twice the effect even with half the effort. Their appearance is also very repulsive, and their conduct is even crueler. It can be said that they aren't humans. Therefore, it would be inaccurate to say that they have no human qualities. But, that's because they can't even be considered as humans in the first place. Mei Shuiyan frowned as she spoke. Moreover, the tribes of these conjoined people have extremely strange and bizarre techniques. They can hide themselves in the shortest of time period. They can merge into trees and water. In fact, you could say that they can transform their forms. And, this can cause a huge headache, Mei Shuiyan muttered to herself irresolutely. Conjoined people. All of them are conjoined. Jun Moxie stared wide-eyed. He had often heard that being conjoined was a defect. But, he had never thought that there would be an entire tribe of such people. However, he then heard Mei Shuiyan describe their techniques. Doesn't that sound familiar? Their techniques appear similar to the wondrous techniques you had used earlier, Mei Shuiyan muttered to herself for a long while before she finally spoke up. What do you mean by their techniques appear similar to ones I displayed? You can see that this young master is a real man, a truly handsome youngster. How can you even compare me to those shitty deformed people? Jun Moxie had been listening carefully, and with keen interest. But, that statement from the extremely beautiful Mei Shuiyan left him feeling very angry. The techniques used by those conjoined people can at most be considered as a 5-elemental escape technique. And, that's an extremely lowly technique. How could that compare to the incomparable art of unlocking the heaven's fortune? Or the yin-yang escape? This is too big an insult. Don't get mad, young master. I know what you're trying to say. Your techniques had a hint of similarity with theirs. But, I obviously know that the two are too far apart when it comes to the quality of it. In fact, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. You can't speak of them in the same breath. However, my world cage technique is the greatest nemesis of their techniques. After all, I merely need to raise a hand in order to kill the greatest of enemies. My technique can even imprison you. But, it can only do so for a short while. In fact, I reckon that you might be able to break away if you put everything into disabling my imprisonment. Moreover, I guess that I can restrain you only because your cultivation is still very low. However, I'd be surprised if my world cage worked against you once you've reached your master's cultivation. Mei Shuiyan's words came rather unexpectedly for Jun Moxie. After all, Mei Shuiyan had intentionally placed young Master Jun at the top while placing herself beneath him. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel elated at Mei Shuiyan's flattering words. But, Jun Moxie continued to question even when he was swimming with pride, what kind of weapons are these people adept at? And, how good are they with them? Those outsiders seem to use only long and slender blades. Their blades have evolved over the millennia. Moreover, they know extraordinary ways of slashing and stabbing. And, they also have this habit of shouting a chant while using their blades. But, the culture and language of the rest of the continent is very different than theirs. So, we can't understand their chants. In fact, it becomes very annoying. These people may be conjoined. But, they're still people, right? Is that image so very strange? Don't tell me. Jun Moxie blinked. His eyes were filled with a daring and inquisitive color. In fact, he had a great urge to go and capture one of those outsiders right now so that he could examine them. Ahem. Mei Shuiyan coughed. She seemed a bit uncomfortable. The beautiful woman hesitated to open her mouth for a while. However, she eventually steeled herself and spoke up, "You don't know these conjoined people. Each one of them are one man and one woman joined together as one person. So, brothers and sisters share the same body." Jun Moxie exclaimed. Then, he thought of something and spoke, "It seems like the body structure of these outsiders is like this due to their very genes. But, how do they reproduce if their bodies are like this? Let's say that a man goes out to find a wife. However, he would also have to see his own younger sister and his wife's elder brother, wouldn't he? That would be embarrassing. And, that would certainly go against the accepted boundaries of human relations." It was natural for Jun Moxie to believe that the conjoined pair of a man and a woman from the same parent would make them brother and sister. Mei Shuiyan's face became red. She seemed was anxious and embarrassed. She didn't know how she was supposed to answer this. So, she glared at Jun Moxie for a while. Then, she closed her eyes and spoke, "Our ancestors would have tried to accept these conjoined people if they knew what the boundaries of proper human relations were. And, that would have been great. However, those filthy creatures don't look for mates. Those conjoined siblings are couples." Later on, some people of the Fierce Trinity decided to give these outsiders a name since it was awkward to call them strange race or conjoined twins. They were eventually termed as wolf men since the viciousness of their characters was similar to that of wolves. Mei Shuiyan finally finished her brief. Wolf. Men. Ha. So, there are such lowly existences in this world. Those hashtag. Jun Moxie was stunned. In fact, he had blurted this out since he had been left flabbergasted. After all, he had never even dreamt that he would burst onto such news. What? You are a young master from a noble family. Why can't you be a little more refined in front of a lady? Do you have to use those obscene words? Mei Shuiyan's pretty face became deathly white, her extremely beautiful eyes were opened wide, and her finger was pointed at Jun Moxie. She stood up with a whoosh sound, and was almost ready to storm off. Mei Shuiyan had lived an experience-rich life. But, she had never expected that someone would use such obscene imagery in front of her. Those words' meaning was extremely nauseating and disgusting. In fact, she nearly fainted out of embarrassment when she thought about it. It must be said that it was highly appropriate for Jun Moxie to think of those words. But, his choice of term was too graphic. Therefore, the images one would imagine while using those words, would appear extremely repulsive. Fu*k that shit. Jun Moxie felt the anger in his very spirits being provoked. His face was full of wrath and disdain. He made threatening gestures as he sprayed saliva. I wish their ancestors were more cultured. This young master has hated those shameless devils his entire life. Those lowly little dipshit ####, they've even dared cause trouble on Xian continent's lands. They've dared to wage these battles for seizing the heavens. Seize this goddamn asterisk it. This injustice makes my heart fill with indignation. I declare that I will strive to mortise them my entire life. In fact, I will chop off my little master if I'm not able to eradicate the very roots of that gang of ####. The lovely faces of the two beautiful Xian beast ladies became red. The two women felt extremely embarrassed as they saw the youngster jumping up and down while spewing out these unbearable obscenities. This is too aggressive. I had only spoken about those outsiders, that's all. So, why is this young master so full of resentment? It seems like someone has dug up his ancestors' grave or something. Moreover, one look at him is enough to tell that his anger isn't fake. It genuinely comes from the bottom of his heart. How would those two understand where that anger in Jun Moxie's heart was coming from? After all, someone from their cultural heritage and history could never understand where Jun Moxie's resentment had stemmed from. These wolfmen weren't the same as those outsiders. However, they had still succeeded in mobilizing the nationalist sentiment of hatred which had been buried in the deepest abyss of his heart. And, this was the reason why he had decided to behead those shameless people. Moreover, their Xian strength and numbers, had made the similarities more striking. It seemed as if the young master had decided to eat the dog since he couldn't find the rabbit. Consequently, Jun Moxie's resentment was quite a heartfelt one. "Are you alright, young Master Jun?" Mei Shuiyan's face had remained reddened for a while. Therefore, she had asked this in a tone full of disdain. After all, the young master had just given vent to his feelings. But, his manner of doing so was entirely contrary to what one would expect of a young master from a noble family. "I'm fine. What would happen to me?" Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and roared, "You don't worry. I'll make your request come true. I'll back it to the hilt. You have my absolute and full backing in this matter. We must eliminate those outsiders before they become a bigger threat. We must resolutely implement the policy of eradicating those outsiders. We must eradicate this problem forever. This young master will personally participate when the time comes. I will kill them all. I'll wreak havoc in their world. Such filthy and shameless creatures don't deserve to live in this peaceful world." Young Master Jun made a fist and thumped his chest. His eyes looked straight ahead as he assumed an oath-making pose. Then, he spoke up while trembling with energy, "This Jun Moxie will guard this Xian continent since I'm a part of it. I swear on my honor that I won't shirk. I will sacrifice myself and spare no effort to kill them. Their blood will soar glittering in the light. It will turn into an all-round bloodbath. I will kill their entire kin. I will feed them to the dogs." Mei Shuiyan laughed and said, "I admit that your skills are marvelous, young Master Jun. But, your strength is still quite shallow. And, the battle for seizing the heavens is almost upon us. So, you won't be of any use in that decisive battle even if the speed of your advancement increases 2 to 3 times. Your heart is laudable, and I can sympathize with your emotions." "Hee hee." Jun Moxie snorted and replied, "That is yet to be seen." "What is yet to be seen?" "You think that you're extraordinary because you're strong enough to crack rocks right now. Your divine sword can cut gold and dissect jade. That light and wondrous skill can transform your body and redouble your power. But, do you think that turns you into a never-before-seen hero of this world? We're all friends here now. So, I'll take the responsibility of telling you even though it might hurt your confidence. You wouldn't be able to match up to a genuine expert with your current strength. In fact, you'll pose no threat whatsoever." The young Master Jun glanced at Mei Shuiyan, "A genuine expert? For example, any supreme expert can take you down with ease. It wouldn't even matter whether they're one of the 8 great masters or a beast king from Tian Fa, you'll be nothing more than an ordinary man in front of them, Mei Shuiyan said in a dull tone. Ah. And, this means that you two sisters could also do the same. Of course it includes Green Hunter and me as well. I only need to use 5% of my strength to send you to your doom. In fact, it wouldn't matter how wondrous your agility or martial technique are. You must never doubt this fact. Mei Shuiyan gave a gentle smile as she looked at Jun Moxie. So, you must train properly, young man. You'll understand some things once you grow up. Jun Moxie became dizzy with madness. You think that I don't know the difference between our strengths? You feel that I don't know that I can't contend against your strength? But, that tone of yours resembles that of an age-old person who is preaching the ways of the world to an extremely young person. Or like a mother comforting her young son. How can this young master speak of being a real man of great stature when he's being considered so lowly? Green Hunter was standing on the side. And, she was also stunned. In fact, she had opened her big and beautiful eyes wide. How can elder sister say that? Moreover, this tone isn't her usual one. In fact, it is almost as if she's trying to appear strong when she's feeling weak inside. Mei Shuiyan's expressions had showed no change, but she was quite frightened inside. She had been shocked by his words and deeds. And, she was already on guard against him as a result. However, it wasn't the kind of guard one would put up while facing an enemy. Instead, it was a guard against a man, a woman's guard against a man. There had never been such a man for many years who had made her raise her guard like that. And, that was because they weren't much in her eyes. But, this youngster had given rise to this feeling inside her. What am I scared of? I might surprise you, Jun Moxie responded in an extremely calm manner. Oh. The young master has admittedly surprised me to a fair degree. But, you're talking about an unprecedented feat if you're claiming that you will go from a mid-level Sky Xian expert to becoming at least as strong as a great master in these insufficient 3 years. In fact, this would seem like the fancies of a lunatic. I'm only telling you the truth. And, I hope that you don't take offense, Mei Shuiyan replied insipidly. Some truths needed to be mentioned with regards to Mei Shuiyan's words. Many great heroes had been born in the Xian continent ever since these battles for seizing the heavens had started. After all, times of trouble give rise to great heroes. Therefore, many individuals with frightening talents had come up in the past. And, they had achieved miraculous feats. However, even those who had achieved the greatest of levels at wondrous speed had always reached the great master level after 40 years. And, there had never been an exception to this. Bailey Luo Yun was already a rare talent with respect to the past thousands of years. After all, he had reached the Earth Xian level at the mere age of 25. But, even this genius was nothing compared to the talents this continent's long history could boast about. In fact, Bailey Luo Yun wouldn't be able to reach the level of great masters before the age of 60. However, even that was a rare achievement. Young Master Jun was certainly a once-in-a-millennia rarity for reaching the Sky Xian level at the age of 16 or 17. But, there had been around 8 or 10 people like him in the past. But, a young genius doesn't always evolve into an old genius. And, many of those who had reached the Sky Xian realm below the age of 20 hadn't reached the level of great masters before they had turned 100 despite training without breaks for their entire lives. So, Mei Shuiyan wasn't entirely mocking Jun Moxie when she had called his words the fancies of a lunatic. Young Mei's words are jewels of wisdom. So, how could this young master mind them? But, there are many strange things in this world. And, they are rarely ever achieved by people. Everything depends on the individual. Young Mei is perhaps speaking of things she couldn't do. But, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. After all, the frogs peering into the sky from the well don't know the extent of the stars in the sky, do they? Jun Moxie coldly replied. Green Hunter was standing on the side. However, she couldn't help but lash out when she heard this. How dare you have the gall to call us frogs in the well, Jun Moxie? Did I say that? Don't tell me that the two of you are such people. I apologize to young Mei if you've taken that seriously, Jun Moxie replied in a calm and collected manner. Stop, Green Hunter. The young master must have something up his sleeves if he's boasting so deliriously. And, perhaps we are frogs peering out of a well, Mei Shuiyan's speech seemed worded to scold Green Hunter. But, anyone who'd listened to her tone could tell that she clearly talked of Jun Moxie overestimating his capabilities. The corners of the young master's mouth curled haughtily. He spoke slowly. Jun Moxie was nothing but a debauchee and a wastrel half a year ago. He was only at Xian level 3. He was at the insignificant Jade Xian level before going to Southern Heaven City. Jun Moxie might not have become as strong as the Tian Fa's Xian Beast Kings by now, but he has still reached the Sky Xian middle level. Young Lady Mei has experience of uncountable years. So, she is very far-sighted. But, how can she judge that I won't be able to reach the level of the great masters in these 2 years plus that will follow? Or an even higher level? Moreover, you could be calling tomorrow's fact as the ravings of a lunatic. Mei Shuiyan was left stumped after she listened to young Master Jun's ravings. He has transformed from a nobody trash to a Sky Xian middle rank expert in half a year. This transformation isn't something an ordinary person can pull off. So, why can't he make more breakthroughs in the next 2 years or so? Young Master Jun's voice again rang inside the ears of the stunned and beautiful Mei Shuiyan. Nothing in this world can stop me from doing something if I want to do it. Even the heavens are no exception. The tone of Jun Moxie's wordings was very dull. But, the heroic spirit contained in them had stirred both the women. Mei Shuiyan narrowed her eyes slowly and absent-mindedly. That was because she had found herself believing Jun Moxie's arrogant words for some mysterious reason. In fact, she believed them wholeheartedly. She was someone who possessed a firm and resolute mindset. So, it could be assumed that his words must have been extremely terrifying to bring about such a change in her. I heard that your aristocratic hall is auctioning a legendary bone-tempering pill. Mei Shuiyan smiled lightly. But, she was circulating her Xian strength to calm herself as quickly as she could. She was doing this in order to tranquilize her pounding. Haha, legendary. It's merely an insignificant plaything. Is young Lady Mei also interested in it? Jun Moxie replied with a smile. Insignificant. Young Master Jun speaks very daring words. This insignificant plaything may not be very useful for us Xian Beast Kings. But, it can make a world of a difference in the Xian strength of you humans. In fact, it is akin to getting a new lease on life. Hasn't your master told you even this much? Moreover, you've even managed to put them up for auction. I have no choice but to admire the immensity of your courage. Mei Shuiyan flashed a slight smile at first. Then, she put on a dignified expression. I believe that even the 3 holy lands will send their people to the auction once the authenticity of your pills have been confirmed. After all, pills that can temper one's natural bone structure, something as divine as these pills have never occurred in this world. The 3 holy lands will also send people. Isn't that impossible? These pills can only make the bones of an ordinary human very compact, that's all. But, the experts in the 3 holy lands have been consolidating their strength for centuries. So, why would they be interested in this? Jun Moxie was somewhat stunned. How is that impossible? You think those pills are ordinary? And, you dare call yourself a Xian expert? Don't you know that the human body always remains a bit uncoordinated? This fact doesn't change even if the individual is a heavenly genius who has trained extremely hard. Consequently, an expert can't make one after another. Therefore, the martial skills of Xian experts have relative defects. And, we usually call such defects, break points. Moreover, the speed of their movements is directly related to their bones, muscles, and veins. A large number of human experts exhaust their natural capacity. They continue to strive hard in order to increase their strengths. But, they fail to make their breakthroughs. Mei Shuiyan continued helplessly, however, most experts can easily make their breakthroughs if they have these kinds of pills in their hands. And yet, you've put these pills up for auction. You know, even experts stronger than the great masters can only train in accordance to their natural bone structure. Even they have no means of changing that. But, these bone-tempering pills will enable such people to increase their strength a step further since they'll be able to alter their very bone structure. In fact, even the smallest of transformations would yield results. And, you should know how difficult it is for such strong people to go even a step further in their cultivation. It seems that I've been negligent in this matter. Jun Moxie pondered and nodded. It seems that I've been going about this matter in a simple manner. Jun Moxie looked up and said, "Young Lady Mei, many thanks for telling me about this. You two are obviously very strong, but living here must be inconvenient for you. It'd be better if you come to my place. And, you already know Guan Qing Han. Moreover, it'll also be easier for us to have any discussions that way. In fact, we can refer with each other as per convenience." Jun Moxie was already making calculations for the future. Asking these two pretty chicks to come to my home is akin to getting two extremely powerful defense-type amulets for the Jun family. These two women are as beautiful as heavenly fairies. And, their strength is even more heavenly. And, they can seriously turn into demons when messed with. This Mei Shui Yan is much stronger than the great masters. And, Green Hunter is as strong as the great masters. Moreover, Solitary Falcon is already sitting at home. Our family can easily defend itself against the entire Tianxiang Empire's imperial strength with this kind of strength. In fact, all the remaining great masters wouldn't be able to do anything if they joined hands. We could even withstand against the strength of the three holy lands if they tried to invade. There are many people around me who can't defend themselves. But, even they will be protected in this manner. I can finally lay down my worries and pay a visit to the Dongfang family. Then, I can make that long journey to the Silver Blizzard City in order to settle that long-fermented debt. The crumbling of the Sword Snow Mountain, and the fulfillment of his third uncle's love, these were the two things that Jun Moxie was presently striving to achieve. I must train crazy hard whether they stay at my house or not. I must, and I must. I will train hard to break through the levels of art of unlocking the Heaven's Fortune and the Hongjun Pagoda. A breakthrough is the only way in which I can gather more power. Good. Then, we'll shamelessly accept your hospitality. I'll also take this opportunity to have a proper interaction with your master in the hope that we can deepen our cooperation. Mei Shui Yan hesitated for a moment. However, she finally agreed to it. Jun Moxie was left to rejoice. Therefore, the three people started to move towards the Tianxiang city. Jun Moxie asked a question out of curiosity while they were en route. "Young Lady Mei, you had said that those wolfmen roar a chant every time they make a move. What chant was that exactly?" Mei Shui Yan's pretty eyebrows shot up. She pondered for a while before she spoke. It was "Tyrant Crush" something. I had heard it a very long time ago during the last battle. So, I don't remember it clearly. Jun Moxie became extremely angry when he first heard those words. He gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Tyrant crushes everything along the path." "Ah, yes, that's what they'd say, how do you know?" Mei Shui Yan wobbled her head a few times before she was able to recall it. However, she then looked at Jun Moxie with extreme amazement. "How do you know this? Don't tell me that your master participated in a battle for seizing the heavens." Jun Moxie remained silent, and started to walk faster. Jun Moxie brought the two women to the Jun household. He then arranged for them to stay with Guan Qing Han. After all, the women already knew each other. Then, Jun Moxie started his unrelenting training. He received a pile of invitations in the days that followed. In fact, these invitations had stacked several feet in height. There were invitations from the three princes, and every powerful family of Tianxiang. Even the Xian families while hailed outside the city had come looking for him. However, Jun Moxie had ignored all of them. After all, he had no time to waste on such trivial matters and insignificant individuals while in training. Tang Yuan had been extremely busy during this period. He had to set up the auction for the bone-tempering pills on one hand. And, he also had to deal with the Huang family on the other. However, he did everything in a very swift and decisive manner. Fatty soon realized that the upcoming auction wouldn't be an easy affair. It at least wouldn't be like any of the easy auctions he had conducted in the past. But, this auction couldn't be altered even after he had realized that. The unluckiest was the Golden East City's Huang family. Their son had left for Tianxiang City. And, they had been dreaming that he would return with good tidings. They were even hoping for him to return with a promise of marriage from the Dugu family. After all, this would make their desires for a rise in the Huang family's strength come true. They had been waiting and waiting for great tidings. But, they received the grievous news instead. Their son had suddenly been killed. Moreover, Dugu Zongheng was extremely angry with them. And, he even wanted to have a tough word with them. The Huang family obviously began to panic when they heard of this. The Huang family hadn't even dealt with old man Dugu about that matter when their affiliated businesses were pushed into an all-round crisis. Most of their business partners left overnight and cut any and all affiliations with them. Moreover, their main businesses were being suppressed to a point where they couldn't even recover. In fact, they were suffering huge losses on every transaction. These issues hadn't even subsided when hooligans suddenly started to smash into their venues in order to extort them every few days. Moreover, their families' people couldn't even go out without getting beaten up. In fact, most of them would return covered in bruises. Some of the local government officers used to sit and chat with their family's old lord over a bottle of wine under usual circumstances. However, the offices of these officials had suddenly turned into hell for the Huang family. For example, let's assume that a normal procedure would require 3 days for completion. However, it could be done in half a day for the Huang family in the past. But now, not even 1/3 of those procedures were completed in half a month. And, they still couldn't complain. That's because the procedures would come to a complete standstill if they did so. This obviously meant that they'd have to go through the entire process again. As the matters stood, the Huang family could be called stupid if they didn't realize that they had offended a powerful entity. Old man Huang personally went to the Dugu family. However, he wasn't treated well. In fact, he was able to see his daughter only after going through many difficulties. It was then that he had found out that his grandson had genuinely died. He also learned of the entity his deceased grandson had offended. It turned out that the youngster had offended a family their Huang family couldn't afford to offend. Plus, the offense was also one they could never afford to commit. Moreover, this offense was the reason which had led to the youngster's death. Old man Huang's legs went weak after he heard the real reason everything that had been happening. In fact, he nearly fainted. He couldn't help but let out violent cries. "Boy, I would have never objected if you had wanted to fight a rival for your love. But, couldn't you have first considered your own standing in front of him? You acted with jealousy towards the Tang and the Jun family's heirs. And, you even plotted to kill them. Your heart was cursedly bold. I naturally hate them since they've killed him. But, this hatred seems negligible when compared to the interest of the entire family's survival. After all, there are hundreds of people left in the family. And, all of them still have to eke out a living. And, these issues are more important than that soul boy's life. Much more important. The family's wealth had been decreasing at an increasing rate. In fact, it was declining at an extremely alarming rate. Therefore, old man Huang decided to discard his dignity and beg forgiveness of young Master Tang. However, the Huang family's situation suddenly took a turn for the better just before this happened. And, this unexpected turn of events made old man Huang doubly confident about his situation. He forgot about his plan to apologize. Furthermore, he also decided to make them suffer instead. I'll make that fatty Tang and that debauchee Jun kneel while begging for forgiveness. I won't let them off easily. In fact, old man Huang had openly declared, my Huang family won't submit to force. It doesn't matter who has offended us, they will pay the price. And, whoever has committed the offense of killing my grandson will repay this debt with their life. It doesn't matter who you are. One must pay with their life if they kill someone. This is the heaven's law. Old man Huang gnashed his teeth, and announced that the truth of this whole matter, we had an agreement for marriage with the Dugu family. But, they've reneged on that agreement in order to get their daughter married to that brat from the Jun family. They've sold their daughter for glory. And, my Huang family holds their actions in contempt. But, the engagement has been fixed. So, it must not be altered. My boy has certainly died. But, the Dugu family's girl will still marry into my Huang family in accordance with the wedding contract. The heavens are watching the actions of men. Truth and false will be differentiated when the heavens spread their light. Old man Huang was even more unyielding towards Tang Yuan. My boy accidentally pushed you into that latrine pit since he thought that it was a bath, didn't he? And, you refused to forgive his mistake. You killed him at first. But, you didn't stop there. You then used those malicious methods to deal with us. How is this the heaven's law? How is this justice? This created a huge uproar. After all, everyone had now learnt that Fatty had fallen into that pit. This made old man Tang extremely angry. And, Fatty Tang obviously suffered several times the humiliation and pain once the matter became public. However, it could be said that Fatty Tang had smashed his own foot with the rock that he had picked. After all, these patrons of the Huang family might not have appeared if it weren't for the auction of those bone-tempering pills. Therefore, they would have never learned about the death of that youngster. Then, the Huang family also took a meticulous aim at young Master Jun. You are the greatest debauchee and wastrel of Tianxiang. You think that you can do whatever you want because of your master's backing? Do you think your family is super strong? You ignore the laws, and oppress the people with tyranny. You stole another man's beloved. And then, you even had him killed. What sort of malice is this? How can this behavior be tolerated? Moreover, the girl you're trying to snatch is still my Huang family's future daughter-in-law. You're courting death. The Huang family also sent out many experts to beat up the lowlives who had caused so much trouble for them a few days ago. They even had the non-cooperating merchants beaten up. And, they only stopped once the grievous howls of pain had started to echo everywhere. The Huang family had taken a clear stand. They had vowed to fight against these three powerful and shameless families. They would never surrender. The Huang family was filled with wrath. All levels of society were shaken and sent in uproar as this news spread. Who would have imagined that the insignificant Huang family could be so crazy? They even have the guts to take on the Dugu, Tang, and Jun families. And, that too at the same time. Have they eaten something bad and lost their minds? Was that old man Huang's head kicked by a donkey? Has his head filled with water? Has he gone insane after his grandson's death? He's provoking the Dugu, Tang, and the Jun families at the same time. These are the actions of a lunatic. Calling his action completely crazy won't be an exaggeration. Countless people were watching these events unfold from a detached point of view. Most of them thought that the Huang family was done for. Then, there were others who speculated that the Huang family had some backing. After all, how else could they do something like this? How could they even dare to? However, every family seemed to have smelled different flavors. They continued to watch in a detached manner whilst minding their own business. But, the strangest reaction had come from the emperor. He had ignored all matters, whether serious or not, ever since the army had returned from the southern heaven city. He sat on the throne like a calm fisherman sits on the shore when the sea is enveloped in a storm. I'll act deaf and mute. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what noise you make. Why should any of this affect me? However, his obscure behavior had set even more tongues wagging. The news of the bone-tempering pill's astonishing strength spread far and wide. And, the Tianxiang city instantly became a very popular place. A new chariot would enter the city almost every day. It would usually be carrying members from the various Xian families. The carriages would leave deep ruts in their wake. This symbolized that they were transporting heavy stuff. Many of them also seemed to be carrying something yellow and white. There were many people who had arrived as lone travelers. But, they too had brought huge amounts of paper money with them. And, they would start converting them into gold and silver once they had entered the city. Every bank in Tianxiang had filled with paper money in a few days' time, while all the gold and silver had been transferred into the guest houses and taverns. And, the people were still endlessly streaming in from far-off places. Jun Moxie had stepped into the Hongjun Pagoda the moment he had gotten a second's time after returning home that day. He would absorb the heavenly aura, convert it into energy, and would then put it to use. Everyone knew that Jun Moxie was at the Jun residence. But, it seemed as if no one had seen him there. And, there were no exceptions to this. Jun Moxie had been training like a madman during this time. However, he was also examining the Book of Folk Remedy more frantically than ever. Tens of millions of medicinal recipes are recorded inside the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. So, don't tell me that these millions of recipes don't contain a single one which I can use to improve a person's strength at this time. Jun Moxie couldn't believe that. But, it can sometimes be very difficult to find something even if one believes that they exist. He looked everywhere, but still came up empty-handed. However, it wasn't very surprising that his research was turning out this way. It must be mentioned that the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune was supposed to be the most astonishing Xian art. And, a mere mortal should have never dipped his finger into a pool of such marvelous strength. After all, it contained the ultimate methods for Xian cultivation. One could explain this better by drawing an analogy. Let's say that a scholar opened the greatest encyclopedia, and tried to search for elementary knowledge in it. One could skim through the entire book, but they'd only obtain superficial knowledge. It wasn't that the level of the book wasn't enough, it was just that the said scholar's level wasn't enough to read this great encyclopedia. Jun Moxie was unfortunately stuck in a similarly embarrassing situation. The art of unlocking the heaven's fortune recorded some excellent folk remedies in it. However, it was a pity that he either couldn't refine those pills, or couldn't use those pills if refined. There were some pills which he could refine and use. But, his body was likely to explode after taking even one such pill. Consequently, he would die. This is a super encyclopedia. So, it is unlikely to leave me disappointed. For example, the 10 years pill was an exception to all this. And, I'm sure that there are other exceptions in this encyclopedia. I only need to search some more. I'm sure I'll find something. It needs to be mentioned that young Master Jun had built up great reserves of pills such as the 10 years pills during this time. In fact, he now had hundreds of bottles of them. He had also made reserves worth dozens of bottles when it came to the bone-tempering pills. So, he was certain that he had enough for his requirements. He had done so because he knew that the Xian beasts would only be interested in these pills, and any other pills would have entirely wasted on them. That's because strength was the most important thing in the eyes of the Xian beasts. Strength was also the second most important thing to them. And, the third most important thing was also, strength. This is what they wanted. This was their sole pursuit. Young Master Jun had collected hundreds of legendary raw materials in the Tianfa forest. Jun Moxie had originally collected those materials in order to increase his own strength. And, he certainly had a lot of these divine materials in store when it came to his own needs. But, he still didn't have enough when it came to the most suitable set of required ingredients. And, most of these would go waste because of this reason. In fact, he could easily increase his strength over a short period of time if he were start absorbing the efficacies of these medicines. But, there would still be long-term repercussions. Let's take that 100-year-old ginseng as an example. He could easily increase his strength if he were to take that ginseng, his cheese quality would also improve. However, the result wouldn't be too effective. After all, that ginseng had accumulated the efficacy which suited its own composition over these 100 years or so. But, this didn't mean that it was 100% suitable for human use. There was a saying that, every medicine has its side effects. Therefore, taking only one kind of medicinal herbs would only result in poor results. Moreover, this practice would also bring about an imbalance in his yin-yang attributes. After all, something like a ginseng was rich in the masculine yang attribute, but lacked the same amount of feminine yin aspects. However, it must be said that the consumer's strength would increase. It was similar to the case of a doctor's first-choice medicine when it came to the treatment of a patient who was in dire need. The said doctor would usually choose the medicine which can deliver the most extreme degree of the urgently required essence. Consuming the ginseng would certainly bring about the needed yang effect to nourish the consumer's strength. However, it would also create an imbalance by inducing a lack of the yin attribute in the user's body. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit he had collected in the Tian Fa forest could serve as another example. This item was extremely precious for the society at large. But, it was insufficient in its independent merit when it came to the top-notch recipes recorded inside Art of Unlocking the Heaven's Fortune. Therefore, he would need an abundance of other high-grade materials to complement its nature. But, Jun Moxie still held this item in high regards. And, this wasn't because its grade was higher than that of other items. Instead, it was because Jun Moxie could use it as an important ingredient to concoct an exceptional pill once he had entered the 6th layer. The attributes of the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit were very extreme when regarded from the perspective of human use. In fact, they were extremely dark and extremely demonic. One could certainly attempt to eliminate a great amount of its poisonous nature if they had enough time. However, the immense power of the medicine would still be too much to endure for a regular person. The Xian beasts' physiques were absolutely different. But, even they may not have been able to endure it. They would naturally be able to break through their bottlenecks if they were successful in bearing the burden. And, their cultivations would advance exponentially as a result. But, their bodies would explode if they weren't able to handle that burden. And, this would only mean a certain death for them. Tian Fa Forest's Xian Beast Kings were well aware of this danger. But, they were willing to fight through this life-threatening situation in order for their pursuit of strength. This was somewhat like a divine path in the young Master Jun's eyes. After all, the heavens do extort a price for everything. This obviously didn't mean that it wasn't a legendary herb. After all, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds if they were able to consume it. However, this didn't mean that this medicine's properties could be exploited under exception circumstances. One such way was to use to make high-level divine pill. The successful refining of those pills would increase the effectiveness. Moreover, its effects would reach a higher number of individuals. Could such a herb be recklessly squandered? Let's take the example of a millennia-old mushroom that can increase a person's strength by 100 years upon consumption. It needs to be mentioned that mushroom would only be used by one person in its raw form. However, it could be used to give 100-year worth of strength to 10 people in case it was to be refined into a medicinal pill. The distinction between ease and importance is often ignored. And, the Tian Fa's sacred fruit was also an item that made a reluctant addition to this list. The Xian Beast Kings from Tian Fa wouldn't be the only ones to gain the benefits of this fruit's properties if Jun Moxie was able to refine a pill with it, many other people could also benefit from it. Therefore, this had to be thought about in a proper manner. Else, it would only be superfluous. Jun Moxie's Xian cultivation increased unceasingly as the days passed. So, he was already in the midst of breaking through the Sky Xian middle ranks in accordance to the regular Xian strength parlance. This effectively meant that he was inching towards the Sky Xian peak. Jun Moxie would be immersed in considering how he could refine the legendary medicine when he wasn't practicing his cultivation. He had been researching the Book of Folk Remedies very carefully during this time. And Jun Moxie's relentless efforts were finally beginning to pay off. After all, he had finally shortlisted some recipes from the massive list of pills that were listed therein. The encyclopedia admittedly had sparse elementary knowledge. But it didn't mean that the said knowledge was absent from its text. Moreover, the scarcity of such knowledge also meant that only the extraordinary ones of the said category were listed therein. It was similar to the case of the 1,000 evils 10,000 poisons fruit. It was a legendary medicinal source for the society at large. But it was still something they couldn't use without the fear of a negative reaction from it. However, the sixth layer of the folk remedies could achieve this feat. Jun Moxie would only read the name and steps of refining the medicines in the past. However, he had now started reading the side information and detailed notes of the same as well. He had fished out many other kind of pills besides the 10-year pills when it came to the category of supplements that could increase one's strength. In fact, he had found 7 to 8 more kinds of recipes in his hunt for the needle in the haystack. Moreover, the effects of each of these pills were extraordinary. And, this discovery had obviously given Jun Moxie a nice surprise. However, he had ignored the first and the second level pills. After all, he was at the third level now. So, he obviously wanted to learn to refine the pills of that level. He had found 3 such pills, the Vitality Linkage Pill, the Vitality Congregation Pill, and the Heavenly Vitality Pill. Jun Moxie had spent a tremendous amount of effort in shortlisting these 3 pills. In fact, he felt as if sorting through the myriad of the recipes listed in that book was more research than he had ever done in his previous life. Jun Moxie even believed that the entire syllabus of the Beijing University would have been on his fingertips if he had shown such concentrated zeal in his previous life. The language of each country would have been nothing more than a matter of dusting his hand. Even obtaining doctorates or masters of every prestigious university wouldn't have been anything for him. This would have obviously meant that he would have never had to pretend being anyone. The Vitality Linkage was a divine pill which promoted the speed of the flow of aura through a person's meridians. Moreover, it could be used for Xian Qi of a normal human and the primary Qi of Tian Fa's Xian beasts. This pill certainly couldn't advance someone's Xian strength. But, it would greatly advance the speed at which the aura would work inside them. Let's imagine the speed of water's flow inside a 3-meter wide river. The speed of water in that river is quite even, neither fast nor slow. And, there's another river of the same breadth. But, the water in this second river is surging with greater speeds. Wouldn't the force of the second river be much greater? And, the effectiveness of this pill wasn't limited to this comparison alone. Let's assume that the meridians of a regular person were like a brook. Then, their meridians would resemble a high-altitude waterfall after they had taken this pill. The river would remain the same river. But, its essence would be completely different. The aim of the Vitality Linkage pill was to turn a plain river into a mountain waterfall. Let's assume that a certain expert was able to strike 3 times in one breath. Then, this person would be able to launch 9 strikes in the same time after they had taken this pill. And, there was much more to it. After all, a person's lethality would increase by 10-fold if their battle efficiency were to increase 3-fold in a decisive moment of the fight. Consequently, this minute difference would result in a massive deviation in the final outcome. And, this was especially true for Tian Fa's fast and powerful Xian beast kings. In fact, this pill was almost tailor-made for them. It could even be called the most auspicious potion in the whole world. Even Jun Moxie felt that such an astonishing change was frightening. However, good rewards are often accompanied by high risks. And, this pill also came with its fair share of dangers. One needed to be above the spirit Xian realm in terms of strength. Still, those without tough and flexible meridians would end up impacting their own meridians in a negative way by using this pill. Then, their entire bodies would burst apart from the negative impact of this pill's efficacy. And, there would be no hoping of saving a person if something like this happened. The Vitality Congregation Pill. This medicine was the similar in nature since it couldn't increase strength directly either. But, it could quicken the speed of congregation of the physical strength, spirit strength, primary strength, and xian strength inside the body. Moreover, the dantian would also service the rest of the body 100 times better. The same stood true for the various vessels connected to it. It could also increase the absorption and transformation of the qi in the surroundings. Moreover, the speed of training would also increase by leaps and bounds after ingesting this pill. In fact, the previous speed of cultivation would only seem tortoise-like in front of this newly attained one. And, the restrictions were the same as the vitality linkage pill. Basically, great rewards are always accompanied with high risk. It has to be said that anyone could have easily realized that Jun Moxie was being an idiot. After all, he hadn't realized that the vitality congregation pill was pretty much the same as the spirit amassing pills from the previous level. However, its effectiveness was far more than that of those pills from the previous. The heavenly vitality pill. This pill could be used to increase strength, but it had no other benefits. It could be said to be an upgraded version of the 10 years pills. Taking one of these pills would increase the strength by 50 years. However, its restrictions were greater than that of the 10 years pills. It couldn't be taken by anyone. Only those at Sky Xian realm and above could take these. Jun Moxie was going wild inside the Hongjun pagoda. He was laughing and cursing. He yelled out, "Hard work always pays off. This instance proves that one shall get to reap the harvest if they plow the field in a diligent manner. This young master has worked so diligently, but he has finally found these 3 kinds of pills. This is like finding some measure of hope after exhausting oneself rugged whilst being at the edge of desperation." However, the young master still had some doubts. After all, strength had always been of paramount importance in his mind. Consequently, he believed that the heavenly vitality pill was better than the vitality linkage and the vitality congregation pill. After all, it could increase strength by 50 years. Why would something as amazing and terrifying as the heavenly vitality pill have such a low-level restriction? Moreover, the other 2 pills are restricted for use until the spirit Xian realm and above. But, the heavenly vitality pill's restriction is only at the Sky Xian level. The disparity between these 2 is far too much, right? This doesn't make any sense. People would have probably beaten him up if they had heard of the doubts he harbored. In fact, the said individuals would have turned his face into a peach blossom. Those eyes of his would have puffed, and he would have been left to see stars hovering around him. His head would have resembled that of a pig, or maybe an elephant's posterior. However, they would have at least told him why they had beaten him red. And, it could be assumed that he would have only vomited blood even if he would try to roar in anger afterwards. He was idiot, a thorough and true idiot. Such a divine level of idiocy would even leave the god speechless. However, the young master was still favored by such amazing fortunes. How could such a great thing fall into the hands of such a big idiot? It seemed as if an excellent cabbage had been awarded to a pig which had dug the earth with its snout. Jun Moxie had seemingly taken permanent residence in the Hongjun pagoda. And, he would only do one of 2 things, he'd either refine the pills, or he'd practice his martial arts. He'd often feel thirsty or hungry. But, he would simply eat some of the common ingredients he had stored there. It was a bit of a waste, but it could satiate his thirst and hunger under the circumstances. Moreover, these common herbs would also give him energy. He obviously had a huge stock of them in his reserves. So, he didn't bother himself much with them since only a short amount of time was left at his hands. It was clear that these things weren't of much importance to Jun Moxie anymore since he had started to compare these mere materials to the greatest herbs available. Consequently, young Master Jun was being extravagant and wasteful with them. In fact, he was wasting them recklessly. Any other family of this Xian continent would have held these items in the highest regard. They would have taken rebirth to live a life of extreme torment even if they had died, but they wouldn't have allowed these herbs to slip out of their hands. After all, these were top-notch raw materials which came from the very depths of Tian Fa. In fact, these herbs could be considered the accumulation of the many years of horrors in the Tian Fa forest. After all, how many people in the world were capable of safely reaching the very core of Tian Fa? Even the 8 great masters would fear losing their lives if they were to enter the Tian Fa forest. Even a 100-year-old herb would be considered a treasure if it were to be put out in the open market. However, Jun Moxie was treating the 1,000-year-old ones as carrots. In fact, he was even sighing. It's tasteless. It doesn't even have salt's taste. It tastes like I'm chewing wax. It's not tasty at all. This young master is being mistreated. Many old and gray-haired men from the divine medicinal families would have been left striving to get here if this information had gotten out. In fact, they would have fought and smashed each other's heads to rush here first. I beg you. I beg you to let me endure this mistreatment instead. I beg you, my whole family of 8 generations begs you to allow us to endure this in your place, lets us be mistreated. Then, there was that fatty Tang. A money-grubbing miser like him would have come yelling and crying, "Elder brother. You're my elder brother. Why don't you bully me instead? I'll take it 10 times, 100 times, whatever you want. But, stop eating these. It's like you're eating a mountain of silver or gold. Mistreat me as much as you want, but stop this." Young Master Jun's face would redden once those thousands of years old herbs had reached his belly. Energy would surge through his body, and he would have no place to vent it. So, he'd first circulate his energy smoothly and steadily throughout his body. Then, he'd roar and practice his skill for a long time. After that, he'd snigger and snort. Then, he'd practice his sword play for a bit. And, he would begin refining the pills again once he was done with this. Jun Moxie was already quite experienced in refining the pills. After all, it could be said that he had gained a fairly rich alchemic experience from frantically refining the bone-tempering and 10 years pills in the past. However, Jun Moxie was confronting the research on these 3 new pills. And, he rightly believed that he should start with the pill of the lowest level. He would wait till he had garnered more experience before he'd begin to refine the more troublesome and higher-valued heavenly vitality pill. After all, squandering such top-notch ingredients would be a huge waste. Therefore, his first choice was the pill which was comparatively simpler, the vitality linkage pill. The young Master Jun was in high spirits. He assumed a balanced stance to start. It was a most eye-catching stance. After that, he started mumbling the chants he had learnt, mommy, mommy, hong, hong, mommy, hong. Then, he pointed his finger like a sword. The furnace of good fortune started to whiz. It rose into the air, and started to rotate. It started emitting various vapors and lights of 10,000 hues along with its rotating motion. It slowly started to flame up as the black flame of primal chaos silently leapt up. The flame then rushed up with a loud bang, and covered the furnace. The black flame was moving like thousands of ghostly tongues. The blaze had begun to combust within the furnace. And, the black color of the flame had illuminated the multicolored furnace of good fortune, in a splendid manner. Jun Moxie flashed a prideful smile, he was brimming with confidence. His empty right hand grabbed towards around 20 herbs he had prepared in advance. And, they floated forth very slowly as a result. In fact, it seemed as if an invisible string was pulling them along. These herbs then entered the furnace one by one, like moths drawn to a flame. Jun Moxie made several fluctuating finger movements. He then heard a bang, as the lid of the furnace flew up. But, it only flew up for a second before rejoining the main body of the furnace. Then, there was another explosion as the flame of primal chaos soared. And, the entire furnace was surrounded by it in an instant as a result. Jun Moxie moved his limbs in accordance to the requirement for the refining of the pills. He moved around the black flame as his fingers made many gestures. Consequently, energy surged from within his body to support the combustion of the flame of primal chaos. Time passed quickly. However, young Master Jun suddenly felt that something was wrong. Damn! I've been refining these pills for a long while now. In fact, I guess that I've already spent at least tenfold the time I've ever spent on any of the pills I've refined in the past. So, how come I haven't witnessed any activity yet? I would have taken the pills out of the furnace by now if these were the 10 years pills. But, there hadn't been any development in the case of these pills. What's going on? A good while passed, and Jun Moxie started feeling that his energy had drained. He felt his mental strength waning, and he was on the verge of passing out. His legs felt weak, and his body had become damp from the excessive sweating. The young master's energy was nearly bottoming out. However, there hadn't been any activity from the dark flames surrounding the furnace. I must stand firm. This is a very crucial moment. I can't screw up. I must stand firm. Jun Moxie clenched his teeth, took out a 10 years pill, and threw it into his mouth. It can't increase my strength anymore, but it can still restore my energy. The goddess of fortune favored the young master once more when he was completely exhausted, and wasn't able to continue any further. There was a sound of a gong from the furnace, and its lid flew into the sky with a gentle sound resembling that of birds. The flame of primal chaos silently withdrew, and slowly crumbled into a small heap inside the furnace. Heavens be damned! It's too difficult. How can it be so difficult? It isn't like the bone-tempering pills or the majority of other pills. How can it be so difficult? This process nearly killed this young master. Jun Moxie panted hoarsely. He was sweating very profusely. His legs shuddered like noodles for a moment. Then, they eventually buckled. And, he was forced to sit as a result. It was like he had done a lot of work throughout many nights without rest. He was like a horse which had run thousands of miles without a moment's rest. His tongue poked out as he continued to pant and shake for a long while. He then stood up with difficulty, and stretched his neck to look into the furnace. How could this be? Jun Moxie exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Consequently, the young master rubbed his eyes, and stared at it again. A heap of black ash quietly lay in the furnace. Jun Moxie felt like an inflated balloon that was leaking air. He felt paralyzed. His body's reserves had been depleted in their entirety. His energy had been pushed beyond the limit. And, his confidence had suffered a crushing blow. I wasted so much energy, and I still failed. Fu *k me. How could it be so difficult? Fu *k. I don't believe this evil sorcery. I will sort you out. Don't think that I can't bring you under my control just because I've failed once. Jun Moxie's expression was fierce as he jumped up and raised his finger to the sky. Then, he closed his eyes and initiated the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune once more with the entirety of his strength. His dantian warmed up, and started palpitating. Then, a stream of pure energy flew out, and rushed through his meridians. The divine aura inside the Hongjun pagoda violently started moving towards Jun Moxie like tornadoes on a sea. A long and immeasurable period of time elapsed. Jun Moxie's eyes suddenly emitted a sharp radiance as they opened. His physical stamina and energy had been restored to its optimum. But, further investigations made Jun Moxie realize that his energy overdraft limit had surprisingly increased from its previous limit. This increase in overdraft limit was a great step towards the next level inside the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune. In fact, he could clearly feel that his ability to absorb aura had increased by 3 or 4 times. That's strange. Jun Moxie scratched his head. Then, he got out into his courtyard, and realized that his effort in refining those pills had taken no less than a full day and a night if the subsequent recovery of his strength was also taken into account. He had stayed in the Hongjun pagoda for over 10 days if everything was to be taken into account. His originally snow-white gown had become so filthy that it couldn't even be looked at. His hair was disheveled and dirty. In fact, it appeared like he had been into a chicken coop. His face had many black marks, and his sweat was flooding the floor. He'd look like a beggar, even to beggars. Jun Moxie quickly gave a few orders to make arrangements. Then, he hurriedly slipped into the large bathtub, and scrubbed himself clean. And, he also thought about what had happened as he did so. He didn't even know how lucky he was that he hadn't chosen the pill, which was even more difficult. He had only chosen the second-tier vitality linkage pill. He would have been in a much worse off condition if he had picked the vitality congregation pill instead. However, things would have been different if he had chosen the easy heavenly vitality pill. In fact, it was possible that he would have been done with the refining by now. However, someone was of the young master's level of idiocy was obviously ignorant of this fact. In fact, his failure in refining these pills had led him to believe that these super pills were extremely difficult to refine and master. He believed that the heavenly vitality pill was the most effective pill in this list of 3. And, he also took it to be the most precious one as well. Therefore, he assumed that its refining process must be even harder than this vitality linkage pill. Jun Moxie intended to go back into the Hongjun Pagoda for another round of struggle once he had bathed and rested. Little Ku's small face had become red with embarrassment while she waited upon him on the side. She looked at the young master's fair, robust, and strong body. She felt that his body was glistening with a mysterious glitter of gems. Subsequently, her small face became redder, and her body became warmer. The little girl's heart was beating wildly. Her pretty eyes were wandering about to dodge the sight of it. But, she still couldn't control her urge to peek every now and then. He is so good-looking. How can he be so good-looking? The young master is a real man, the little girl was thinking to herself. What? The third young master has returned? Let me in, why? Why won't you let me in? I'm his brother. A good brother, do you know? He's taking a bath. Damn. We're both men. So, what difference does it make if I go in while he's taking a bath? You think I'll rape him? Get the Fu*K out of my way. Resentment-laced yelling was heard as Tang Yuan tried to enter the young master's bathing space. Tang Yuan entered through the door with a bang. The door of the young master's bathroom was very narrow. So, the fatty had to force himself through the door. Jun Moxie was resting in his bathtub with eyes closed. However, he instantly opened his eyes and stared blankly. Tang Yuan had seen all of him. So, how could he not feel angry? Third young master. I'll die of anger. I'll genuinely die of anger. Tang Yuan raged in front of Jun Moxie. In fact, he nearly spewed fire. There's this matter, that Huang family doesn't understand their place. They want me to pay with my life for their lowly, treasured son. They still want to hold their dead kid's marriage. They want the Dugu family's Xiao Yi to marry to their son's memorial tablet. They're very repulsive. They even want you, third young master Jun, to go and kneel in front of their son's memorial tablet as an apology and admission of your mistakes. What in the world is happening? This is like a Fu*King rabbit trying to threaten a wolf. What happened, fatty? Young Master Jun closed his eyes, frowned, and reclined backwards in his bathtub. He was getting impatient. I'm butt naked here. It would have been one thing if we were in a public bath since everyone else would have also been naked. So, the environment would have been one of trust and comfort. And, I too would have had no problems in that. Moreover, I've got an amazing body. So, I would have even left you feeling inferior. But, I open my eyes to find you covering my bathtub with saliva whilst being fully dressed. This is so embarrassing for me. Elder brother, you don't know what has been happening. I don't what has happened with that Huang family. They've suddenly become bold and aggressive now. In fact, their aggression is even worse than a mad dog's. Tang Yuan was jumping up and down. There was an air of maliciousness to him. They had put out a strong statement in the public. They were acting extremely recklessly, and I couldn't stand them. I had decided to send some troops to exterminate them. But, I don't know what's going on with my grandfather. My grandfather sent a messenger to the aristocratic hall, and he warned me against taking any reckless actions. Even the Dugu family has decided to hold their troops back for now. I'm King depressed right now. Don't tell me that this insignificant Huang family can somehow flip the heavens. Huang family. They're acting arrogantly. Jun Moxie had been training and refining pills over the last few days. So, he was left baffled for a second. He gradually gathered his thought, and quickly sat up with a splash of water. However, the young master's face had a serious expression now. And, that's because Jun Moxie had suddenly remembered the time when he had ordered Huang Shu Lu's execution. Dugu Wudi's second wife had said something. And, it must be mentioned that she also hailed from the Huang family. One of my relatives is a member of the boundless ocean of blood. And, Mei Shuiyan's words had also appeared inside his mind at the same time. That pill of yours is truly miraculous. I believe that this auction for the bone-tempering pills could likely draw people from the 3 holy lands as well. Jun Moxie frowned and thought to himself, don't tell me it has genuinely drawn a move from the people from the boundless ocean of blood amidst the 3 holy lands. And, is there a chance that the Huang family's relative is also involved in this instance? But, this is too great a coincidence, isn't it? Don't worry, fatty. Worrying won't do fart. Tell me everything in detail, what happened when you started taking those actions. And, don't omit a single thing. Jun Moxie closed his eyes again, and returned to his reclining position. But, his mind was working at a great speed as he pondered over Tang Yuan's narration. In fact, he didn't allow any words of Tang Yuan to slip from his notice. That's because he wanted to glean some sort of truth from those tiny clues. Tang Yuan was also a man with an extraordinary temperament. He had certainly been fired up and enraged a moment ago. However, he too had realized that something was up. There was a flash in his mind, and he didn't dare continue with babbling his nonsense. Instead, he honestly talked about the various matters which had taken place. Moreover, he narrated matters in extreme detail, and to the best of his ability. He believed that his elder brother Jun Moxie was someone who was afraid of nothing. Have I ever seen such a cautious expression on his face? Don't tell me that this matter is genuinely very serious. Is a terrifying and amazing person hiding amongst the Huang family's people? Jun Moxie listened to the words Tang Yuan spoke. The Huang family didn't have the strength to fight back in the beginning. They were even ready to ask for forgiveness. The entire family was extremely alarmed, and was at a loss to do anything. They were like the spirits of the dead at that time. But, they suddenly underwent an unexplainable transformation over the last few days. They went from bowing and begging, to becoming extremely arrogant and unyielding. Moreover, the many demands they had put forth couldn't be accepted by any of the 3 powerful families. The Huang family clearly wanted to embarrass all of them. In fact, it seemed as if they wanted to establish themselves above the might of these 3 big families. How can the Huang family dare to do this? Let's look around at the powers of the world. Even the help of the imperial family, or other powerful families around the world wouldn't be enough to act as assurance. So, how can they dare to do this? Jun Moxie pondered over that issue. The Huang family's decision can't be one of stupidity. After all, they had readied themselves to compromise in the beginning. So, it is unlikely that they would wish to play with the lives of their family's people. Therefore, this sudden and massive change in their attitude had left Jun Moxie to draw the final conclusion. I believe that the Huang family's relative has suddenly returned from the boundless ocean of blood. Otherwise, the Huang family would have never dared to court disaster in this manner even if they were very gutsy. And, that's because they know that they wouldn't have any means of retreat once they had taken this stance. But, this matter will take an entirely different turn if the Huang family's relative from the legendary boundless ocean of blood has returned to support them. After all, the Huang family can challenge the Jun, the Tang, and the Dugu family with the help of the boundless ocean of blood. In fact, they could even challenge a colossal like the Silver Blizzard City. However, the Huang family has been thundering so ferociously for many days. But, the thunderous clouds haven't rained thus far. This made Jun Moxie even more certain about what Mei Shuiyan had said. These people had come for the bone-tempering pills. Tang Yuan, keep calm. Jun Moxie de-emphasized the problem and spoke, is the insignificant Huang family worth making such a fuss about? I'll be a bit busy over the next few days. So, let's leave this matter aside for the time being. Anyway, revenge can get even more pleasurable if it's extracted little by little. Fatty was stunned by this. He wasn't going to oppose Jun Moxie's statement. After all, oppressing someone little by little was indeed very pleasing. But, the issue was the manner in which Jun Moxie was behaving right now. Moreover, the bone-tempering pills can't be stored inside the aristocratic hall anymore. I'll ask Solitary Falcon to go with you in order to retrieve them. It's safer for them to be kept here with me. A cold light flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. You want to mess with me? You want my bone-tempering pills? You think that things can get so easy in life? I don't care whether you're the boundless ocean of blood or anyone else. What can the three holy lands do? You must be prepared to be destroyed by my hand if you wish to fight me. So, you think that you have enough to hoot at this young master? This young master has decided that he won't kill you in one shot. I'm going to kill you after I've slowly tortured you. It was an extremely safe bet to send Solitary Falcon to retrieve the bone-tempering pills. After all, he'd fare fine even if the remaining great masters attacked him together. Solitary Falcon would certainly be no match for them. But, he could fly away and retreat with ease. Ah, that's also good. There has been a lot of activity around the aristocratic hall at night time in the recent days. Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang have been keeping watch. But, even that has yielded very little results. I was beginning to get scared. Tang Yuan acted like he was wiping off cold sweat. Song Shang and Hai Chenfeng would have cut his flesh off if they had heard this. They had been dealing with this nighttime activity every night. And, they were left half dead every night. In fact, the aristocratic hall would have been torn down by now if it weren't for those two. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan's snores had been shaking up the entire Tianxiang city during the night hours. In fact, it was possible that his snores had reached 5 kilometers beyond the city's perimeter. So, to say that he was scared and on the edge. Ah. And, there's no need for you to put your life at stake in case someone captures you in order to interrogate about the whereabouts of these pills. You will even tell them that those pills are in the elegant fragrance courtyard of the Jun family's residence. Moreover, you will tell them that the ones stored here are the best ones. Jun Moxie had said this in a very serious manner. Why? Tang Yuan asked puzzled. The elegant fragrance courtyard. But, that's where Sister Qing Han lives. What would happen if anyone bursts into that place? It wouldn't be good for Sister Qing Han as a woman, right? That'll be fine. That'll be completely fine. Jun Moxie was all smiles as he spoke. You don't need to worry about those trivial details. You simply tell anyone what I told you to if you get captured. Listen to me, and don't worry. Fatty, you only know that Sister Qing Han lives there. But, how could you know that she has been joined by 2 tigresses now? Bah! They aren't even tigresses. They're much fiercer. Those 2 are queen tigresses. It won't matter who these people are. They'll die a miserable death as long as they believe you and go there to steal those pills. In fact, it would be like someone lighting candlelight at a barrel of gunpowder. They'd get blasted into pieces. The result will be the same no matter how someone goes about it. And, this couldn't be called a lie either. After all, young Master Jun had given some pills to Mei Shuiyan, and had requested her to examine them. He. This is a death trap. It's a death trap which can't be broken through. Tang Yuan nodded in a daze. He didn't know what Jun Moxie meant by it, but he chose to believe him. The matter had been more or less discussed. And, the water in Jun Moxie's bathtub was getting cold. Therefore, Jun Moxie opened his eyes and glared, "Haven't you seen enough already?" Fatty Tang was left to stutter, "Huh? Haven't I seen enough?" "You've seen enough, but you're still not hurrying out. Get lost. Quickly. I have to get dressed." Jun Moxie spoke ferociously, "You're a grown man staring at another grown man while he's naked. I didn't know that you take pleasure in this. Hang on. Do you think I want to see your naked ass? I used to avoid looking at your body even when we used to take hot baths. Brother, you're so thin that it's nauseating." The corners of Tang Yuan's mouth twitched in disdain. But, those twitching corners appeared to be a smile because his face had many layers of fat on it. He stood up and patted his extremely huge posterior. Then, he went out the door. "Fatty, you broke through my door. I'll cut 5,000 coins from your share to compensate for it." Fatty Tang had talked rudely. He had even ridiculed Jun Moxie's majestic body. Young Master Jun couldn't help but get mad, "And those will be gold coins." A plop sounds came from outside as Tang Yuan tumbled to the ground. 5,000 gold coins. What kind of a door is that expensive? Jun Moxie slowly dried the wet spots on his body. Then, the red-faced little Ku helped him get into dry clothes. It had to be said that coming over to this world had done a lot of harm to Jun Moxie. After all, the assassin used to be self-sufficient in his previous life. However, he had now gotten accustomed to a lifestyle wherein he relied on others to even get his clothes for him. This is what genuine depravity is about. Young Master Jun got into his gown. He again looked neat and charming now. Then, Jun Moxie lightly pinched little Ku's cheek. And, this made her pout in a playful protest. He laughed at that, and quickly went out to look for Solitary Falcon so that he could get him to retrieve those pills from the aristocratic hall. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi were making preparations to go over the important rituals required to recognize Guan Qinghan as an adopted daughter. However, there was another jobless old man in the Jun family's residence these days, Dugu Zongheng. Dugu Zongheng would come over to the Jun family's residence every day ever since he had heard that Jun Moxie could heal his injuries. Both these powerful families were already acquaintances. Moreover, they would soon be related by marriage. So, Dugu Zongheng didn't feel like an outsider over here. However, everyone in the Jun residence was always frantically running around since they were very busy. Also, Jun Moxie didn't seem to have any time on his hands over the past few days. Dugu Zongheng waited with patience for a few days. But, he eventually started to get resentful. Thus, the old man Dugu's frighteningly loud voice was frequently heard around the Jun family's residence. In fact, it was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. It was much like Tang Yuan's nightly snoring which used to startle people even 4 to 9 kilometers outside the city's walls. This made the servants at the Jun residence realize that they were blessed to be serving Jun Zhantian instead. It was then that Jun Moxie rushed in with his divine medications, and quickly treated old man Dugu. There was nothing to treat when we come to speak of it. After all, the young master was merely required to insert a few needles into Dugu Zongheng's fleshy posterior, and circle his aura through old man Dugu's meridians via the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. This process didn't take much effort, but Dugu Zongheng suddenly felt as if most of his body had lightened up. Consequently, the old man roared that young Master Jun was a divine doctor. However, that roughened old man was quite shrewd by nature within. He had carefully recorded what and where Jun Moxie had given him during the acupuncture treatment. He had even muttered to himself in doubt. "There's nothing in that area besides meat. Do acupuncture points genuinely exist over there? How can the mere usage of needles on my ass show such results? This is very strange." This also led Dugu Zongheng to consult the many other divine doctors inside the capital's premises. But, he only rained curses at each one of them afterwards. That's because these doctors' caliber was identical to each other. They had inserted the needles in the same places. Even the pain he had felt is similar when it comes to the intensity. However, the effects weren't similar to Jun Moxie's treatment in any manner. The old man couldn't help but lament at this. It's not surprising that there's such a dearth of doctors who can cure this problem. Old man Dugu had often trusted these doctors for the treatment of his now cured injury in the past. So, how could he not rain curses at them? Your treatment is very ordinary. Your ordinary treatment causes nothing but pain. You are good for nothing. Several of the doctors had nearly gone insane after facing the old man's wrath. He had only been through one session of the treatment. So, it hadn't rooted out the problem yet. But, Dugu Zongheng was still very satisfied. After all, he hadn't felt such a relaxed, pleasing, and comfortable sensation for many decades. He crossed paths with Jun Xie the same evening. And, he drank a lot that evening. In fact, he drank enough to lose his bearings. He had drunk so much after so many years. So, how could he not get high on it? Jun Moxie returned to the Hongjun Pagoda in the midst of this chaos, and began his struggle again. But, he soon discovered that his skills and capabilities could see a major enhancement upon being replenished after reaching a state of full-fledged exhaustion. In the far south, two large men were vigorously riding northwards. Their mounts could have been called horses, but they had horns on their heads. Moreover, their heads weren't as long. They could be called deer, but their hooves were circular. Moreover, one could see white hair underneath their hooves when they were raised. In fact, it seemed like they were wearing some sort of hoof mittens. But, they moved with lightning speed. It was needless to talk about regular horses, because even the legendary warhorses couldn't compare with them. However, it was even more strange was that these men weren't riding on any saddles. They weren't using any reins, or stirrups either, nor were they shouting commands at their mounts. But, those strange steeds were still able to detect the routes by themselves. Moreover, the expressions of those two men made it seem as if this was a perfectly normal thing. There was a huge package at the back of each of those two steeds. These packages were terrifyingly big in size. And, it was evident that they were of considerable weight. These two men had come upon many people with shining eyes and drooling mouths all through their journey. That was because those two packages were emitting the smell of medicinal herbs. In fact, they smelled like first-rate medicinal herbs. No. Even top-notch rarities couldn't describe the preciousness of those herbs. So, calling them legendary treasures from the heavens was more appropriate. Their scent was enough to attract anyone. An individual wouldn't even need to consume them, the said individual would feel extremely energetic and refreshed even if they were to sniff these through their buttocks. It was obvious that such herbs would attract the attention and intentions of many people. Therefore, the journey of these two men couldn't be considered peaceful by any means. Countless pharmacists had approached them to buy those ingredients at great prices. Countless medicinal families had come up with some plans. And, the small-time thieves and robbers who had tried to steal those ingredients were many more in number. However, these two big men had fearlessly continued onwards with their journey in a brazen manner. They had hardly paid any mind the whole journey. They moved calmly and peacefully. Even the successive waves of the robbers didn't seem to affect them. In fact, they didn't pay any attention to anyone. They were already halfway to their destination, and hadn't been delayed in any manner. Moreover, their long gowns were still bright and neat, not a speck of dust had dirted them. In fact, the two men had been chatting throughout the journey, as if they were on a pleasant picnic. Fourth elder brother, this journey is long, but it's still quite pleasant, ha ha. This large man wore an embroidered gown. He had large hoops around his tiger-like eyes. Vivacious whiskers were jutting outwards from his cheeks. These whiskers seemed similar to that of a young dragon. In fact, it felt as if they were made of strips of iron. This person's stature would only leave a person to think of flattering words like majestic, valiant, mighty, lofty, Robust. Elegant. Sturdy. Ah, old ninth, you said. Ah, this fourth elder brother of yours doesn't know what he must say about you. Why did you insist on coming along? I would have rode on third elder brother's back if it hadn't been for your shameless persistence. And, we would have been there by now in that case. But, here we are right now. The other person was of the same body type. However, he was even more tall and sturdy. He was very big. In fact, he genuinely resembled a bear. But, his tone was nevertheless one of complaint. There was no need to bump about on this extremely long road. I'm truly unlucky. Your fourth elder brother has suffered a lot because of you. I could have spent this time doing. Fourth elder brother, you also know that I haven't come out to play for so many decades. I never get such an opportunity. And this is a good journey. This road is very good. Take a look at all this enchanting scenery. We can do so many things on this road. This is the happiest day of my life. It's like a mythical day. The sturdy big man in the embroidered gown smiled as his eyes filled with satisfaction. He smacked his lips and spoke, the only pity is that I can't help but break these people so easily. One small tap and they go lying on the ground. That's no fun in any way. Tell me, can some spirit Xian or great master level robbers come to rob us? Bullshit. I spit on your face. What bullshit are you spewing? How many people in this world can withstand a hit from you, the Golden Tiger King? And then, you even want some spirit Xian or great master level robbers to come and waylay us like lowly thieves. What are you thinking? Someone with your intelligence should never say that you know me. I'm so wise and far-sighted, but I can't lose this image. The big and burly man unhappily rolled his eyes, and gave a long sigh. Damn, that third old crane is too much. He didn't come himself, but he didn't even allow the Falcon King to drop the two of us off. He's so heartless to make us go on this journey like this. Once I return. I don't think going slow is a bad thing. The Golden Tiger King, Earthcracker, scratched his head. He seemed somewhat embarrassed. I have a fear of heights. That's the reason I call you a burden. The big and burly Bear King, Big Bear, berated without a trace of gentleness. I didn't want you to come, but you wanted to come. Things would have been better if you had let third brother come instead. Just take a look at how much trouble we've provoked the entire journey. You've been slaughtering people the entire journey. The Tiger King gave a flattered smile as he cracked his knuckles. But, isn't this so much more fun, fourth elder brother? But, these people have no good supporters behind them. It would have been nice even if they had the support of some spirit Xian person. It is such a disappointment. Big Bear gave him an unhappy look, and sighed deeply. He seemed to be very depressed. Ah, fourth elder brother, this opportunity to go to the Tianxiang city is very rare. We can play around for many days. The Golden Tiger King's face was painted in shades of greed. Merely delivering these ingredients isn't satisfying enough. It's not as good as staying there for a few days, and searching for people who can play some matches with us. I'm guessing that there are bound to be a few such people in Tianxiang. Or maybe, we'll come across that mysterious senior again. Maybe he'll quench our light thirst, You pig-headed idiot. Haven't you quenched your slight thirst enough? Big Bear started to rain curses. Alas. How can I have a sworn brother such as you? Don't speak to me. I feel frustrated the moment I look at you. I can't wait to meet the others. I want them to know that I'm thinking of disowning you as a younger brother of mine. Calm down, fourth brother, calm down, you must seriously calm your anger. The Tiger King smirked. The Bear King had no option but to slap his head with a sigh. This was like when he was with Long Crane and moved about with him regularly. Big Bear could clearly understand how Long Crane must have felt at that time. It was the feeling of wanting to raise his leg, and kicking that shameless idiot beside him to death. Brother Crane must have wanted to kick me to death then. Big Bear snorted. Damn it. I'll settle these debts once I get back. This ought to have been his payback for the countless times he must have wanted to kick me to death in the past. This is too much to handle. But, a brother is a brother. Big Bear remained silently thought. He then rebuked and gnashed his teeth as he looked at the Tiger King, Earthcracker. Then, he suddenly felt a sense of sympathy the next moment. Everyone has a character trait worth being kicked to death over. These two big men were obviously carrying out the agreement they had made with Jun Moxie while he was disguised as the mysterious master back in Tianfa. The first batch of the herbs was being delivered to the Tianxiang city from Tianfa by these two Xian Beast Kings. The Xian Beast Kings had done nothing else after Jun Moxie had left. They had urgently tasked all the Xian beasts to search for the legendary medicinal herbs. And, they had collected them till they had enough to make one batch. Then, the Beast Kings had decided to deliver those herbs without delay. The situation between the 7 Beast Kings had nearly devolved into a fight when they came to deciding which two would escort the consignment. After all, trips like these very rare to come by. In fact, it was basically like an all-expenses-paid trip. Moreover, there was a chance that they might get some extra rewards from that mysterious master. So, who wouldn't wish to go on this trip? The Bear King and the Tiger King fought hard, and won the right to escort the material in the end. After all, Long Crane was obviously required to stay back and preside over the forest. Big Bear had believed that, I obviously won't stay behind and take command in the present conditions. Tianfa would become a place for daily high-stake duels if I stayed behind and oversaw things. There even might be another Xian beast uprising. Long Crane had been confronted with the annoying menace of these shameless rascals. Therefore, he had no choice but to wrinkle his nose, and admit defeat. But, he set one rule before the two selected Beast Kings left: you two will have to travel on foot. I won't allow the use of any flying beast. Would the flying Xian beasts dare to move out once the Crane King had given that order? Henceforth, Big Bear felt wrong throughout the journey. However, the Tiger King hadn't left the Tianfa forest in several decades. So, everything he saw seemed refreshing to him. He had been happy and excited throughout the journey. And, this had made Big Bear so resentful and sullen that he had no option but to vent those feelings out. The Tiger King wasn't as learned as his companion. So, this trip had been a very pleasant and unique experience for him. In fact, he felt that his cheeks had somewhat stiffened from smiling too much. But, the look on his fourth elder brother's face had made it obvious that the latter was brimming with resentment down to his very belly. They had been attacked regularly by robbers. And, those robbers had become the target vents for their resentments. Else, it could be assumed that Big Bear would have lectured Earthcracker into a depression over the course of the journey. The two Beast Kings were getting increasingly closer to the Tianxiang city as they leisurely went on with their journey. In fact, they seemed to be enjoying the attacks they had been facing their entire journey. Could those common robbers rival these two Beast Kings? Those greedy folks were obviously being used for target practice. The Golden Tiger King had been playing around the entire journey. He would first expose his aura into the surroundings in attempts to lure competition. Then, he'd sling a bag of those 100-year-old herbs over his shoulder for everyone to see. Consequently, the robbers would come rushing like bees to honey. He had even proposed out of excitement, "We don't need to fly the next time either if we're sent to do something like this, elder brother." Damn! Flying over isn't half as much fun. But, this is too great. Big Bear rolled his eyes unhappily. You think you're getting a chance the next time? I've got nothing to say to you if that's the case. And, let me tell you something for your own sake, don't try to worm your way into getting on my good side. I don't want to be around you. The Tiger King smiled in a silly manner. He continued to flatter his counterpart. And, these two men continued onwards like this their entire journey. Golden East City. The Huang family's residence. A purple-robed old man slowly settled onto a chair in the middle of the drawing room. He had gray and white hair, and his gray eyebrows were slanted upwards. He seemed to be giving off a very fierce aura even though he was motionless. But, his cheeks were exceptionally rosy and glossy. The gray and white hair on his head seemed very unique but mutually incompatible in their two shades. This man's facial features strangely appeared similar to someone who was around 30 to 40 years old. In fact, he gave of a feeling of youthful appearance despite his age. His eyes were slightly narrowed, but the light flashing in them seemed to carry substance. He hadn't spoken anything, but his personality seemed as vast as the oceans. There was no way anyone could see through, or even read him. He was sitting so calmly that it seemed as if he had already integrated into the surroundings. It seemed as if he had melted into the vast ocean of the universe. This man seemed one with the nature. This purple-clad man had already surpassed the level of great masters. 5 to 6 people were seated beside him. They didn't look very young either. And, they were also adorned in purple clothing. Each of these calmly seated people had grizzly hair. Everyone seemed to be wearing the same kind of clothes at first glance. But, a discerning eye could tell the difference. The collar and cuffs of the purple-robed old man were resplendent gold. But, those of other purple-robed people beside him were embroidered in silver. Silver and gold, this distinguished their status in the hierarchy. There was a middle-aged man amongst them. He seemed about 30 to 40 years old. However, his robe also had golden collar and cuffs. He had dense eyebrows, but a pair of slender eyes. This purple-robed middle-aged man seemed to be the youngest in this group. But, it seemed that his hierarchical status was at par with the golden-cuffed purple-clad old man seated beside him. The 8 people were drinking tea in silence. In fact, they hadn't made any sounds in a long time. Even the portraits of the Huang family's people couldn't match up to these people. One pretty black-clothed maid was pouring warm water into the tea leaves. And then, there was the Huang family's family lord, Huang Jun. A smile of flattery was spread across his face. He was seated so cautiously that solemnly that his buttocks had only occupied half the seat. His second younger brother, Huang Ri, was seated opposite to him. His countenance was even worse than his elder brother's. His face had turned deathly pale, and he was nearly trembling with fear. But, his expression conveyed an unspeakable excitement as well. "What happened regarding that matter?" the old man in purple clothing asked. He was the one who was seated in the center. He hadn't even moved his head when he had asked this. "The news has been spread far and wide. I'm sure that those 3 powerful families must have heard of it by now. However, our ancestor and all these seniors are here. So, I'm sure that we have victory in our grasp. I'm sure of it. The Jun, Tang, and Dugu families may be the top families of this world. But, they are still people of this mortal world. And, ancestor and all these seniors are gods in comparison. So, there's obviously no comparison." He. Huang Jun lowered his back as he respectfully replied. "This old man hasn't visited this mortal realm in 79 years, but I had never expected to find such enormous changes." The purple-clad old man snorted. His eyelids didn't even rise as he continued darkly, "My Huang family may not have been considered a great family in those days. But, no one would ever dare to provoke us. But, you unworthy children have ruined the family prestige left by your ancestors. This pains me greatly. This old man would have slapped you brothers to death to avoid tarnishing this family's name if you two didn't have the Huang blood running through your veins." He suddenly changed the topic and opened his eyes wide. They shone as they looked at Huang Jun, and, "You're particularly degenerate, you bastard. You were being humiliated so greatly, and you still accepted all that humiliation. You accepted it. They've killed your grandson and destroyed a great part of your family. Yet, you were willing to go and plead them. You would plead with them to let this family off lightly. This is an enormous joke. Don't you know that one can control their destiny with hard work? It's fortunate that this old man has arrived at this time. Otherwise, you degenerate children would have led this family to absolute ruin. Yes. Yes. Please calm down, ancestor. Your great-grandson is incompetent. I've disgraced the family's name. Huang Jun shed a rain of sweat from his face. Then, there was a thud sound as he fell to his knees. Ah, it seems that you still have some sense of shame. Get up. Who kneels so easily? Are you a kowtowing insect? The purple-clad old man narrowed his eyes. A mere group of 3 insignificant families has dared to insult my Huang family. They genuinely don't know the limits of their own strength. Hee, they're courting death. Wouldn't it be too easy for them if they don't learn a timeless lesson? Can this descendant dare to ask what the ancestor means? Huang Jun was somewhat anxious. He was already over 50. But, this ancestor obviously didn't treat him as such. Instead, he treated him like a 3-year-old child. The conditions are the same as the ones I had set before. Only, I'm sure that those 3 families won't accept such harsh conditions. So, we have a justifiable reason to make a move on them, and bring destruction as long as they don't accept our terms. And, what's with calling them 3 powerful families? My ears find it very unpleasant when you call them 3 powerful families. So, do that only if you wish to offend this old man. No one in those 3 families will be able to survive this disaster. Yes. Huang Jun smiled inside. This is what he was eager for. Cut the roots of the weed you wish to get rid of. We can surely act arrogantly as long as the ancestor is here. But, he'll have to return at some point of time. And, who knows when he'll come back here. Thus, I fear that my Huang family will be finished even if one of those 3 families still exists by the end of it. So, we must erase those 3 families from this world, once and for all. Senior Huang. I think this matter requires some consideration. The Lord has sent us here to examine those bone-tempering pills. They are being auctioned at the aristocratic hall. And, the aristocratic hall is run by the Jun and the Tang family. Moreover, the Jun and the Dugu families are future in-laws. A silver-cuffed purple-clad old man smiled. His smile was one of deliberation, while his words were of caution. That's only natural. After all, the young lord has arrived here along with the rest of you. Therefore, this Huang obviously won't take this decision on his own accord. The Huang ancestor gave a dark snigger and continued, we must obviously obey the young lord's opinion when it comes to the course of our actions. Everyone's gaze turned to the youngest of the purple-clad people. That middle-aged man was the young lord of the illusory ocean of blood. It was surprising that he was at equal footing with the Huang ancestor even though he was so young. The middle-aged man's heart was in a tangle. He thought, you've already been extremely clear about this matter, Senior Huang. Can I even disagree with you in this case? Wouldn't you lose face if I were to disagree? And, wouldn't that lead to a potential internal strife? After all, you have a high standing at the boundless ocean of blood, Senior Huang. Wouldn't you flip out if I were to overrule you in front of so many people? And, what's to be done about the bone-tempering pills if we are to follow through with your ideas? Killing a few people of the regular society is naturally not a big deal. But, these people are related to those bone-tempering pills. And, those bone-tempering pills are an object of priority for our illusory ocean of blood. In fact, they relate to our rankings with the other 2 holy lands. The young lord had automatically omitted the Tian Fa forest from his consideration. He muttered to himself for a while before speaking out, Senior Huang's family has suffered much bullying and humiliation. We naturally can't ignore it. Otherwise, wouldn't people belittle our illusory ocean of blood? So, it's only natural that we declare our hatred. It's natural that we let out our rage. The young lord spoke till here. And, a gratified expression swept across the Huang ancestor's face. In fact, he even smoothed his beard and smiled. But, the young lord again spoke up, however, we need to divide these matters into two main parts. Our main aim is the bone-tempering pills. We mustn't fail at this. The second is the Huang family's enmity. We have to take revenge for them as well. Therefore, we must balance this. But, I'm sure that Senior Huang has a plan for this. His words were so sleek that no one would be offended by them. But, he had still managed to point out that they couldn't fail when it came to the task of the bone-tempering pills. That was their most important objective. The Huang ancestor muttered for a while at first. Then, he spoke up, we've determined that the bone-tempering pills are related to the Jun and the Tang families. We can question them about the whereabouts of the bone-tempering pills if we move now. We could also ascertain the identity of the individual who has refined those bone-tempering pills. Perhaps we can get the recipe for those pills as well. Then, all our problems will be solved, and we can forge ahead. And, we can slaughter without misgivings after that happens. It wouldn't even matter whether it is the Jun, Tang, or even the Dugu family. Senior Huang is absolutely correct. But, we can't make a move against those three families before the matter regarding the bone-tempering pills is settled, the young lord spoke calmly. That's obvious. However, it would be impossible for us to find out those bone-tempering pills' whereabouts if we were to rely on the current strength of the Huang family. I fear that we require a few people from our side to make it a sure thing. The Huang ancestor looked at the several purple-clothed people, and flashed a dark smile. The young lord nodded slightly. Those people cupped their fists, and said, we won't shirk from our responsibility. We'll do it for the sake of the illusory ocean of blood. The Huang ancestor snorted and said, there's no time to lose. We'll make our move tonight. His gaze underwent a transformation. And, his glare shot out like two sharp arrows from his eyes. They contained an unparalleled murderous aura. It was a windy and moonless night. Murder and arson had pervaded the skies. Jun Moxie's predictions were about to come true. Tang Yuan was constantly cursing. Damn him and his inauspicious remarks. His words are coming true. Things are about to get very bad. Everyone at the aristocratic hall was jittery and paranoid. They treated anything suspicious as an enemy. Many high-level experts had charged roaring, and had left screaming. Waves after waves of them had been coming. In fact, there was almost no time for rest. This night had been particularly busy. The two Sky Xian experts, Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang, had already dealt with 3 or 4 waves of attacks. And, one of those waves had been rather tough. In fact, they had to strive with their entire strength in order to repel it. They were extremely tired and sleepy, and were thinking of washing up and resting. But, this is when another wave arrived. The two men became extremely angry. Damn it, you still won't let us go sleep. Consequently, the two men charged out somewhat crazily. They chased the attackers with red eyes till none of them were left alive. They had been sulking about their ordeal the entire time. They eventually returned victorious to the aristocratic hall, but found out that Tang Yuan was done for. The window in Tang Yuan's room had noiselessly opened when Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang had rushed out. 2 men had entered the room like floating clouds. Tang Yuan was on his bed at this time. In fact, his snores were loud enough to shake the heavens. The 2 men saw that huge monster on the bed, and looked at each other. Then, they shook their heads. This one is too fat. They had planned on dragging him out the room before setting about the interrogation. However, they saw the elephant-like size of that man. And, both of them dispelled their initial idea on the spot. Flying away while carrying this huge and obese man would be an extremely difficult task. In fact, even the prospect of getting him through the aristocratic hall's door could be challenging. After all, the target is too big. Moreover, it would be extremely difficult to find a place to hide him if needed. This amount of effort would be akin to a test of strength for us. And, just look at him. He looks extremely fat and greasy. Merely looking at him was disgusting for them. What could one speak for the idea of carrying him away? Anyway, couldn't they get right to the point and interrogate him there itself? It had to be said that growing fat wasn't a good thing. But, it would turn into a blessing for Fatty Tang whenever he'd run into such matters. In fact, it was an excellent thing. Heavens knew how much he would have suffered if he was kidnapped by those two men. In fact, he may not have returned even if he had told them everything. This situation was a great illustration that even a single peck of the grain can provide help when everything seems lost. The two men floated to the bedside. One of them extended their hand, and patted Tang Yuan's forehead. But, Tang Yuan turned to the other side. His muscles continued to palpitate, and he kept snoring. The two men were stunned by this. They had never expected him to be so unvigilant and at ease. He didn't wake up even after his head was hit. Then, there were two bangs, as they slapped Fatty twice on the face. However, he was still in deep sleep. One of the men got mad. He grabbed the collar of Fatty Tang's night clothes, and forced him to sit up on the bed. Fatty's huge and elastic belly covered his legs as this happened. Tang Yuan's hands drooped, his head tilted, and saliva streamed out of his drooling mouth. Even his snoring hadn't ceased. Damn! One of the two black-clothed men had a good sense of humor. He found this rather funny. He gave a long sigh. This old man has lived for nearly 200 years. But, this is the first time that I'm seeing someone who can sleep like this. Didn't this guy get any sleep in his past life? We've beaten him so much, and he still hasn't woken up. This is simply legendary. Let's make it a little more painful for him. He'll surely wake up after that, the other man suggested. We can't do that. This fatty will wake up the entire 9 heavens if he starts bawling. The sound will be very loud. And, that won't be good for us, the black-clothed man who held Tang Yuan's collar sighed. Then, he extended his other hand, and pinched the fatty's nose to a close. However, the slimy and greasy feeling made him feel like he was holding the uncooked intestine of a pig. That man resisted his nausea, and continued to pinch the fatty Tang's nose close. The sleeping Tang Yuan suddenly felt that his breathing had been forcefully obstructed. He opened his mouth to gasp some air in while he fiercely tried to tug in air from his nose. However, he eventually opened his eyes in bewilderment whilst coughing. And, huge amounts of spittle darted out of his mouth as a result. The black-clothed man who was holding Fatty's nose close couldn't believe that this guy was the young master of a noble family. This guy has no class. The assailant had never expected such a reaction. So, he wasn't able to evade it. But, he felt extremely uncomfortable and nauseated since his neck had gotten covered in spit now. He wiped his neck in a flustered manner. Then, he snarled in a lowered tone while seething with anger, "Fatty. Don't foo *king move. This old man will choke and break your fat neck if you make a single move." Tang Yuan was shocked upon the sudden realization that he had landed himself in a very dangerous situation. His eyes became wide and round. He was about to cry out in alarm when he heard that threat. But, he choked and stifled his cry when he heard the threat. Consequently, his throat issued a sound similar to that of a hen laying eggs. It was unspeakably pathetic. "Where are the bone-tempering pills? Quickly hand them over to me." "I'll let you live if you obediently hand them over," the masked black-clothed man asked fiercely. He was a man of many years' worth of cultivation. And, he usually never got mad so easily. But, things had gotten miserably out of hand in this instance. He had resorted to the use so much strength on a mere fatty. And, that too a pathetic fatty who couldn't even fight back. But, the spit on his neck had filled his mind with enough anger that he didn't care about these points anymore. Bone-tempering pills. Tang Yuan was in a gaze after being woken up. He blinked and cried out, "Jun Moxie, you're the kind of person who makes the inauspicious happen with mere words. You shut up. Don't you want to live?" The black-clad man nearly thought of running away at first. He then got hold of Tang Yuan's fat, and twisted it while he covered the fatty's mouth with his hand. Tang Yuan shouted in pain, but the sounds got choked inside his throat. So, he was only left to tremble from the pain. Bone-tempering pills. Where are they? Who refined those pills? Where's the recipe for it? Fatty. I will slowly draw out that greasy fat from your body if you don't tell me where it is. The masked black-clothed man fiercely threatened. Hey, hey. I'll speak. Tang Yuan was wise enough to know not to fight this. So, he surrendered, ow. But, let me go first, breasts, nipples, ow. It turned out that the masked man in black clothes had grabbed and twisted a part of Fatty's chest. The masked man was stumped at first by those last few words. But, he became angry a moment later. You call that a breast? Bullshit. He found himself grabbing the chest. So, he couldn't help but curse while letting it go. But, he still felt a bit awkward. Damn it. This old man has built his reputation over hundreds of years, but this fatty has ruined it. People will say that I grabbed a man's tit. This fat man is too obese. Speak quickly, you brat. The old man was beginning to lose his mind. I don't know, who refined those pills? Tang Yuan hissed for air as he quickly replied, and, I don't even know about the recipe. I'm just the junior partner for auctioning them. I do your mother. You dare to play with us? The masked man angrily tightened his grip on Fatty's throat. Tang Yuan's eyes were rolling, but he respected his mother the most. He was about to surrender more information, but he became extremely angry when he heard her being abused by that masked man. And, he suddenly forgot the dangerous situation he was in. He then struggled and cursed, I do your mother. I wasn't done talking, you bastard. But, you dared to insult her. I won't spare your life. The grip on Tang Yuan's neck became tighter. So, the fatty quickly returned to his main principle of knowing when not to fight and begged for forgiveness instead. Tang Yuan's mouth was once again covered as two slamming sounds echoed. The pain was accompanied by soybean-sized sweat drops dripping from his forehead. He had been put through that suffering a second time because of the sentence he had just spoken. Continue talking, and speak honestly, the masked man said in a bad mood. Tang Yuan decided to open up about everything once he had suffered for a long enough period of time. He spoke anxiously and quickly, the bone-tempering pills are not here with me. They are extremely valuable. So, they are kept at the Jun residence. Those things will be secretly moved here before the auction. After all, they're very precious. So, keeping the pills at the aristocratic hall isn't safe. Moreover, I'll be killed if they're lost. And, I can't afford that. The Jun residence. The two masked men looked at each other. Fatty's explanation made sense. They had analyzed the situation along similar lines as well. Which part of the Jun residence? Bastard. The Jun residence is huge. How will we find it? You're useless, you brat. You can go to hell. The masked man snarled fiercely in a lowered voice. Don't kill me. I'll tell you, those are, in the elegant fragrance courtyard. It appeared as if Tang Yuan was losing his head out of fear. Spare my life. I told you everything, now don't kill me. What a craven and cowardly piece of trash. Elegant fragrance courtyard. Isn't that where Jun Moxie's mistress stays? The two men looked at each other and nodded. They seemed to have a good understanding of the Jun residence. Yes, yes, yes. It's there. Tang Yuan nodded like a hen pecking grain. Elegant fragrance courtyard, okay. It's got to be there. The two masked men gave Tang Yuan a look of despise. It is said that fat people are the most cowardly of them all. It seems that this saying isn't false. Tang Yuan arrogantly cursed in his heart, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm only fooling you idiots into throwing your lives away. However, he was begging on the outside, oh, two heroes, great heroes. I tell you. I'm a hard-working low-level employee. I don't have any standing in the aristocratic hall. Oh, two heroes, have pity on me. I have an 80-year-old mother. My poor child will be left crying piteously for food if something happens to me. You will take mercy on their plight, right? Right. How wouldn't anyone? He hadn't even finished speaking when the two similarly dressed masked men shivered in cold. This one is absurdly shameless. This fatty is begging for his life in the most shameless of ways. 80-year-old mother, pitiful child. Damn. You're only engaged, aren't you? And, our intelligence suggests that your mother isn't even 40 years old yet. So, where did that 80-year-old mother of yours come from? Only your grandma will pass for being 80 years old. These two were men of great status. So, they didn't even wish to touch the fat man after watching him do this. Anyway, that fat man still had relevance in the matter. It wouldn't be good if they killed him and couldn't find the pills later on. This fatty is the auctioneer at the end of the day. So, he can't die right now. The figures of the two men flashed as they fled into the darkness with great speeds. After all, they might have died from nausea if they had stayed around that fatty for long. Tang Yuan's eyes remained closed as he continued to beg for mercy for a long time. However, he realized that his interrogators had long disappeared by the time he reopened his eyes. Consequently, this entire incident seemed like a dream to him, as if it never happened. He resolutely pinched himself. But, it hurt so much that he gave a loud and wailing shout. He trembled as he crawled towards the lamp's light. He saw that there was a purple spot in his hand. There was mark on his neck from the strangling, and it hurt badly. Fatty remained in a daze for a while. But, he eventually recovered. Then, a very frightened, sharp, and pained voice echoed. It sounded like the voice of someone who had lost his parents or spouse, come here. Quickly come over here. Someone. Something big is going on. The voice was loud and clear. And, it was at a very high octave as well. The voice spread into the night sky. It obviously affected those at the aristocratic hall. Even the other people in the aristocratic hall's vicinity were woken from their sound sleeps with a shock. This voice was extremely loud and incisive. The two masked men were quickly flying away in the distance. However, they stumbled when they heard this. In fact, they nearly fell down. The two men recalled that they hadn't hurt that fatty much. So, why would he be screaming so miserably? Tang Yuan was trembling with fright while sitting on his bed by the time Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang returned. He was panting, seemed confused, and his whole fat body was trembling uncontrollably. What's the matter? What's going on? The two men burst into the room like tornadoes. What's the matter? You two are asking me, what's the matter? Tang Yuan finally came to himself. He sprayed saliva as he ranted with indignation, this young master's fat would have been drawn and used for sky lantern if I had waited for you to return and ask me what happened. Damn it! Why did they have to threaten me like that? Who says these things? Are sky lanterns that amusing? Should the fat man always be guilty? Bah! Tang Yuan roared in indignation. But, he saw that even Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang had disappeared by the time he was done with it. Ignore me altogether. Excellent. Excellent. Come on. Set up a meal for the frightened auctioneer. I want a lot of pork, steaks, and steamed buns. Tang Yuan roared. He had realized that his belly had started rumbling because of the scare he had just gotten. Therefore, he impatiently wanted to stuff himself. It seemed that reducing this fatty's weight was going to be a genuine problem. Mei Shuiyan and Green Hunter had already gotten along well with Guan Qinghan on the journey from Southern Heaven City. They admired and sympathized with her when they had met. And, these three people were living together again. So, the environment was obviously very amiable. The three of them had independent rooms. And, Guan Qing Han's was at the center. The three women were talking late into the evening before going to sleep, as was their usual. The faces of Mei Shuiyan and Green Hunter had sweet and understanding smiles as they heard of Jun Moxie's debauchee-like behavior from the days gone by. After all, the three women believed that Jun Moxie had been pretending at that time. So, they felt that it must have been very difficult for him to pretend as such. After all, how could it have been easy to pretend being the top debauchee wastrel of Tianxiang? The fickle heart can be very forceful. So, it must have been very hard for him to disguise himself as such a vile character. Guan Qinghan was still nervous even though the difficult crisis had passed over. However, she had suddenly found herself living with two people she could talk to. And, this had helped in unburdening that load from her heart. The company of those two women had helped her get rid of the past's shadow to some extent. And, she had become a bit more cheerful as a result. Otherwise, she would have been beset with serious worry like she used to be in the past. The three women had parted moments ago, and each had returned to their respective rooms. They were getting dressed to sleep at this time. But, this was when Mei Shuiyan's eyebrows suddenly twitched. She quickly blew out the lamp on her table. She could clearly feel two formidable auras. And, they were coming straight towards her direction. Moreover, these two individuals were genuinely very powerful. Green Hunter had also sensed it. She knocked on the window. Mei Shuiyan exhaled slowly, and indicated that they remain calm. Then, a cold light flashed in her eyes amidst the darkness of the room. Who would dare to break in while we're here? These people may be considered strong in the eyes of ordinary men. But, could they ever have the standing in the eyes of the Tianfa Forest's lord? The Snake King motioned with her eyes in understanding. Then, she quickly hid her aura, and stood calm and still. The night was extremely dark. Two figures, darker than the dark of the night, arrived quietly at great speeds while gliding like bats. They made next to no sound as they descended in front the courtyard's gate. The eyes of the two men flicker as they looked at the main board in front of the courtyard. Elegant Fragrance Courtyard. This is the place. The two men looked at each other, and saw a sense of certainty in each other's eyes. It seems that this worldly family wasn't worth the attention we had given them. The two men seemed as light as feathers as their figures flitted in order to enter inside the courtyard. Then, they flitted again, and reached the front gate. It seems as if the ground had shrunk beneath while they moved. That's nearly the best agility this human race is capable of achieving. Mei Shuiyan's eyes contracted. Hadn't she thought of sneaking into the Jun residence like this? But, these were two great master-level experts. The cultivation of those two men weren't inferior to that of the solitary falcon in any way. These two men had covered their faces, and their features couldn't be distinguished. But, Mei Shuiyan had already determined that those two men were from the great golden city or the illusory ocean of blood, if not the elusive world of immortals in the first place. There was no other place in this world except for those three which could send great master-level experts to steal something at night in this manner. It is possible that other forces may have similar intentions and the courage to do it. However, those other forces didn't have the capability to send two great master-level experts. The two men had arrived at the gateway in the blink of an eye. They attentively checked for any sign of movement inside. Then, they finally selected their target, and they came straight to where Mei Shuiyan was residing. This had happened because Mei Shuiyan had deliberately made sounds resembling that of a person sleeping. In fact, she had mimicked the breathing sound in a very uniform manner. And, this had led those two great master-level experts to decide upon moving there. Tang Yuan's revelations had filled them with incomparable confidence and hope. How could they have ever thought that the fat coward who was so scared of death would lay such a refined death trap for them? Therefore, the two didn't have any misgivings as they arrogantly moved forward to steal. One couldn't blame those two for being careless. Everyone in the world knew that the Jun family had an exceptional expert in their support. In fact, everyone believed that the mysterious expert behind the Jun family was a legendary and unrivaled powerhouse in the present era. This news might have scared everyone else around the world. But, it was nothing more than a joke for those at the illusory ocean of blood. Unrivaled? Who dares to consider themselves as unrivaled? More so, someone from this common world is calling himself unrivaled in the face of the illusory ocean of blood from the three holy lands. This is a bit too much even for a joke. Anyone who had reached the bottleneck of the great master level was recruited by someone from the three holy lands. The name itself was divine. Moreover, they were working for the continent's future and peace. No one had ever had any reason to decline fighting in the battle for seizing the heavens. Therefore, it could be said that no such thing as an unrivaled master was present in these common man's lands as far as the people from the three holy lands were concerned. There was obviously a possibility that one or two such great master-level experts couldn't leave for the three holy lands since they were required to take care of some trivial matter in the common man's realm. However, even these individuals would agree to set a joining date for the future. And, they would go and report to one of the three holy lands once they had settled their matters. Consequently, all the powerful men of this world were in their ranks. We'd like to see this unrivaled master of the Jun family. 8 of the illusory ocean of blood's experts had arrived in Tianxiang. And, all of them had been peak experts in the past. Moreover, all of them were at the great master level. So, how could this so-called unrivaled master be anything in their eyes? Therefore, the two black-clad men were quite confident there would hardly be anyone in the regular mortal world who could give them trouble. Hence, they moved freely, as if they were at their own homes, and thrust forward. They then came before the door, and knocked on it in a polite manner. It had to be known that this area was Guanqing Han's residence. The Jun family still hadn't declared her new status as their adopted daughter to the world. So, she was still considered their daughter-in-law. And, she was still Jun Moxie's widow. She was still commonly known as his widow. And, these men had knocked at a widow's door at midnight. The two experts from the illusory ocean of blood were capable of doing something like this. A gentle and cold voice came from the inside. Who is it? The two men looked at each other somewhat awkwardly. Neither of them was young in age. In fact, both of them were over 100. Their strengths and statuses were certainly great. But, the matter at hand still wasn't pleasant. However, this woman's voice was enough for them to determine that the person inside was none other than Guanqing Han. After all, they had been informed about the rumor that this beautiful woman's speech was very cold. Therefore, the two masked men decided not to reply after confirming the identity of their target. Instead, they decided to make their move and leave as quickly as possible. One of them moved his palm, and the door silently churned into dust. Then, their figures flitted, and they entered without leaving any traces. It was evident that their agility skills had reached the pinnacle. The two of them were standing inside the room in a wink of an eye. They looked around in the room, and they saw an elegant lady in a white dress. She was sitting calmly at the table. She was looking at them, and her eyes appeared as cold as the distant stars. Both the men exclaimed in their hearts at the sight of that woman's appearance. This Jun Moxie's luck with women is indeed amazing. She was very beautiful. Her countenance was like that of a flower, and her face was like the moon. Her unmatched beauty was capable of bringing down empires. Her eyes were like a calm lake, and her eyebrows were like jade. No words could describe her good looks and incomparable grace. It could be reckoned that one wouldn't be able to find another woman like her in this mortal world. Don't panic, young Guan. We're not bad people. The two masked men unexpectedly found themselves restrained while facing the shining face of a beautiful woman who could bring down empires. They even cupped their hands and made apologetic gestures. Not bad people. These two people nearly made Mei Shuayan laugh out. You two men entered a woman's room at night without taking her permission. And yet, you two somehow have the gall to say that you aren't bad people. Do you think your actions can be considered chivalrous? Oh. The two honored guests say that they aren't bad people. So, why did the two of you stealthily enter my room in the dark of a starry night? The two of you did knock the door a moment ago. But, I never opened it to welcome you. In fact, the two of you gate-crashed without giving proper consideration to norms. That isn't proper, right? It's very hard for a young girl to believe you after witnessing this behavior of yours. Would the two of you please give an explanation to this young girl? Mei Shuiyan had spoken these words with a smile. The eyes of the two men brimmed with embarrassment. They hesitated for a while, but were unable to speak up in the end. Both of these men were peerless experts. They had planned on moving quickly, and escaping after they had acquired the pills. So, they shouldn't have been facing such a situation. But, who were they facing right now? They were confronting the present-day Lord of Tian Fa. And, she was on equal footing with the lords of the three holy lands. She was an expert whose skills had ascended to the peak of the ninth heaven. Mei Shuiyan had concealed her aura in advance. Therefore, her body was giving out the aura of an ordinary woman at this time. But, she had resided in a high position for a long time, and had looked down arrogantly on the world. So, how could she have concealed the temperament she had acquired whilst ordering around millions and millions of Xian beasts over the course of her life? She was sitting calmly, and she hadn't used any of her Xian strength, nor had she moved even an ounce of her primary power. But, her presence had automatically induced a powerful and incorporeal field of aura around her. And, this had thrown the minds of the two men into confusion. This was the reason these two men were acting so strangely. It was like a group of mice had entered a cat's territory. The cat hadn't appeared, nor had it made any sounds. But, the rats had involuntarily felt their blood running cold. Both of us feel very uncomfortable since we're disturbing the young girl at night. But, both of us will go back as soon as the young girl hands over the bone-tempering pill. We won't dare to trouble you afterwards. One of the masked men continued amiably, "You're a smart young girl. You don't expect us to return empty-handed, do you?" Hee, bone-tempering pills. The expression in Mei Shuiyan's eyes changed. She faintly smiled, and tilted her head. She then replied in a calm manner, "And, what happens if I don't hand them over? Will the two of you use force? What happens if you don't hand it over?" That sentence made the two experts somewhat angry. "We've given you enough respect, little girl. You're nothing more than an ordinary woman, that's all. But, you still intend to stamp on others' pride for your own. Those pills relate to the safety and the future of the world. They can cause big trouble. We don't intend on harming you. But, we'll be left without any options if the young girl would insist on not handing them over. After all, we're doing this for the sake of the common people," one of the masked men sighed regretfully. He felt very uneasy at the thought of raising his hand on a beautiful girl. In fact, he had started to develop protective feelings towards her. Safety and future of the world. For the sake of the common people. That is such an amazing excuse. I can't shoulder such a big blame. And oh, harm me? How, do you plan on harming me? This young girl would like to ask how you two powerful men would go about harming me. Mei Shuiyan smiled lightly. That smile was like a mild wind. In fact, it seemed that spring had returned to the earth. The tips of her brows, every silky hair of her head gave rise to an amorous feeling. It looked very titillating for a moment. The eyes of that masked man were fixed. This person was at the great master level. And, he was very aged. But, his gaze was fixed at her, and his hair was standing. It was evident that Mei Shuiyan's beauty and charms had reached a one-of-its-kind level. Be careful. The other black-dressed masked men suddenly retreated to the doorway. His palms had crisscrossed. In fact, his stance made it seem as if he was faced with a very powerful enemy. "You, who are you?" He had finally realized that something was wrong with that place. Mei Shuiyan's aura had begun to leak when her powerful charms had started to drift in the atmosphere. And, this had suddenly woken him up to a realization that something was wrong. In fact, his entire body had quickly drenched in cold sweat. What kind of person would she have to be to defeat two great master-level experts with a few words alone? This was a very terrifying matter. The disoriented masked man also woke up and came to himself as soon as he heard his companion's warning. The luminous gazes of these two men looked towards Mei Shuiyan. But, their eyes were filled with a color of extreme caution now. Mei Shuiyan lazily stretched her body. She looked even more beautiful as she yawned. Her small and beautiful white hands covered her mouth. She then spoke up in a manner which made it seem as if she was still half asleep, "But, I don't know if the two of you are from the elusive world of immortals. Or, maybe from the great golden city. Perhaps, the illusory ocean of blood? I can't be mistaken about you being from one of these three holy lands. Otherwise, you would have never been so grand with your speeches. Otherwise, you would have never opened your mouth to talk about the world's safety and future." Mei Shuiyan fiercely placed her hands on her waist after she spoke those words. She then opened her eyes wide, and the two men suddenly felt as if her sharp and incisive gaze had enshrouded their very being. The limbs of both the experts became ice-cold in an instant. In fact, her glaring eyes left these two men to feel as if her gaze could see through their bodies. But, the most frightening thing was that those two men realized that they couldn't even move under the effect of her glare. They couldn't move. In fact, they couldn't even dare to move. That's because they would reveal some flaws if they moved. And, a flaw is a flaw. In fact, even small flaws are still flaws at the end of the day. And, they felt that they would be dropped to the ground by that woman if they revealed the slightest of flaws. After all, the disparity in strength between them was too great. This woman is surely an expert. In fact, she's an expert amongst experts. We've knocked against an iron plate this time. But, where did this iron plate come from? This was too unexpected. You. Who are you? How do you know about the three holy lands? Moreover, you dare to oppose us even when you know that we've come from the three holy lands? The mask of one of the men's face had become drenched in seconds. In fact, beads of sweat were flowing from his face like a river. The three holy lands. They are very terrifying. Why can't we dare to oppose them? A lovable laugh came from outside as a green-clothed girl entered in a leisurely manner. Her beautiful smile highlighted her bright eyes and white teeth. Her black hair was drifting like the clouds in the same manner the willow is braced by a gentle wind. The person who had entered was none other than the Snake King, Green Hunter. The muscles on the backs of those two men stiffened. This green-clothed woman is at least at the great master level. She isn't weaker than either of us in any way. In fact, she may even be stronger. Such experts appeared very rarely in the mortal world. But, they had met two of them in that room on this night. Moreover, one of them was clearly more terrifying than the other. They had come this late at night, and had walked into an ambush. And, the fact that they were ambushed wasn't terrible in itself. The terrible part was the fact that they had been ambushed by two heavenly women. Moreover, these two men weren't capable of dealing with these two heavenly women. Both those men thought of a plan at that moment: we'll scuttle back to the aristocratic hall, and fiercely torture that fatty. Then, we'll draw every ounce of fat from him, and make sky lanterns from it. We'll make that fatty suffer for real this time. However, those two men were still top experts of their generation. So, they quickly calmed down and started to laugh. Their laughter was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. But, it was still laughter, and not weeping. However, the sound of such laughter was more or less the same as that of weeping. Haha, young ladies, neither of you are Guan Qin Han, right? The man on the left laughed as he calmed down. But, his eyes were flickering with a trace of bitterness. We brothers admit defeat today, but you don't know what you've gotten yourself into. You still haven't replied to my question. Mei Shuiyan slightly lowered her eyes at first. Then, she slowly continued, I don't like repeating my questions. And, I'm not accustomed to waiting either. This matter can stop at this stage. But, is the young lady telling us that she still wishes to get in a fight with us, and oppose the three holy lands by doing so? Does she wish to leave no room for preventing such a situation from occurring? One of the black-clothed masked men asked in an awe-inspiring voice. You're wrong. The both of you hail from only one of the three holy lands. So, I'll at most be against one of those factions if I oppose you. I won't be facing all three at the same time, Mei Shuiyan smiled coldly. Moreover, I have nothing to fear even if I have to face the three holy lands together. Also, I'm trying to give you face by letting you answer me. So, don't you dare to squander my painstaking efforts. Mei Shuiyan spoke very slowly, every person from your three holy lands has a symbol on their clothes. So, this behavior of yours only reflects your stupidity. After all, I will find out where you've come from once I've removed those black clothes of yours. This girl isn't doing it right now since she wishes to allow you some honor. But, that doesn't mean that I won't do it. Do you genuinely wish to die for not replying to my questions? Don't tell me you think I'll let you get away like this. I'm not as kind-hearted as I look. Who the hell are you? The two men retreated a step while looking at Mei Shuiyan in shock. This girl is very familiar with the customs of the three holy lands. But, how come we're not able to think of anyone who she might be? Humph. Mei Shuiyan was sitting upright and motionless. Her expression was unchanging and cold. But, she suddenly emitted a dense, cold, and pure aura from her body. This aura moved in the air like a snake. There was a tearing sound, and that pure aura had already reached the two masked men. In fact, it had ever torn down the front of their black clothes to expose their silver-bordered purple robes. The masks of the two men had also flown out to expose their densely wrinkled face, their grisly white hair, and alarmed eyes. The black-clothed men had tried their hardest to dodge that pure aura, but they were unable to do so in time. Ah, so you're the silver-gowned law-keepers from the illusory ocean of blood. That's not a low-grade status. Mei Shuiyan looked at them in a dull manner, but, you two are very raw. They couldn't have chosen you from this common man's mortal world. Ah. Are you the born natives of the illusory ocean of blood? You. The two men were dripping with sweat. Is Huyen Tian Feng that old? Mei Shuiyan asked gently, that he needs to send the two of you to steal the bone-tempering pills. The old lord is. One of the black-robed men blurted out under the pressure of her formidable aura. But, he quickly realized that opening his mouth would be akin to surrendering information. So, he hastily shut it. This was no different than burying his head in the sand. The old lord. So, that old man Huyen Tian Feng has positioned himself behind the scenes now. So, the new lord, is his son. Mei Shuiyan gave them a cynical glance. Has that old Huyen become that arrogant? Your three holy lands were anyways despicable, and this one has even handed over the leadership to his own son. He has even forgotten the tradition of abdicating the post to the most worthy individual. The three holy lands had always relied on meritocracy for succession of leadership. But, your illusory ocean of blood has made this a matter of inheritance. That old Huyen has made his third-rate son the lord of the illusory ocean of blood. I'm genuinely amazed by this. Humph. Which one of the three holy lands doesn't follow hereditary succession? You girl, you speak such big words of insult and vilification about the leader of our holy land. You've become an enemy of the entire illusory ocean of blood. Our illusory ocean of blood won't let you off. But, I will ask the Lord to forgive you if you agree to apologize and hand over the bone-tempering pills. The face of the old man on the left was painted with anger. He had even raised his finger like a weapon, and had pointed it towards her. His face showed that he was diabolically angry, but his heart still feared her. It was classic case of a sheep in a wolf's clothing. However, his inner feelings were clear as day. You too haven't experienced much of the society at large, have you? The corners of Mei Shuiyan's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. An individual becomes a seasoned and experienced expert once they've braved the society on their path to the level of great masters. Do you think such an expert will lose their emotional balance in an unexpected situation while confronting an enemy? One look at you is enough to tell that the illusory ocean of blood has raised the two of you to the great master level. You may have acquired the strength of the great master level in this leisurely manner, but you don't possess the bearings of a great master. Moreover, you don't even have the experience of a great master-level expert. Pieces of trash like you are no better than a regular spirit Xian expert from this common man's world. And, you still dare to strut around like that in front of me? In fact, you even plan to coerce me into giving you the bone-tempering pills? You're becoming too big for your own boots. Mei Shuiyan's tone became increasingly disdainful. Their hair stood on an end when they heard these words of blatant insults. Those two old men from the illusory ocean of blood screamed in anger, and suddenly jumped while crisscrossing each other. They soared into the air at the same time. Their palms then seemingly grabbed cold and incisive winds, and fused them together. They had only come halfway, but they had already turned into multifarious terrifying phantom images. Their momentum had reached an extremely dreadful extent. Mei Shuiyan snorted as her pretty and delicate-looking arms spread wide. She then shouted in an awe-inspiring manner, "You are foolishly conceited about your strength. You've invited dishonor to yourselves." World Cage. A large, formidable, and incorporeal field was suddenly formed. It isolated that area from the rest. The angry old man on the left froze on the spot, and was left incapable of moving his body in any manner. In fact, his body had even maintained his prancing stance in its present state of absolute immobility. The other old man turned pale with fright when he saw this. Then, sharp screams were heard. They were entangled with sounds of slamming. Mei Shuiyan had already landed 3 palms to the old man. 3 strikes of her palm. Mei Shuiyan's complexion didn't change in the slightest. She slowly retracted her palms, and glared coldly. The chair beneath her had broken with a light sound. But, she had made no other sound apart from that. However, that old man's shade didn't look so good. Instead, his body appeared like a silver ingot as he rolled away like a ball for a distance. However, he suddenly turned around, and exerted his strength to stabilize his unbalanced body. He then opened his mouth wide, and something similar to an arrow of blood shot towards the green hunter's face. The old man's body didn't come to a halt either. Instead, it continued to dart away in a swift manner. "There's nothing I can do here. It's prudent to leave early. This is a shocking and unexpected event. So, informing Senior Huang and the young lord takes top priority." Who could have thought of this? Who could have imagined that this insignificant Jun family would be concealing such an unrivaled expert? Therefore, he had made a prompt decision: escape. Even the exchange of a few blows can determine the life and death in a battle between experts. The outcome of this battle had been decided in this brief moment. They had only exchanged a few strikes. But, the attacks of that unnamed woman were as fierce as thunder. And, the power contained therein was unmatched. She had given him dozens of injuries by merely raising her hand. Moreover, she had damaged each of his major internal organs. But, that old man was still at the great master level. He was able to resist vomiting his blood out there and then. In fact, he was also able to use it as a sharp weapon against the Snake King once he had turned around. It must be noted that his ability to deal with contingencies was rather exceptional. But, it was a pity that he had run into the Snake King of the Tian Fa forest. She had earned the name of the King of Poisons for herself due to her treacherous and murderous use of venoms. How could she be deceived by that little trick? The Snake King hadn't intended to interfere in the fight since Mei Shuiyan had taken the lead. But, that old man had provoked her. So, nothing could be said about it now. In fact, there was nothing to be said. After all, he had raised his head, and had shot an arrow of blood towards her. His then hands slammed against the ground, and his body changed directions to rise into the sky. However, the Snake King congealed a tremendous amount of power under her feet at this time, and shot resolute kicks at the escaping old man's calves. These feet had appeared out of nowhere. And, they hadn't come from a usual kicking position either. These factors had made it next to impossible to guard against them. In fact, it could be reckoned that the old man's legs would be crippled if those kicks were to connect. He was certainly a great master. But, he still wouldn't be an exception to this result. That old man became even more alarmed at the sight of the Snake King's incisive kick. However, his mind hadn't spiraled into confusion even though he had been frightened by this move. He quickly brought his palms upwards from the ground, and slashed them like blades towards the Snake King's ankles at a tangential angle. His legs also became blurry at the same time, and he escaped further away. His escape was certain as long as the woman behind him didn't do anything. The Snake King snorted coldly. She raised her legs. She dodged the resolute attacks from the old man's palms. Then, she drove one of her legs towards the old man's chest in an even more resolute manner. Meanwhile, her other leg fell further to attack his knees with the tip of her toes. Those two attacks were extremely sinister in nature. Moreover, that old man could evade only one of them at his current strength. He would be a cripple throughout his life if he were struck on his knee. But, his life would be in danger in case his chest was struck. Both these individuals were at the great master level in terms of strength. So, the difference in their strengths hadn't been very massive at first. But, the old man had faced Mei Shuiyan, and had suffered injuries in the process, and, serious internal injuries at that. Consequently, he had lost at least 30% of his fighting strength. More importantly, the lords of the three holy lands had cultivated these people behind closed doors. Therefore, it was very difficult to guess the disparity in the quality of battle experience they had acquired when compared to the great masters who had emerged from the ordinary society. But, it was certainly nothing compared to that of the Xian beast kings of the Tian Fa forest. And, this was the reason why this old man had fallen into such a disadvantageous situation so early in the battle. Forget about it. Let him leave, Mei Shuiyan snorted coldly at first. She then continued, that illusory ocean of blood is nothing to me. So, you might as well let him return and spread the news. What's the worst that could happen? Anyway, he'll try to threaten us with that illusory ocean of blood's reprisals if you finish him right now. The Snake King heard that. So, she turned back her waist, and quickly retracted her attacking legs. That old man was almost done for by the tip of her toes. But, he was able to fly outside as a result of her retreat. He then jumped towards the perimeter walls in order to fly away as he continuously vomited blood whilst in midair. His Xian Qi was in motion. In fact, it was cycling at an overloaded capacity. And, that had intensified his internal injuries. His emotions had particularly left him with a desire to die here and now. After all, death ends all of one's troubles. Such disgrace. I fought with everything I had. I even risked my life. But, I was only able to escape like a mere pawn who was at the mercy of the opposite side. Mei Shuiyan had certainly allowed him to leave. But, this didn't mean that the other people would too. A brightly glittering sword suddenly appeared in the sky as that old man was attempting to cross the wall in midair. This glittering sword's rays were extremely bright. In fact, they were like streaks of lightning in the sky. The sound produced by the lightning-fast speed of this sword made it seem as if the sounds of thunder had exploded. It was going to hit him midair. That old man couldn't go up, and couldn't go down either. Moreover, he had started to believe that he had escaped this situation. So, he had started to rejoice, and this had led him to slack off to some extent. Also, the serious internal injuries he had suffered mustn't be negated from the equation. After all, the internal injuries suffered by his organs had seriously depleted his strength. Consequently, his aura had nearly dissipated by this time, and his strength hadn't returned. And, this meant that he was at his weakest at that point. The timing of that glittering sword's appearance had been extremely clever, it was clever beyond an equal. In fact, the timing of that sword attack had attained perfection. It must be known that even a top-rated hitman wouldn't have been able to capitalize on such a fine moment of landing a sure-shot strike against a great master-level expert. The sword's rays filled the air with murderous aura. And, the beard and hair of the old man were dyed jade green under its reflection. Terror, extreme shock, and despair filled his face at this moment. But, he didn't even get the time to open his mouth in order to shout before it was all over. That sword's rays shrouded the entire sky as it slashed down into the old man's right shoulder. However, the sword didn't stop there. Instead, it continued to cut forth like a knife through butter. Only a slashing sound was heard as it cut down to his left rib. It radiates a bright luster as it again came in contact with empty air. Then, it issued a sword cry which sounded similar to the roar of a dragon. After that, it disappeared as swiftly as a dragon does when it enters the seas. The divine sword, the blood of yellow flame. A white-clothed youngster quickly appeared outside Mei Shuiyan's room. But, his speed had made it seem as if he had been riding the very winds. That place was no less than 20 meters away from the spot where he had attacked the black-clothed old man. That black-clothed old man's body was still moving forward due to its momentum. But, his eyes resembled that of a dead fish. The upper half of his body, including his shoulders, arms, and head, separated from the lower part of his body as he fell down. The upper half of the body smashed into the wall first with a bang. And, the lower half followed after it with another bang. A blood of rain poured down from the sky. The matter had been concluded. The white-robed Jun Moxie had a warm and gentle expression on his face. He didn't even turn his head to look back as he entered the room in a leisurely and confident manner. He then smiled as he spoke, "This is very embarrassing." This Jun idiot's unsuitable protection must have left the two ladies startled. Anyone would have considered this Jun youngster to be a very innocent man if they hadn't witnessed that scene. Young Master Jun had been busy with training and refining those pills for the past few days. In fact, he had been working himself to the point of blacking out. It was unknown whether it was due to his skill or pure luck. But, he had finally succeeded in refining the vitality linkage pill. So, he was quite happy and excited about it. In fact, he was so happy that he had nearly emerged breathless from the pagoda. However, that was when he had suddenly felt the two men moving towards Guanqing Han's courtyard at a lightning-fast speed. It seems that my plan has been effective. The young master had felt rather proud of himself at first. But, he then suddenly thought, how are things with Tang Yuan? They wouldn't have, he had quickly made his way out when this thought had crossed his mind. He possessed the tactical sensibility and experience of a top-class assassin. So, he obviously knew when the best time to make a move was. So, he hid himself at the sidelines, and started to fry the pan hot with his cold hands. He managed to take advantage of the situation in the end, and his sharp sword ended up slashing a great master-level expert into two halves.